Okay, I think we're back alive. Let me double check. Let me double check. Let me double check. I believe we're live. Let me check the volume. Make sure the volume has been muted. There we go. Make sure that that's muted, and then check my live here. Check the volume on that. All right, we're good. We're good. We're good. All right, welcome, 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 welcome. Smash those hearts, champions. Let's get some people in here, right? I'm back live. Told you guys I'd be back in about an hour and a half. I'm back a little bit sooner, I think. Nicole, welcome. Say hello and ask me your questions. Ask your spiritual questions. That's what I'm here for. I was live for almost 3 hours that time. Would have been live longer, but some troll after about 10 minutes decided to say I had firearms, that I was showing off firearms. And so, of course, TikTok, instead of investigating, they just knock you off air. And then you have to appeal and wait for the appeals process. So I was down for about 15 minutes and then I was back. And then I was on the air for almost 3 hours, and now I had to get off for lunch to have lunch with my wife because she got home from work for lunch. And now, after like doing dishes and stuff and talking to a couple of people, I'm back live, and I'll probably end up live. What time is it here? It's noon now. I'll probably end up live for the next 3 hours, right? Unless people don't ask me any questions. Freedom, welcome. Demon, welcome. Brent, welcome. Smash those hearts before you leave, even if you're going to just swipe up, throw a couple hearts at me and on your way out, okay? Ask me your spiritual questions. Andy, welcome. What is that? Freeze? What is that? Free as a bird. Oh, that's from that song. Love that song, right? Free Bird. Good song. Love that song, right? That's old school, right? Old school shares. Well, give me a heart, right? Steve, welcome. Donovan, welcome, right? Crutch the Great. You were in here earlier. Church the Great, right? Chuck the Great. Church. Yeah, I always said that wrong even then, right? Trying to read that stuff in a hurry, right? So welcome back, everybody. Ask me your spiritual questions. Let's see, where were we at? Where did we stop? We were talking about, I think we were talking about the Georgia Guidestones and the powers that should not be, quote fingers, the powers that should not be, wanting there to be a lot less people on the earth than there is now. And that theory that was written on the Georgia Guidestones before they were blown up by somebody a couple years ago. Somebody blew them up. I think that's hilarious, right? So they knocked them down, but on each side of that, I don't know how many sides there were on there, but they had in different languages. It was the same thing that was written. Some guy named R.J. Christian or something like that. R.C. Christian, right? Yeah, I had a call last time, so I didn't hear your answer. But how do we sign up for your? Oh, okay. I didn't know that you had a call, so you couldn't. So how to sign up? Right? Because for the giveaway or for classes, right? Email us right here at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. Make sure you add your handle on TikTok so we know who you are when you do that, because otherwise we just see your email address and we don't know who you are, or you tell us your name and we don't know who you are. Send us an email saying that you want to get a list of our classes. You can see that this paper that I have in my hand right here, this little advertisement is actually posted on Merlin and Maeve and on all of our platforms. Merlin and Maeve, mine, my wife's. And it tells some of the stuff that you're looking for, right? But you can also email us and we'll give you the price points for everything, right? So like, and the times for, like, say the Defense Against the Dark Arts, or if you want us to teach you something else, we'll give you all of that. So email us and say, hey, listen, I need to know what, give me your prices for everything that you guys teach. And we'll send you a thing that says, this is all the things we teach and this is how much it costs. Okay. We'll send that to you. So here, that's why we have this up here. Anyone who has purchased anything from us or had a class from us, bought some of our jewelry, because we also sell jewelry. We make bracelets and rings, like this little ring right here. It's kind of cool. It's actually made out of beads, right? It's actually hematite. It's made out of beads. We make bracelets. We make necklaces. We make earrings, although I'm not wearing any of our products except for that. We make anklets, pendants, necklaces, things like that. But we also, teach spirituality in every facet. We teach everything. That's why we have this up over there. We teach all of the clairs, right? You can see life coaching, spiritual life coaching, Reiki healing, right? Medium, we do tarot, oracle card readings, or regular medium reads. Courses, we teach Defense Against the Dark Arts. You can see that. Psychic abilities, we teach all the clairs. There's 8 of those. We teach channeling, mediumship, exorcism, chakra, meridians and auras, tarot, oracle card, whatever. We also teach Reiki, we're Reiki master teachers. We teach Reiki 1, Reiki 2, and Reiki 3. We do all kinds of stuff, right? So here on the screen, we talk about the defense against the dark arts. It's right there. It's a 2-day Zoom class. Reiki 1, I just got done tuning somebody yesterday in Reiki 1. It was a 2-day class that we did, right? So those of you who do any of that or get a Reiki healing or any of that stuff, buy any products from us, you become a wayfarer. From that moment on, for the rest of your life, you get 5% off of everything. If you buy any of our products between now and March 5th, 9 p.m. New South Wales time, because that's where we live, New South Wales, Australia, you get your name entered into on a list that we already have people who opted in for it. We have like 10 people, I think. I didn't count them, but it's at least that. Then we're going to be doing a giveaway live on this channel for 3 vouchers, a $90, a $60, and a $30. Now that's Australian dollars. So if you happen to be in the United States, we're going to send you, you'll have a voucher for 90 Australian dollars, but it'll be less money in American, but it'll still translate to the same amount for us here. So that's for a voucher for any of our services after that. And that's still, you still get a 5% off of everything. Okay. So if you end up, booking one of our courses and you put a down payment on it or you pay for the course, even if you haven't done the course yet, you've already paid for it, you will get entered into this. So if it happens to be that one of your courses that you do, like the Defense Against the Dark Arts, is after the 5th or 6th of March, as long as you pay for it before then you'll get entered into the contest because you technically have joined, so you do that. So if you're interested in that, otherwise, ask me your spiritual questions, right? I wrote a book about that, about spirituality. It's called The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways, by me, Leonard O'Neill. There we go, Leonard O'Neill. There's a link in the bio for that, okay? And I'm here to tell you about that. I have a podcast called Orion Rising, where I have 562 or 3 episodes that are 3 hours long each, that date back at least 4 years, because I got deplatformed from Google and they took down over 500 episodes of my podcast. So anywhere you listen to the MP3 version, it's up around the world and listen to in 70 countries. You can get that stuff for free, right? Harry, welcome in, right? Smash those hearts for me, right? Harry Pothead, love that, love the name, right? There was a guy that was in here. His name was like something like, I forgot what it was, something 420, and I was like, I forgot what it was, like Stone 420 or something like that, and I was like, oh, safety meeting, it's 420 somewhere, right? It's 319. You got a minute, right? So I was laughing about that. So literally, I'm here to teach you guys. Let me get out of 3D now, right? Here to teach you guys, right? The last time I practiced, everything went dark, and I've always been scared of myself when that happens. Well, it depends on what if you're trying to do remote view, or if you're trying to astral project, it gets kind of weird. If you're channeling, it gets kind of weird too, right? Even though that is supposed to happen, yeah, that is supposed. Well, it kind of is. You have to. That's why we can talk more about that. Just send us an email. Let me make sure you put your name. If you do, put your name. That your what your handle is on TikTok as well, and then we can help you out further with that. But you are supposed to have that happen. It's just like people get weirded out about channeling. I was talking to who was it? I think it was Ray. It was Ray, a friend of ours, female. You guys, nobody here would know her unless Penny popped in, or Reese, or Peter. And she was talking about me channeling, and she said, "I will never do that." She says, "I tried that one time and it freaked me out, because if you're channeling and you're not channeling yourself, you have to move out of the way and let them come in, right?" And so now then when that happens, you're kind of like watching, like you're in a dream state. And so you're kind of watching what's happening. Sometimes people don't even remember what's happening, and the person who's talking through them is occupying everything. So they're not quite sure what happens. It happens to me a little bit. Most of the time I'm channeling myself, but every now and then when I'm not channeling myself or someone that I was, hold on, sorry, train going by down the road. And because of that, our driveway is long, and it's like a tunnel, and all the noise comes right up the driveway and then comes right in the door, right? So when they're driving by out there, the train goes, because up the street up here is a crossing. And when the train's coming from the train station and leaving and heading back towards Sydney, it honks before it gets to the crossing, and that it's right around that area, and it gets real loud if it's a bigger train. Okay, so I apologize for that. There's Penny. Penny knows. So I was talking to Ray, and am I a clairvoyant? Yes, I am. I have all of those abilities. That's why I teach them. I have all the clairs. That's why I teach them. My wife does as well. My Penny's got a lot too. Who's here right now? How long have you been in this on this spiritual path? Since the beginning of before time. In this life, my entire life, it's what I came here to do. I've been on this planet for a very long time, just in this cycle that you're in, since the last 77,000 years. I've been here 60 times. Okay, just in the last 77,000 years, and I was here in the 77,000 years before that. I've been on this earth for about 130,000 years, 140,000 years now, helping out the last cycle and this one. Okay, because this one got stuck, so we knew it was going to get stuck, so we came here to stay here, right? Are you available to look up soul contracts live? Yes, but not like on here. I wouldn't do that on a live show. But yes, I am. If you wanted to do that, yeah, we could look that up. It's actually not that difficult. You could look it up yourself. But yes, send us an email. Make sure you tell us who you are in the email, so we know what your handle is on TikTok, and then let us know what you're interested in, and we'll send you the information on that, and we can set up a date and time. Okay, because I'm in New South Wales, Australia, so sometimes we have to do a little bit different. You know what I mean? So took the words out of my mouth right from the beginning of time. Yeah, even before time, Penny, before there was a time, we were alive. So right, isn't that hilarious? So I feel like I'm here to help my grandmother. Was a clairvoyant. Oh, you feel like I'm here to help, comma, my grandmother was a clairvoyant. If you feel like you're here to help, you are. Okay. If you don't think I'm crazy, you're probably here to help. Okay. Because there's only two kinds of souls. You're either in service to others or you're in service to self. Okay. That's all there is. There is no in between. People who say, I'm neutral, that's an evil person who wants you to think that they're not. And so they're staying where they feel comfortable, so that way they can be evil when they want and not be evil if you believe them. So yeah, Harry Pothead, I like that one too. Love that name. Right, I do love your name. So so if you had a family member, pardon me while I get my hair from my mustache sometimes goes up my nose and it bugs me, starts tickling. It'll curl up and get up in there. And I'm like, what the heck? Anyway, so I apologize for that. Um, if clairvoyancy runs in your family DNA, there's a good possibility that you designed that on purpose so that you would have that DNA, so that you would have that ability. Okay, so it's very good. Yeah, smash those hearts for us, champions, so we can get more people in here. The more hearts we get, the faster we get it, the more people we can get in here, because this becomes a popular live, and then we can get some people in here to answer some more questions for you guys, right? So, so there's a very good possibility that it runs in your family, and so you designed your life to make sure that you were in this DNA in the body that you're in, so that you would have access to those abilities. Okay, so you are here, more than likely here to help. And like I said, if you don't think I'm cuckoo, you came back in here, what you did, you came back in to see stuff. Thank you for the roses, right? Flash gave me a rose, thank you for that. And somebody gave me a kitty, the cute kitty, thank you for that. Introverts, thank you for that, guys. I wanted to make sure that I appreciate you, and I let you guys know that I appreciate you when you guys do that, because it bugs me when I go into somebody's live and they don't acknowledge when people are sending gifts. They just keep talking. That's annoying, right? At least you can do is say thank you to people when they're doing that, right? So yeah, anytime you look at your own family and you go, grandma and grandpa or this one or that one has abilities, there's a good possibility that you also have access to those abilities. That's why you came in through that family, okay? And there are certain groups of DNA on the earth that are more prone to having abilities, but everyone can have every ability. That's why we teach it. And you can ask Penny. I've been teaching this stuff for years to people. We used to teach it to people for free, right? Seriously. That's why I tell everybody, when the knowledge I'm giving you now and the knowledge that's in my book, when people are like, this knowledge should be free, I'm like, yeah, it should be. Everything should be free. I shouldn't have to pay for gasoline. I shouldn't have to pay for my coffee. That coffee should be free too. TikTok, this is coffee. This is not alcohol. Yesterday, I picked up this bottle. I'm going to show you the lid. Wait, there it is, the bottle of water. And because there is Boost and energy, it's an energy drink. It's not a soda or anything. It's stuff you put in there, like you put powder. Boost is a little thing, a little tab that looks like an Alka-Seltzer, and you drop it in, dissolves, and you have vitamins in your water. I picked it up and drank it, and they flagged me and said I was drinking alcohol. Not drinking alcohol. I do not drink alcohol. I gave up alcohol 4 years ago. I haven't touched a drop of alcohol at all since that time. Okay. So, yeah, right. Thank you, Penny. So, literally, some of us came here to help out. Okay. And I'm one of those people. Penny is one of those people. So is my wife. So is Peter if he shows up, because usually Peter pops in. Reese, who was here earlier. We all came as a group. We've been together since before there was time, before you guys even knew of time, before it was created. We were around. Okay. And we do this. We go to places and we help out if places get stuck or we're needed for something to fix timelines or something like that. We're the people who do this. We're the ones that chase around all the bad people who try to get places stuck like this one. We come in and clean up, chase away the bad people. They go somewhere else. We have some of our people who follow them and identify where they're going, and then we stay on boots on the ground. We come down here and basically get born into life just like you guys and get mind wiped, and we stay here and we help you guys. And then as your culture gets more and more awake, we then start allowing you guys to know who we are and that we are here to help you. This happens to be one of those, right? Is that all clairvoyants do? No, no. Clairvoyance is only one of the clairs. There's clairempathy and clairsentient and all kinds. There's 8 total categories that they call the clairs. Clair means seeing or knowing, right? So clairvoyance means the knowledge, seeing, and so then a medium is clairvoyant, someone who is able to speak to people on the other side. So there are many different levels of the clairs that you can unlock to have abilities, right? You can have every psychic ability you want to have. It's just a matter of developing and using it. Every single person can have them, but the powers that should not be, the controllers, they don't want you to know that. You say you've been here many lifetimes. How? Who are you? Oh, you've been here many lifetimes as well. You don't realize that. Here's how things work, okay? So the creator created this place, and then the creator wanted to populate this place. So the creator created beings to be in this place and to maintain it and to keep the order and the balance. And then the creator created beings to have experiences, because the creator wants to have every experience that there is to have. So the creator created all of this to experience it. Okay, so you, me, and everybody, we're in these physical forms when we become self-aware. After we're 1D, 2D in our lifetimes, we graduate to a third dimensional construct, third dimensional being when we are self-aware. I think, therefore I am. Okay. Then, but you're mind wiped. You don't know. You have your third eye is closed. You have a veiling, so you have amnesia. You don't have any memory of who you are, so that you can have organic experiences. Okay. So who are you? My name is Kelto. Okay. My name is Kelto. Kelto. And I am talking to you from the 11th density, the 11th dimension. Okay. That is who I am. And I'm speaking to you as that entity, talking through this avatar, talking through Leonard O'Neill. Okay. That is who Leonard O'Neill is. Okay. I am Kelto. I know that. Most of you don't know who you are because you don't even have any memory of anything other than this place. So organically, you have 7 to 10 lifetimes of experience here in this place. Okay. So how do I find out who I am? You have to expand your consciousness so you can then communicate with your higher self, which is anchored in the 6th dimension, and your guides, and then you can find out who you are. So to do that, you have to stop living in 3rd dimension. You have to stop being self-serving. If you are self-serving and becoming service to others, that'll happen faster. If you're self-serving, you can still get there, but it takes longer. Right? It's just a different way of doing things, whether you're in service to self or in service to others. So I am Catalin AKA Catherine. Is that what you're saying? Oh, Penny. Yes. I was trying to read it. I didn't even realize who was talking. Yeah, listen to Penny. She'll tell you. Yeah. I was going to say Catlin, right? Catlin, is that how you say it? So that's it. So if you want to find out, you have to first realize, okay, this is the expansion of your consciousness into 4D. You have to realize, you have to go from I think, therefore I am, which is just self-aware. I'm just self-aware. I know I'm somebody. I know I'm something, and I don't want to just be unalived, right? That's the I think, therefore I am. You have to actually expand your consciousness to the realization, to the knowing, not just believing, but knowing that I am not this pain body. I am not this thinking mind. I am not the ego. I am not the conscience. I am an immortal being that is in control of this avatar. Not I think, not I have, I am. That's the I am that you hear, like when Moses says, he's talking to Adonai, which means I am. He's talking to God, and he says, who shall I say sent me? They'll need to know your name. And he says, I am as I am. Tell them I am sent. Okay. So you realize that you're I am. I am an immortal spirit that is forever. This body is not me. Once you have that actual knowledge and you know it, you believe it, you don't just think it, then you'll be able to actually go, okay, if I am immortal and I am forever, I don't exist here, I exist outside of here. Where is that? And then you can start to pay attention to that place. And then you can say, I want to talk to my guides because I have some, and introduce them. I also want to know my name, my true name. And you'll actually ascend to that. Once you get out of your way, you'll get to the Akashic records, whatever you call that, halls of Mente or whatever. That's actually, it's in many different books. Actually, it's in this book. That's my book, but it's not the only book it's in. Okay, it's in every book in every single religion. Every single religion was teaching you the way to ascend to that knowledge. Okay, even Jesus was teaching that. And that was a conversation that we had earlier today when there was a guy in here and he was telling me that I didn't know what I was talking about with Jesus, and he was parroting what they teach you to say. Jesus is my Lord and Savior. Jesus is the only one true God. And Jesus never said any of that stuff. Okay, so it's in every religion. It's the way to ascension to download this information. The download that you get, this information is universal. Okay, when you wake up your mind and you wake up and opening the veil, unlocking the veil, you will actually gain this knowledge from the universe itself. So it's not something that we make up. It's not something that I made up. It's not something that I own. So you'll find that throughout all of history, everyone in history, Lao Tzu, who wrote the Tao Te Ching, that means the way to find your way to heaven is the way to wake up to this knowledge. So Lao Tzu in 634, somewhere thereabouts, BCE, 634. So we're talking about almost 2,000 years ago, right? 1,400 and some change years ago, a man named Lao Tzu in China wrote what is now called Taoism, religion. Okay, and he was teaching the way to ascend. At the same time, there was a man called the Buddha. The Buddha, we believe, was the prince who was acting as just a regular commoner, and was also very, very wise. May have also known Lao Tzu. We don't know for sure they existed at the same time. That's Buddhism. It's a religion called Buddhism. Jesus of Nazareth, when he was here, he was teaching you the way of ascension, the way to ascend to heaven. And that way is how to unlock and open up your eyes and open up your knowledge and gain the knowledge and the wisdom from the creation. Okay, that's not the only book. That's just a couple that I've thrown at you right away. Okay, every single religion was teaching you that. I'm a theologian. I've studied religion my entire life. I have 4 religious titles, and it's in every book. You just have to know where it is to read it and look at it. Okay. Right? It's right. Where some of us are from is just about everywhere. Yeah, in this on this earth. Reese is back in. Did I see Reese? Yeah, Reese is here. Welcome, brother. Thank you for popping in. So so every book, if you can find it, if you look, it's in every single book. It's every single religion. They're all telling you the same story. That's that story of the Christ. that story of the descension into human form and then the resurrection. That's the story that is what you're supposed to be doing. You are doing that. You descended into human form from a higher plane of existence. And then you're supposed to give up the physical body and realize the spiritual body. That's your unaliving and resurrection. Okay, when people are being baptized, they're supposed to be awakening enough to realize that that's what they're doing, is they're starting their ascent back towards the Creator. That's actually something that you go through when you actually go and get immersed in water, is actually supposed to be an allegory for your moving into the spiritual realm, away from the physical realm, and dedicating yourself to a spiritual thing. Okay, so you're actually supposed to be doing that at that point. Well, we already know that Christ has already been. I'm the second coming of Christ. Then we all know. The sea. Um, there is no second coming of Christ. Christ was never coming twice. You're supposed to follow. Okay, that was what Jesus was teaching you. He never said, "Wait here for me, I'll come back." He was teaching you to follow me. That's why he said, "The way to heaven is through me." Follow the way that I'm showing you, and you will get out of this place and go to where you're supposed to go. That's what it's about. You're not supposed to, I mean, you can think that if you like, I'm the second coming, you can say that I am becoming, because that's what you're doing. It's the Christ oil. You're becoming Christed. You're supposed to realize that I'm supposed to no longer live in the flesh, even though you're here in this place. You're supposed to realize that only self-serving people live in there, right? Thank you, Nelly. I love you too. If you're talking to me, I don't know if you're talking to me. So you're supposed to realize these things, and then you're not supposed to unalive yourself. That'll happen naturally. You're just supposed to start ascension, start moving into the place of the spirit, right? I come from the dream time, the dusty red, so plain I am the ancient heart, I am the keeper of the flame. Um, so you're saying that you have a bunch of titles, right? When you start saying, I am the gatekeeper, I am the one, I am the chosen, that's ego. Titles, there is no titles, there's no hierarchy, nobody's in charge when you get to like out of here. So people always say that. I hear people saying, I was the third one made and I answer to no one. I'm like, no, you weren't. If you were, you wouldn't be talking like that. That's a third dimensional construct of, I hate titles. I tell people because I have to have them, but I hate titles, right? I don't like pieces of paper that are titles, but down here, you're nobody if you don't have one. People will look at you and go, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't have a piece of paper, right? It's the Holy Trinity, so that the Father, the Son, the Holy, saying you are from the, what is that, dream tea? The Holy Trinity is a lie. It was created by Constantine. The Trinity is supposed to be the mother, father, and the son or daughter. The Trinity, in nomine Patri, Filii, Spiritus Sancti, is a lie that they created to control people. Okay, Jesus is not God. Jesus never said he was God. He's also not the Son of God. He was the Son of Man. That was very important that he did not say he was the Son of God. You need to realize that. Okay, so the Trinity that they created is the wrong one, because they have a caste system that is a male-dominated, monotheistic, male-dominated religion that they've turned into a warlike religion. So Christianity today, since after Jesus left, by the year Jesus left in the year 27, 33 is what everyone's going to make it, I guess. So Jesus left in the year 33. Okay, 200 in the year 325, in the year 325, almost 300 years later, Constantine, an emperor of Rome, decided to have two councils of Nicaea. He wanted to make the Roman Empire Christian, so he made the Christian religion the empire's religion and turned them all to Christians. And he edited the book and took a bunch of books out of the book. Okay, he started the editing, and then 50 years later there was another council, and they took out even more books. Okay, and they rearranged the Christian religion and turned it into a war machine, and it has been since then. Okay, all Christian churches are being taught, and here's something that most people don't know. You're like, yes, the Roman Catholic, especially them, right? even the Christian religions that broke off from them, like Lutheranism and Pentecostalism and Baptist, the Baptist baptism. The Bible that they're using, that they're teaching out of, was originally all the way up to about 15 years ago or 10 years ago, was printed by the Roman Catholic Church. So every single Bible that everybody was using when they were like, we're not Catholic and those people are loony, the Bibles that they were teaching from were the Bibles that the Roman Catholic Church was printing. Okay. And I remember back in 2004 when I was told that by a nun. She said, if you don't believe me, go into any church, go to the Christian bookstore and pick up every Bible and look at who the printing press was and find out who owns that printing press. And you'll find out that every Bible that is being printed around the world, this was in 2004, was being printed by the Roman Catholic Church, which means that they have been in control of what people have read as the Bible for thousands of years. Since then, other companies have now started making the Bible. But at that time, no one had a Bible that wasn't printed by the Roman Catholic Church. So people who were sitting there going, I'm a Christian, but not those Roman Catholics, as those people don't know what they're talking about. They had a Bible that the Roman Catholics printed and handed to them. It's insane, but it's true. Okay. Religion recruits you. I'm not religious either, my friend. Religion recruits you. Spirituality waits for you to find it. That's why I'm here. Even though I have 4 religious titles and paperwork for them, I'm not actually trying to sell you a religion. I could go to work and be a Christian minister right now. I could be literally go to work in the Wiccan or the Druid religion because I have a priestly title in that religion as well. Right. But I'm not doing that. I don't want to go to a box and start preaching something that I know is being controlled by other people. Right. So I agree with you 100%. I'm not religious either. I was knighted by the Roman Catholic Church, but I am spiritual and I am teaching the truth. I am not teaching what they are wanting me to teach because that is the part that's been controlled by those people that are keeping everybody here. So I came here truly to fix that by teaching you something else, right? It's because spirituality finds you, religion recruits you. Penny's quoting my book. It's in my book. It's in this book. I say that right in here in this book, okay? Reality about reality, right? Returning to the Old Ways by me, Leonard O'Neill, okay? Religion recruits you. Spirituality waits for you to find it. There's a link in the bio, okay? What if you never find spirituality? It's okay, Italian. You don't have to. Honestly, you don't. What happens is, and you can hear anybody who's spiritual will tell you this, right? Anybody who knows this knowledge. What will we call this knowledge? The way, right? That's what Jesus called it, and they put him up on a cross for it, right? Lao Tzu's called it the way, and he's been gone for, 1,400 years, 1,500 years. Okay, so what do we call that? That's why I say spiritual, because there's nothing really that we can call it. Knowledge, then it gets into the gnosis, and people freak out. Okay, so if you have nothing to do with spirituality, it doesn't matter, because the way this place is designed that you're living in, even though you're veiled and you don't know what's going on, the way this place is designed is that at some point if you've lived for 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, even 50 lifetimes, which is not normal. Normally it's between 7 and 10. And you just refuse, I don't care, don't want to have anything to do with spirituality. Eventually this place will beat you down enough to where you will at some point go, there's got to be something other than this. Doesn't mean that you're going to go after spiritualism or religion. It just means that you're willing to at some point, because you will be. You'll get tired of being here and you'll be willing to open your mind to the possibility that you're more than just this body. Okay. But if you choose to stay in this form for all of eternity and say, I refuse to believe that there's anything but this, you can do that too. There's no laws, there's no rules, right? There's no rules. Are you talking about Harry Pothead? Were you talking about religion recruits you, spirituality waits for you to find it? Yeah, when I thought that in the book, I channeled that and from up there, and I thought, nobody said that. There has to be somebody that said that if that's what you're talking about. So I looked it up and no one ever said it. So I wrote it in my book and I published it. Now it's mine. I own it. Now it's mine. And if somebody uses it and they get paid for it, I can sue them and they'll have to pay me rights for it because it's mine. It's in the Library of Congress. It's copyrighted. And I've posted it all over the internet on every platform with my name as the quote. So now I own it. And so why not, right? The "Have a nice day" with a smiley face, some guy patented in the 1970s and died a billionaire, Self-improvement through mind and soul, right? There's an idea, right? Self-improvement through mind and soul. There's a title for a book that would be good. So the truth is, at some point, that's what Carl Jung was teaching. Carl Jung was not teaching spirituality. He was not teaching religion. He was kind of teaching that exactly. Another person who was Christian but wasn't teaching it was Joseph Campbell, who was also teaching you that, this knowledge that you get. He wrote a book called The Hero with a Thousand Faces, and he was a teacher at one of the colleges in America, and he was teaching at one of the Ivy League colleges, and he was teaching about mythology and history, and he was showing people how all of us go on this hero journey. It's just something that happens to us, and that we follow this hero journey of these heroes, of these savior characters like Jesus or Hercules or Achilles or Agamemnon, even though he was not a nice person. And we actually start ascending just because this place throws things at us that make us learn, that make us rise up and be better than we are. At some point, we have to stand up and stop being a victim, and we start moving towards this, towards that. Who knows what that is? It's a matter of each individual wanting to figure out whatever that is, right? So it doesn't really matter what it is that you will move towards. Eventually, you're going to move back towards the creator. You're going to ascend out of this place because you get tired of being here. So by hook or by crook, that's what we say in America, by hook or by crook, you're going to leave at some point. You're going to go, I'm tired of being here. What do I need to do to get out of here? Then you have two roads. You can either be evil or you can be good. And if you're evil, then all you have to do is be Adolf Hitler or Genghis Khan. Somebody that's really bad and just like does all the unalives, millions and billions, and tries to take over the world, and everybody has to stop you, and you'll go to the next level. And 95% evil, you'll get to the next level on the evil side. If you're on the good side, you only have to become 51% in service to others to graduate. Doesn't mean you have to be spiritual. Doesn't mean you have to be religious at all. You just have to be a nice person. Do you see? All repeat and cycle until you learn. Yes, it is. It's cycle and repeat. It seriously is, until you learn. And then once you learn, then you have the choice to move up. Doesn't mean you have to be spiritual. Doesn't mean you have to be religious at all. You just have to choose a side. Pick a lane and stay in it. Am I self-serving and then fuck everybody, right? And I'll do whatever I want and rape and pillage and do and harm people and steal and make you get really evil. You get to graduate 95% or above, or in service to others, not self-serving at all, in service to others, and then you only have to make 51%. So it's not really that hard, but it is, because this place is trying to distract you, and everybody in it is trying to distract you, right? Who will decide if you're nice or evil? You're the only person. There is no judgment. Judgment Day is a control mechanism that they tell you about in the religions. God will judge you. Someday St. Peter is going to be at the pearly gates with a big book, and that's just bullshit. You judge yourself. No one else does. God doesn't judge you. No one else judges you. You judge. You decide whether you're good or evil. Only you can decide that. And that's how it works. You are the one who decides what you are and who you are and how long it takes you to figure out where you want to go and to get there. No word of a lie. That's the truth that they don't want you to know about, because status quo, the way it is right here, is a great setup for them. They're on the good side and they're on the evil side, and they're all making money off of all of us. They don't want it to change. They don't want you to go, I don't need any one of those people. I don't even need politics. Nope, you don't need any of it. No one else is going to judge you, so be you. Do what you want to do. Yeah, a ton of evil is done with good intentions. More wars have been fought because of that. Have they been fought because the people are actually evil? And they're just getting the people to follow them and telling them that they're doing holy wars, right? Or is it just people doing things that they think is right and they're doing evil? That was the whole story. If you guys ever read The Lord of the Rings or saw the movie, that meeting before they left with the ring on the trek was about that, right? Boromir said, we can take this ring and use it for good. And the whole purpose of that was that you would want to use this ring for good, but it would consume you and it would turn you, you would end up doing evil with it. And that was the whole purpose of why they had to destroy that ring, right? So yeah, some evil, I kind of figured what you were saying. Some evil is done in good with good intentions. That's the truth, right? And but that doesn't make it right. And that was what the whole point was. So people who were a little bit weak-minded would say, "I want the ring." And Boromir eventually tried to take the ring, and then he realized it afterwards, and he was like, "Oh, I tried to take the ring. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have done that." And then he ended up sacrificing himself, for that cause. But before that, he actually tried to get it. So each person had to overcome that within them in that storyline in all those movies. Gandalf had to do it, Galadriel had to do it, Boromir had to do it. Everyone, every single person at some point hit that place where they could have taken the ring and tried to keep it, and then they didn't. And that was the entire purpose of all of that, was the test to not do that. Okay. And that's what we're going through, is that we're either become that or we don't. So we either, take up that ring and do those things, or we don't. And that was the whole dichotomy of the movie, was the same thing. Good is bad and bad is good. It's the same. This is connected. What do you think about what do you think on this theory? You can't have light without dark. You can't have good without bad. You can't have left without right. You can't have up without down. Okay, so the dichotomy here is this ecosystem. The ecosystem is the yin and the yang. The ecosystem is the war between your ego and your conscience, the masculine and feminine, the physical plane, bottom three chakras, and the spiritual plane, the upper three chakras. That's going on within all of us. We're supposed to find out where we fit in all of that and have organic experiences along the way. As above, so below. Absolutely. And it's a balance. Yeah. It has to balance. You have to balance that stuff. You have to balance the masculine and the feminine, those energies between light and darkness. Once you start to balance yourself and realize you don't have to be holier than thou, which is where they try to put you in the churches. They love that dichotomy. They love that way over here holier than thou and way over here evil. And you're right in the middle because they're making money off of both. Do you see? You're actually supposed to be in the middle. You're supposed to be right where you are. Right? But that doesn't mean that you do evil things and good things. That part, physically doing evil and good, is the part that you're supposed to overcome and become one of them. Become either in service to others or in service to self. You either help people and love people, or you hate them and you love yourself. But the balance is the balance between everything else. So you pick a lane and then balance your shit out and move through it. That's what you're supposed to do. Right? And left and right is a balance of good and bad. Yeah, absolutely. What do you think of the Freemasons? Everybody asks me that. The Freemasons, like any other organization, are controlled at the top and have an agenda, but Freemasons themselves is a good way of being, because they don't care what religion you are, and they're trying to teach you the same thing that the Knights are trying to teach you. Every organization. The problem is that evil people get control of things from the top, and then they have an agenda. So, what, I don't know what the top of the Freemasons are, what agenda they have, or what they're trying to do. But historically, they created the United States government. They created that self-ruling ideology of that republic that is still 250 years old this year, right? So, every single country in Europe that is now acting that way, including this one, came after that. When they say the experiment that was your progressives over in America will tell you that it's over and you lost and you need to get rid of that. That's what they're trying to do. That's why you heard Barack Obama and people like him saying the experiment that was America is over. It's not. It actually became the most successful basis that every other country based their theory on for self-rule. This country right here is still a part of the United Kingdom, and they're ruling themselves. They're not, even though they're still loyal to the king, the king isn't, coming over here and dictating everything that's going on. So the king now, in most countries, the kingship has become a figurehead, not an actual monarch, right? So the countries are now ruling themselves. So doing that, America started doing that, and then other countries said we can do better, and then they tried to create a government that was better, right? Can you explain the void? So many theories going around. What's Trump is in power to push their agenda. Well, Trump is related to all of them. I don't know if you like him or hate him. He's not trying to do their bidding, but he is related to them. But I'm related to them. Okay. My name is Leonard Edward O'Neill. My bloodline is traced back 900 years to the year 990, so longer than that, to the year 990. Okay. My DNA is part of that royal family. You can look that up. Okay. My middle name is Edward because it goes back to Edward, the Black Prince of Wales. Okay. That's a long time ago. I'm in that same bloodline, the same family bloodline related to all those people, but I'm not evil. Individuals choose that. Okay. So explaining the void. I'm not exactly sure what void you're talking about. Are you talking about the void when there was nothing before there was something? Let me know which void that you're speaking about, and I will. If I know about it, I'll talk to you about it. But if I don't, I'll tell you that. But I'm not sure what that's about. Okay. So the agenda, I mean, depending on what news agency you listen to all the time, will be your idea of what you think Trump is up to. Is he just the the right or left wing of the same bird? His family is, right. When Nikola Tesla, right, sorry, I got an itch in my ear. When Nikola Tesla, when he passed away, the government official that went to gather up all his stuff to take to the government was Donald Trump's uncle, right? So he was working for the deep state. That doesn't necessarily mean that, just like in the Vanderbilt family or the Rothschild family or any family that we think is traditionally evil and in control, not everybody in that family is going to be self-serving, right? So we don't know, right? Epstein file says has a lot about his agenda. That's a theory because the Epstein files haven't been released. People keep thinking that they have. There has been zero put out to the world, and everyone's like, "I've seen the files." That's stuff people are making up. So there isn't anything in Epstein's files that went out about Trump that's true because there is nothing but that's been gone out. Because if they would have had that, that would have been all over the news. If the Democrats would have had that when they were trying to defeat Donald Trump to be the president and they were losing, that information would have been all over every single channel on the face of the earth. The fact that it's not says that after that, when he got in power, that they are supposedly leaking it is a lie. Because if I had it and I was losing to him, I would be like, we need to put that out to the world right now. And that would have been the one thing that would have solidified the Democrats winning. But since that wasn't put out there and they tried everything else, tells you that it's not true, right? They have been released. It's in the news. I won't, being over here, I'm not sure if it's possible that why would Donald Trump now release stuff that's going to be bad about him? The Democrats don't have any control over it, right? So if that's all you're saying, well, they released all this stuff and it's all about Trump, I'll have to look it up because I don't know the answer to that because I am in Australia, but sometimes, yeah, of course they were. I've seen pictures of Epstein. Okay, in Epstein's house was a picture of what's his name, Bill Clinton in a dress. Okay, painting, famous. I've seen pictures, literally saw pictures of the prince who was with that girl that they said he did things to, who sued him about it, and the queen kicked him out of the family. In that same kitchen with the same photo taken right after or before that one, Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton hugging that same girl. Okay. So everybody's in on it, pointing fingers and saying Trump this and Trump that. Every single person in Hollywood, every single politician, every head of state in every country, they're all doing it. So nobody's going to come out about anybody and nothing's going to be done. You guys need to get rid of that idea that you think that somebody is going to go to jail because of something they did. They're all in charge, and the system is owned by them. So you're never going to see Barack Obama go to jail, Donald Trump go to jail. You're never going to see any of that. Okay? Because nobody's going to do that because they're all owned by those people. So the only way that's going to happen is if somebody goes way crazy, like what happened in World War I and World War II, and one of the cousins tries to unalive the other cousin. And that's when it goes crazy and when it goes into a world war, okay? Well, that's what happens to all of us, King. We all get like that. We all get, thank you for that, right? So, Flash, you said you saw that picture, right? Are you talking about the one with Clinton is dressed? Yeah, that one's all been on the air, right? That's funny. But that's kind of what happened to all of us. When everybody was not veiled, because there was a time when that happened, okay? When everyone was not veiled and all of you and everybody remembered who they were, everybody got lazy, okay? So before the time of veiling, no one was veiled, and we were all down here doing this, okay? And so because of that, we got bored, okay? We got bored because we've done everything. We know we've done everything. And what else is there to do? So we were all bored with power. We could do whatever we wanted. We already did it all, and we were just sitting around bored. So then the creator came up with the veiling. You know what? We need to have people still do things because there's still other possibilities and other variations. Okay, and we need them to actually be moving forward, not being so slow. So we got the veiling. Okay, and then well, that's what they're trying to do here. They're trying to reset everybody now because there's too many people like me telling you this stuff. I'm going to take a drink of my water, but if I show it on camera, last time I got a warning from TikTok because they thought it was alcohol, even though it's vitamin water. So I'm going to take a drink slightly off camera so I don't end up getting in trouble with TikTok. All right, hang on a second here. Oh, I almost pulled it back on camera. Okay, so literally that's what they want. You hear that, where they're talking about the Great Reset. They want to do that. They're desperate. They want a third world war, right? Yeah, I know, right? It's funny. I literally last night I just grabbed that and it's yellow in color, the water, because they have vitamins in it, vitamin water, right? So it looks like like a Gatorade. It's the same color as a Gatorade. It's the same thing, only it's not made by Gatorade, right? We put tabs in the water and it creates it. It's just like Gatorade, electrolytes and vitamins over here in Australia. So you throw it in the water. So I'm drinking it, and it was a boom, and all of a sudden, warning, and they wouldn't allow people come into my show, and there was a warning that said I was drinking alcohol on the screen that you guys had to see on the phone. That stayed up there for 10 minutes as long as I kept it out of sight, right? So that's insane. Anyways, I have to look off camera. My coffee is also hidden because it's inside of this, right? Okay, so literally what they want to do, okay, and that's what I wrote about. That's why I called them the controllers. They want to reset even now. They're desperate. Think about everything that they're doing. I don't know what country you're in, but if you're in a European style country, they're trying to tell you that some other race is coming for you and some other religion is coming for you. Be afraid of those people because they're foreigners. Get ready. You have to defeat them, and we need to hold our country because they're taking it from us. And they're setting everything up, right? They're setting everything up. They want you to do that. In America, they were saying there was a race war going on, trying to get African Americans going after white people and white people going after African Americans. Then they're trying to get the red and blue, the Democrats and the Republicans, yelling at each other and yelling past each other in a civil war. Anything they could do to create civil unrest constantly. Because why? You're not paying attention to what they're doing when you're doing that, when they're all doing that. Yeah, us Mexicans. Yeah, and the same thing with the Mexicans, right? They're saying the Mexicans are, the white people hate the Mexicans and the Mexicans hate the white people. And now you have to unalive each other, go to war. They do that all the time. Why? Because they need that. They have to have it. Because if they don't, then you realize that nothing's going on, right? Every year, and I tell people this, if you don't believe me and you're in a European style country, that means you celebrate Christmas, okay? So in your country, it doesn't matter where you are. It happens even here in Australia, even though our Christmas is the middle of summer, okay? Christmas time, all of a sudden, in that time period, in late October, everything is just all of a sudden cool, man. And everybody gets along and everybody's just going through Thanksgiving in America, going all the way into the holidays, going through Christmas all the way to New Year's, and nothing's going on. And people are like, I love the holidays. Why can't it be like this all year round, man? This is really cool. I don't know why it's not like this all year round. I do. And you can too. And when we get back over to October, watch what happens. Okay? Here's how it happens. Your politicians go on vacation for the holidays. So they're not being televised. They're not standing in front of cameras yelling and screaming about that guy is evil and that one's the dictator and that one's the devil. They're not telling you, go out there and yell at them, do this. They're not telling you there's a civil unrest and they hate you because of your color. That's who's driving all of that fear. and they go on for the holidays. They go home, and guess where they're at? They're hanging out with the other side, and their kids are marrying each other, and they're talking about what they're going to divvy up when they get back in January. And we don't know about that because we're too busy doing the same thing and talking to our family. But the news gets quiet. No war in the world, no strife, no protests. Everything goes away because the people who are orchestrating it are on vacation. Watch. Watch when we get there this year. Okay? Then in January, they all go back to work and it ramps up. And all the news agency puts cameras on them and they're out there going, look out, it's the bad guy and he's got you and he's this and that. Unless it's an election year, then it runs up into November, doesn't it, in America? It's an election year. It runs up through into November and then the voting and then everything goes back to normal when they go on vacation. Okay? The whole crisis in the Middle East, it's what's tipping the scale. The whole crisis in the Middle East is a lie. It's tipping the scale. They're trying to get a holy war going in the Middle East right now. All they can do is do that. Your progressives around the world are telling you that the evil empire that is the Jew people, are the ones that are doing it all, and they control everything from the background, and they always have, and they need to be taken out. You know why? Because they know that there's a prophecy that the Third World War starts when the Israel falls. Because I know it, because I've read it, because I know about it. I've known about it since I was 16 years of age. So they're desperate to have a holy war start in the Middle East to have Israel fall. Have to have it. Have to have it. Because that's the only way that they know they can unalive at least 25% of the population of this earth in a 5-year time period. Because that's the prophecy that they're trying to push on you without you knowing it. Okay? They want to use it to tip the scale so that they can get it going, so they can get everybody ramped up, and they can send all your children to go unalive each other and lower the population. And then they'll gain more control. And guess what? The biggest industry on the face of the earth is war. Because think about this. Everybody needs weapons. Everybody needs clothing. Everybody needs food. Everybody needs weapons, tanks, ships, all of that stuff. And then guess what? A whole bunch of people get injured. Doctors, hospitals, medicine, all of that stuff, prosthetics, all of that stuff. Then medication when you get back to manage the pain and deal with the mental problems and all of this. It creates legacy wealth. A world war creates legacy wealth for decades. Pay attention. Pay attention. Okay? And that too, Harry Pothead, and that too, harvesting our energy. They're actually looking at us and focusing our energy, right? What's your thoughts on the Anunnaki theory? I can tell you truly, let me take my glasses off so you understand what I'm saying to you. The word Anunnaki, as you think it, is a lie. Okay, Zecharia Sitchin in 1948. The entire word Anunnaki is based on Giorgio Tsoukalos' interpretation of Zecharia Sitchin's interpretation of the cuneiform tablets. Okay, Zecharia Sitchin translated that wrongly and said the word was Anu-ki. He took the word Ana and didn't translate it. He said that when he was trying to teach himself the cuneiform, he actually said, well, here's the word Anu. Mesopotamia is here. Arcadia has got a border on Mesopotamia. At the time, the Arcadians were Greek. They had a god called Anu. So this scroll must be referring to the god Anu. He didn't even worry about the word Na, didn't translate it at all, like it was a silent word. Went to the word ki and said, this word I think means comes. So then he wrote 6 books making up a story saying the god Anu came down to earth and they were mining gold. And there's nowhere in any of those cuneiform tablets that says that. Nothing. That was completely made up. The only part of that he got any of that from was not from that story at all, and it has to do with the story of Gilgamesh and that, and then on to the story of the archons and the Ajiji, which is not from that cuneiform tablet. Okay. And those people, Archon means angel, archangel, Ajiji means angel. Those people weren't even physical beings. Okay. So he got that wrong and he wrote like 6 books and got rich off of it. Come to 2012, and Giorgio Tsoukalos, working for History Channel owned by Disney, they were trying to drum up business. And so he said, the God I knew came down, and that proves that aliens were here in the past, came here in a spaceship. Okay. And because Zachariah Sitchin said, the actual scholars who translated that actual language will tell you that that translation of that word that you think is a species, because in 2015, Zachariah Sitchin's translation that was the God Anu that came down from heaven, Giorgio Tsoukalos said in 2012, in 2015, he filmed another version of talking about that and said, those from the heavens came. Now he told everybody that that translation, Anunnaki, means those from the heavens came. So then now it's a species of people. How can a species of people, hi, where have you come from? I am those from the heavens came. Because then now that is what the species is being called. All of that is wrong and it was a lie. It's all wrong. You can look that up. The people who actually translated the scrolls translated that word to Anuna, key, another separate word. Okay? And those words mean the new ones. Because the story of Adapa, which is where that comes from, now the gold, let's start with the gold and we'll go back to Adapa. The gold, where he says they came here to mine gold for their atmosphere, that was a sci-fi book he was making up. Because in those tablets, in that cuneiform, it never once mentions the word gold except one time. And in that was when they were referring to people in their time that went to pay homage to the gods, not to Anu, not to the Anunnaki. That word wasn't used when they were talking and referring to the gods, by the way. When they would go in the temple and leave offerings for the gods, and sometimes people would leave gold. That's it. Never, they came here for gold. They needed it mined. The humans mined it. The humans were created. None of that. Okay. So real archaeologists and anthropologists know this. Okay. And it's not just me saying this. There's a guy named Matt LaCroix, and there's a link on my Facebook page to him where you can look him up. Okay. He just wrote a book. He's one of the most famous people on the earth right now because he discovered part of that ancient society, the oldest city in the history of humans, more than 77,000 years old, and he's excavating it today. And he wrote a book about it, and he's gone and he's doing videos about it, and he's got a documentary that he's filming about it. And you will hear him talking like me, and he will tell you that entire thing. And he's did it on interviews. He's given 3 interviews on 3 podcasts. If you go and find his name or look it up on my page on Facebook, and there's a link to his name, he has a link to his YouTube channel, Matthew LaCroix. You can go there and see the videos. He was on 3 different guys' shows, and I can't remember the names. First guy was Danny something. The second guy was also Matthew, and he looks like an albino. He's got white hair and very pale skin. The third guy, I don't know his name, and I haven't watched that video yet, but there's a 2-hour interview. In those interviews, he tells you the same thing I just told you. Okay. So Anunnaki doesn't exist, not a race of beings at all, didn't come here, didn't create the human race. That was completely made up from a couple of different scrolls with little parts from different scrolls that weren't even talking about that. That's the true story. You can look that up. So his name is Matt LaCroix. Hold on, and I'm gonna let me look it up on this phone right here, and because then I'll post it. I'll post it from my Facebook page on with my Leonard O'Neill in here. Okay, so it'll be a link to. Let me find him here. Oh, look at that! He just came up on my phone when I opened my phone. Isn't that funny? You talk about something and it happens, right? All right, let me see here how to share this. Let me share the profile and copy the link. Now we'll see if they'll let me put the link in TikTok. So I'm going to try and put the link in TikTok and see if I can put it in there for you guys. Okay. I don't know if you'll be able to use the link. I don't think they're going to even let me. Here we go. Paste. let's see, did it come up? There's the link in let's see if it comes up in TikTok on here. I don't even see it now popping up. And so I'll type his name because I don't see it popping up in the chat. Weirdly, right? Probably won't let. And it's Matt, M-A-T-T. Okay, let me type it in here. His name is LaCroix, so it's capital L-A. I don't see it in there. That's weird that it didn't come up. Probably because it's a link, so they won't let me do that, right? So capital C R O, let's see, C-R-O-I-I-X. Let's see if that, okay, there's his name, okay? They wouldn't let me put the link in and put it in the chat for you guys to see. I can't see it anyways in my chat, right? So his name's Matt LaCroix. I didn't capitalize his first name. You can look him up on YouTube, Google him. He's the most famous archaeologist and anthropologist in the world right now. You're welcome. And he actually, if you look up his podcast, I didn't watch the latest one yet, where he was on somebody's podcast. They were interviewing him. If you look up the first two, he talks about that in both of those, and he talks about the translation from Zecharia Sitchin. The guy, Danny, mentions Anunnaki and Zecharia Sitchin. He says, you need to be very careful with that because Sitchin made a disaster out of that, and there's people in the History Channel that are now making money off of it, and it's just not true. He tells you that. And he actually tells you who the actual two best scholars are who translated those cuneiform tablets. He names them. So you can look that up and find out what's actually said. Okay. That's, me being a nerd, that was important to me because I am a theologian, and I have been telling people for years that was translated wrong. The earth is not flat, my friend. The flat earth theory came out of the ancient stories, in all the religions. Okay. If you look at the frost giant story in the Viking religion, if you look at the origin story of Japan by the Japanese, if you look at, let's see, who else? Almost every other religion, before they started talking about let there be light, okay? There was a Mesopotamian, that same scroll, by the way, the story of Marduk, okay? They tell you in the story, these are tens of thousands of years old stories about how we became here, and it's actually an allegory. It's actually not to be taken 100% accurate, but it kind of is. Let me explain. The story goes, there's a version of this. First, there was nothing. Then there was the ether. There was just something. And then there was a giant. Okay, here's the Japanese story. The god of the universe created the waters and then put the dirt floating on the water. They believed that the islands of Japan were floating, that they weren't attached to the earth. That was their knowledge back then, was that they were floating on water. Okay. Put the dirt there, and the dirt was floating on the waters. And then there was a big giant, and the giant was helping put the dirt on the waters. Then the giant climbed up onto the dirt and went to sleep. So while the giant was asleep, people somehow came out of nowhere, needed to live there, and the giant was in the way. So they decided to unalive the giant, and then they took the giant's skull, okay, and the skull of the giant is the dome of the sky, and the teeth of the giant are the mountains, and the bones of the giant are the land, and the blood from the giant is the waters that we drink. Okay, that story goes back tens of thousands of years in every religion. The Viking story of the frost giants is the same. Okay, that story is in almost every religion before they started talking about the Big Bang Theory, and we'll get to that one in a minute. Okay, we'll start talking about let there be light. Okay, so this whole entire endeavor about that is where you get the dome of the sky. Come forward in time, they stopped talking about the idea that we're living inside the skull of a giant, because that just didn't make sense to people who started waking up. Okay, so that kind of just gets dropped, but it's still in the storyline, but they don't tell you about it. It's in the Hebrew Bible, it's in the many of the Mesopotamian Bible, the Japanese story of the creation, the Romans, and like a lot of these, including the Vikings. Unalived a giant. The giant's not unalived, but sleeping, by the way. Same story for the story of the Enuma Elish. Okay, same thing, right? So the dome of the sky and just being the skull of a giant became what the earth was. Okay, so that's where the flat earth story came from. Then people just dropped off that we were inside the skull of a giant and just talked about the dome of the sky. So there had to be a firmament around because we're inside the skull of a giant. That was a metaphor to teach children that this is all actually happening in the mind of the creator. But because there was a time when people lost the knowledge of what happened and the knowledge that they had from 77,000 years ago, they didn't understand that, and it just is still sitting there and nobody knows that story, and it comes down to now, and the powers that should not be aren't letting you look at spirituality anyways, so they don't want you to think that you're living inside the head of a giant, because you might actually think, wait, what if we're in the mind of God? Because that's what the story was starting to tell you. Okay, so then because of that, everybody thought the earth was flat because nobody had the power of flight. Okay, so everybody could only see what they could see. And if they climbed up on a mountain, they could only see what they could see. So they said there was nothing out there in the water and it's flat and you'll fall off the edge. Okay, and they told people you can't sail out there because you'll fall off the edge. In the time of Ragnar, in the History Channel's, Vikings, the king was telling them there's nothing out there. You're going to fall off the edge. They just dropped that little part out of the script. Okay, in real life, he was saying you're going to fall over the edge. I'm not going to build ships and pay for you guys to sail out there so you can fall over the edge of the earth. It cost me too much money and you guys are too valuable. That's how the conversation really went. Okay, and then they went and did it anyways, and they didn't fall off the edge of the world. Well, then the world's bigger than that, and that just kind of evolved into the world's bigger than that, and they just kept looking for the edge of the world, and no one ever found it. So they knew the earth wasn't flat, but they kept saying that it was, because they were taught for thousands of years that we're inside a dome. Okay, and that's where that came from. Why have we lost the knowledge, and how? We lost the knowledge because evil people aren't letting you know it. They took it out. They edited it. They edited everything. They burned the Library of Alexandria and burned all the documents. Julius Caesar did that. That's how far back that is. They tried to eradicate and burn all records from this earth, all of history. And they continued doing that all the way up to until the Renaissance. And the only reason that we have history here right now is because some people in some spiritual practices, monks, like in Ireland and Scotland, went and found scrolls and grabbed them wherever they found them from and started recopying them and writing them down. And then they started repopulating the world. There's a book out there that says how Ireland saved the world. This is true. It's not something some guy made up. You can look in history. All of the stuff that we have in history, thank you for that. All of the stuff that we have in history right now that exists that wasn't found after, right? That wasn't found after that, because we found like the Dead Sea Scrolls and we found other scrolls now that were hidden in places that people still kept them. But before 1948, everything that we have that is history only exists on this planet because somebody stole it, kept it, protected it, and hid it, and rewrote it, and kept copying new copies of it, and then sent them out to the world. That happened in real life. You can look that up. Okay, so evil people who think they own this place went around and said we need to eliminate anything that doesn't say what we want them to know. True story. You can look that up. Okay, so that's how we lost all of that. It wasn't because we fell. They're telling you that we were in heaven and we made God mad and God shoved us down here on earth. We fell because evil people burned everything and unalived anyone who had knowledge to eradicate history so that no one knew anything, so that you would only do what they told you to do. And that's what you've been doing for thousands of years. True story. You can look it up. I'm not making any of that up. Crazy. Okay, that's why you guys are stuck here, because they took away all the knowledge of what's happening to you, where you came from, what your true history is, how long humans have been on this earth, and all of that. And then they just started letting you make up whatever story you wanted to make up. So then you're like, these aliens came from outer space and they created us. And they're like, good idea. Yeah, because then we can say we're related to them. And that's what they're doing. They're already saying they're related to Thor. Now I hear, I don't know if it's true because I haven't looked it up. My soaking wet cat wants in. It's raining outside. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to let the cat in and I'll finish that thought. Okay. So hold on. I'll be right back. So I was just told not too long ago, a day or two ago, that the monarchs in England and the such are now starting to say that they're related to Jesus because there's some people doing DNA testing out there now, right? So yeah, Ancestry, I don't know if they're, because I did it, I spit in a cup and set my stuff to ancestry.com back in 2016. And since then they've sold because it used to be owned by the Mormon church. Just like 23andMe, they used to be owned by the Mormon church. And they sold it to, like, who was it, Bill Gates or Google or somebody, right? I'm not sure, Microsoft or somebody like that has it now. So I don't know 100%, what their agenda is now. So I can't really answer that, right? Why are there different languages on the earth? If you listen to the Bible, it's because God got mad at us and gave us tongue. That's just not what happens, okay? What happens is when people move away from one another, just like cell division, when people move away from one another, people start making up their own dialect. Here's an example. I'm speaking to you with an American dialect because I was born in the United States. My wife, who's not here, I'd have her come up and talk to you. She was born here in Australia. She speaks English, so do I. Her version of English is different than mine, and she uses different words and she says things differently. Okay. Some friends of mine are over in Ireland and they speak with the English, but they speak it with a different accent than I do. They're right there next to England. They speak it different than the English do. Okay. So it's different variations. And then you have influences. The language that I'm speaking to you right now is a combination of Middle Norwegian. The alphabet that we use is actually the Viking alphabet, just changed slightly, made softer instead of pointy. I'm actually fluent in Elder Futhark, by the way. It's so our words are a combination of Norwegian, Middle Norwegian, the Viking language, okay, mixed with Latin, okay, because Latin is the base root language for Italian, Castilian Spanish, and Portuguese, okay, and French. All right, so those languages evolved from Latin. Okay, so the Romans spoke Latin, and then they eventually, that language started to die out because people started talking in different variations. And the longer they do that by themselves, the more that language becomes their own. Here's an example. Then you have Greek, and I'll give you the example because of Greek. Then you have the Greek people when they conquered the world. Okay, you have all those countries that are up there, Russian and Czech, and all those countries that use the eidetic alphabet. They have a Viking language that is influenced by Greek. Okay, so here's an example of that. And I say this all the time because my name is Leonard and it's spelled Leonard. Okay, that word, those two words, there's two words in there. The word Leo and the word Nord. The word Nord is a Middle German word, which is a part Viking, part Italian or a Latin word that means heart. Leo is the first part of that word. Leo is a Greek word that means lion. Okay, they invented the word and called them a lion, a Leo. Okay, so where did we get the word lion from? Okay, I now know that I speak 28 languages. I want you to know that. I'm not saying this from some guy who just thinks this. I'm a linguist. I don't get paid for it, but I speak 28 languages. You can ask my wife, Penny, if she's still here, she'll tell you that. Okay, so Leo was the Greek word for lion. That's why we have the constellation of Leo. Okay, the French word for lion, for Leo, is lion, but it's not pronounced lion. It's spelled Lion, but it's pronounced Lyon. Lyon. Okay, the French word Lyon. But when you look at the spelling, it's Lion. So you take the French word Lyon for Leo, the Greek word, okay? And then when you say it in English and you say it wrong and you change where you put the accent, instead of saying Lyon, it becomes Lyon, right? Like New Orleans, only that's spelled different. But if you have the accent that's similar to that, when you say Lyon, it becomes very similar to lion. And then instead of saying li, short I, choppy sound, Lyon, and all of a sudden you say I, instead it becomes lion, lion. Do you see? So the English, it evolved into English lion. But the word comes from the French word lion, spelled lion, and that is how they say with a nasal sound, Leo, Lyon, Leo. And I know this because it's my name. My name means lion heart. If I were Greek, my name would be Leonidas. If I were Latin descent, French or Spanish, it would be Leonardo, like Leonardo DiCaprio or Leonardo da Vinci. That means Lionheart. That I know because it's my name. Okay. So as time goes on in any country, the United States, West Coast, East Coast, North, South of the United States alone, different accents. Each state has their own accent. So America's been 250 years away from England, and the American accent's completely different than the English one. In England, they have north, south, east, and west. In the English country, they have north, south, east, and west dialects. Ireland, north, south, east, west dialects. So the dialects change, and we start making up words. We say things different. Here's an example. Over here, we have McDonald's in the United States, right? They're all over the world. But in the United States, we say Mickey D's. McDonald's, Mickey D's. Over here in Australia, McDonald's is Macca's. Mickey D's, Macca's. Same corporation, McDonald's, said differently, right? What about Asians? Same thing. The Asian languages are the same, unless you're asking about their DNA. But the same thing with the Japanese and the Chinese. If you look at Korean and you look at Japanese and you look at Chinese, the Koreans, even though the Chinese say they own them, Korea speaks more of a Japanese dialect than they do a Chinese dialect. I'm also learning Chinese and Japanese, by the way. Okay. And they're both really pretty languages, but it depends on where you're at. And even the people that are from there laugh about how the dialects change. Why, if you're Korean or Okinawan or Chinese or Japanese, and how the language is a little bit different. People did not first communicate through thought, or is that a question? Did people first communicate through thought? Humans, no. We communicated always through a language. Even Neanderthals. We humans have a sign language that you guys use and don't even know. I'm using it as I'm talking to you. We have a sign language that you can communicate with another person even if you don't speak their language. When I was 17 years old, I was working in a restaurant. I was a busboy at a restaurant and a dishwasher. Okay, at a cafe, a place called the Village Cafe. And the guy who was the dishwasher was a Mexican man, I think from Mexico, and he didn't speak any English at all. Okay, and at the time I was not very fluent in Spanish then, but I had taken a year or two of Spanish in school, literally like a year before that. So I had an idea of Spanish, but not much, right? So they put me working with him, and they thought it was funny because this white kid and the Spanish guy, let's put him over there. Yeah, that's the guy you get to work with, pal. And he never spoke to anybody. And I walked up and I started talking to him in the broken Spanglish that I understood, and he understood a lot of it. But we also used common sign language that humans used. And I was smart enough to see that, and he was smart enough to see that. So we actually had full conversations with one another. And whenever we would have a boundary with our vocals, with our words, we would use sign language to describe what we were talking about. And we had full conversations, and everyone's like, wait, you understand what, I think his name was Paco or Hector or something. Do you understand what he's saying? And I'm like, yeah, you guys don't? He actually is smart. He's a very intelligent man. And so he and I got along great, and we would talk to one another, and no one understood what we were saying because we were using like Spanglish, right? So it was, part English, part Spanish, talking, and then sign language. So that's crazy. Peter, welcome, my brother. Okay, so we have that ability, sir, to get back on point. We have that ability, and we don't realize that we have the ability to communicate without words. We do it all the time. Men have their own language that is multicultural, goes across all cultures. Women also have their own language that does the same. The only difference is, like, if I'm an American, I may not know some of the customs that a Japanese man would know about, and he wouldn't know about them. So our customs, our little semantical things, can cause problems. But men, on a basic level, we can look at each other and have a conversation without saying anything. Okay. Women can do the same thing. So is that some of that telepathy, or is it all just physical cues? No one really knows for sure. I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's a lot of both. Okay. I think it's a lot of both. But even if you're not tapped into somebody on a mental level, you can do that. There was a time when I was living in America, and my girlfriend and we were into like baseball cards and all that, and we went into a card shop, and it was someone that she knew, a card shop that she knew the owner of, and we walked in, and it was really slow. There was nobody in there except for us, and we were looking around and stuff. And all of a sudden, these guys come in, and they walk in, and there's three of them. Two of them walk in, and one stays at the door with the door open, and he's looking out the door. So I'm watching him. That's already a setup. If you ever lived in the United States at all, you know what I'm talking about. So I'm sitting there watching them, and the guy's at the door, and I see him communicating with looks to somebody outside. That means there's a car running. He's the lookout, and these two guys are going to do something, to grab and, snatch and grab, or rob the guy, or both, right? So I see this. My girlfriend at the time doesn't understand what's happening. I see this, and I'm going, crap, there's two of them, right? The owner keeps trying to get back towards where his register is. So he either has a weapon or a panic button, and I don't know which, or he's just trying to protect the register. So I'm watching him, and I'm now trying to herd these two guys without them knowing that I'm doing this. While I was doing that for about 5 minutes, it sounds like a movie. I swear to God, this happened in real life. While that was happening, I look over at the door because this guy comes in. It's this really tall, 6'5" guy with red hair, wearing a suit and a tie, and he comes in with his wife and his son. I recognize the man because he used to work with my father, and he's an undercover agent who actually was an undercover security guard guy that ran all of the security for a hospital. And I knew that because my father was a friend of his. I hadn't seen him for years, but I knew that. Okay, so I saw him, and while all this was happening, I walked over and I looked at him, and I called him Red, right? Because that's who I knew him when I was younger. I said, "Hey, Red." I said, "How you doing? I don't know. Wow, it's been a long time. I was probably a kid last time you saw me. You worked with my dad at the hospital." And he looked at me and he went, "Oh, wow, wait, yeah, I remember you. You were little." And I'm like, "Wow, that's kind of cool." And then when I was looking at him, while I was talking to him, I looked at him and I went like this. I just literally looked at him while I was talking, went like this, looked at the guy at the door, looked back at him, looked at the guy over by the counter, looked back at him, looked at his wife and kid, looked back at him, looked back at the guy at the door, and looked back at him without turning my head. He looked at me, he turned and looked at the guy at the door, looked back at me, raised an eyebrow, and I went like this, nodded. He looked at the guy over at the other one and then motioned, "There's a third guy," and I went like this. I looked back at his kid and his wife. Meanwhile, we're having regular conversation. "Wow, it's been a while since I saw you. How's your dad?" He's passed on. He's just passed on, or he just passed on a couple years ago. "Oh, that's pretty sad." The whole time we're having conversation with our eyes while we're talking. And then he looks at his wife. He says, "Hey, babe, do me a favor. Take him and go back to the car." And the kid goes, "Wait, what? No, I want to see it." He goes, "Go back to the car." He looks at his wife. "Go back to the car and wait for me. I'll just be a couple seconds. I have to talk to this gentleman. All right. And I'll be there in a minute." And his wife saw his, and he grabbed the kid and they left. And he turns and he looks back at me and he gives me the look like I'm in. I walk over and I start herding that guy, and he goes to the other one, and we're getting in their space and getting in their way and staying next to them and looking at things and acting like we don't know what's going on and moving and bumping into them. "Oh, sorry, bro." And we kept squishing them in so that we were together, one of us covering each guy. And then the guy would look at the guy at the door, and the guy at the door is going, "Come on," right? And he's looking outside and he's doing this and he's looking back. After we did that for about 5 minutes, they decided to leave. Okay. They walk out, they take off. I look at Red. He looks at me. The owner goes, "Thank God! I'm so glad you guys stayed. You know those guys were going to rob me." And I said, "Yeah, that's what I thought." And he goes, and he knew my girlfriend, and she goes, "Wait, what? What's going on?" She had no idea any of this happened. But all of us men were able to communicate with each other and coordinate each other and actually take care of the situation without any kind of problem. And all of us knew what we were doing. And he was like, "Thank you for staying." And he's like, "Wow, you guys are just on it." And I said, "I know him. He's a security guy." I said, "You better go and get your wife and your kid because they're going to want to come in." He goes, "Yeah, I'll be right back. Hold on." So he runs out and gets his wife and kid. And then he says, "Come on, I'll tell you what's going on." And then he told his wife, and she goes, "I knew something was going on because you guys were looking at each other while you were talking. And then you were looking at me. It was funny. But truly, okay, my girlfriend didn't notice it. She was just looking at stuff and I didn't alert her. I was just business. I knew this guy, I knew that I could work with him, knew what he was, knew who he was able to do that. And we just maneuvered them and they got scared and left. Okay. So communication before language or during, I don't know how much of what we were doing was telepathic or just looks. You know what I mean? But people learn that stuff and we don't realize that we have that ability because we're constantly around each other. People talk with their hands, man. We all do it, right? But we also talk with our facial expressions, our tone of our voice, right? What timeline was that, right? that was when I was younger. You're talking about what we were doing there. That was younger in this. It was this. Well, it wasn't the timeline we're currently in, but it was one like this, right? But it was this life. It was this life. That's funny. What timeline was that in, man? Oh, thank you. I didn't even notice that some of you guys gave me some of those hearts. Oh, I think I did, and it's been a while, right? So smash those hearts. Speaking of that, smash those hearts, champion, so we can get some more people in here. I stopped doing that while I was talking. Let's smash some more hearts, get some more hearts in here, so that we can get some more people in here. Okay. So, yeah, not this time, not this lifetime, though, right? No, that's funny. So literally, you have to realize that we do have a form of telepathy that we communicate with each other. We're just so used to each other as humans, and we're not really apart from each other that we don't realize that we have a form of telepathy or empathy that we communicate with each other all the time. And we have this because of our sacral chakra. We're in tune with nature. When you're in tune with nature, you can communicate with nature as well. So I don't know if we developed a vocal language before we developed physical and mental language, right? I wasn't there when humans designed that or did that. I was in a different place, in a different body than this human one, because only 24% of the universe is human, right? So when the human genome, I could probably look and find out which came first. I would assume that it all came instantly because people would start grunting if they didn't have vocal cords, and we still would have the same kind of physical, and we would learn what grunt meant something. It would become a language to us. If you look at the Neanderthals, for instance, or, say the Sasquatch, Bigfoot, whatever you want to call that, if you look at them, they don't have the same vocal cords. But if they're a society and they're actually having families, animals are doing the same thing. They communicate in a certain way. Is it through telepathy? Is it through movement? Is it through sound? They all communicate on some level that might transcend physicality, right? My wings have been sore for the past 2 days. Right. Ask your spiritual questions, please. Thank you, Penny, for saying that. Tap those hearts, champions. Let's get some more people in here, okay? And tap those hearts and share this out so we can get some more people in here. Okay, so let's get back to the basics of spirituality. So why all of this is happening? Because negative people like being in control. I'm gonna take a drink of my coffee. TikTok, no alcohol coffee with milk in it. So people who are self-serving a long, long time ago, like 12,000 years ago, my friends, learned that if they don't let you know what's going on and discourage you from looking for it, they can keep you here longer. And this is the fall that you guys know about in the religions. And if they get the women, if they shut the women up and remove them from your religion and keep you very warlike, you will unalive each other faster. So your life expectancy will be shorter, in which case you won't wake up. They can control how long you stay alive. Then they can control whether or not you wake up. And if you're born awake, they immediately unalive you when they discover that. That's what they've been doing for 10,000 years. So if you're living in the flesh and you're self-serving, they love you and they reward you for it. If you're just trying to survive and you're in service to others, but you're not awake, they'll also reward you for that. But if they make sure that you, like, say, commit ritual Harry because their religion, or like the Viking religion where they tell you that you have to, be unalived in combat to go to heaven, you're more prone to violence. Okay. So they change your spiritual practice to aggression and war, convert your religious belief into violence, and then send you after other people because God wills it. Okay. King David, first thing he did as a little boy was use a sling and hit Goliath in the skull and unalived him by cracking his skull. And then he, stabbed him or took his head off, I think, and he held it up. He became king, and the first thing he did was said God told him to go and unalive all those people, and then God told him to go and unalive those people, and then God told him to go and unalive those people, and they just started collecting everybody's everything. And he made a big kingdom for himself because God told him to do it. How much of that was his ego? We'll never know the answer to that. You won't know it until you go back to the creator of the universe and go, did you tell David to do that? Absolutely not. The creator doesn't tell you to do that. You have free will. You can do whatever you want. So I will tell you truly, David was not sent by God to unalive people because God doesn't do that. Okay. What about the fairies? The fairies are real. They're outside of this. You can't see them because you're still in 3D. So you can't see them. They're like right here next to you, but you can't see them because they're outside of your visual range because your vibration has you in third dimension and their vibration is not in third dimension. Same thing with dragons and all of the things that people talked about in fable times when we were vibrating at a higher level. So there was a woman, Sylvia Browne, who was very famous in the 1980s, a psychic. She was very famous, and she wrote in her book, thank you very much, Melissa, for that. I love you for doing that. Thank you very much. Keep smashing those hearts, and keep sending me that. I love you for that. Thank you for that. So Sylvia Browne, who was a very, very famous psychic, one of the most famous psychics in the 1970s and 80s, she wrote a book and she talked about this, and she was on a talk show all the time, and I'm trying to remember the name of the talk show that she was on. She was on a talk show all the time, talking about stuff that's going to happen in the future and reading people and things like that. And she actually said, going forward in time, thinking that now we would have been further along than we are, she said, in the year 2020, it's going to be just as likely that you see a dragon flying in the air as a 747. Because she believed that we would arrive at that place by that time. We're behind that schedule, right, by about 15 years, right? But we're getting there. So as we move into 4D, you're going to see some changes that you're going to claim. If you're awake, you're going to say to people, do you know there was a time when there was no dragons flying around? And they're going to go, that's a Mandela effect, bro. Some of you people remember that. That's just not true. We've always had dragons flying around. There's always been fairies flying around. You guys are just tripping. Some of you people believe that there was a time without that. It'll be a Mandela effect in about 20 years or less. Okay. So they're there. They always have been. Right. I know a guy, I haven't talked to him in years, but when I was in my early 20s, he had a shop that he sold all the stuff. You go in there and the figurines and stuff, trinkets and incense and crystals and all the stuff that Brooke and I sell. He had a shop, and it was called A Fairy Tale. And when I met him, he told me the story, and he wrote a book called A Fairy Tale. One day he got out of the shower and he could see fairies, and he thought he'd gone insane. So he was afraid of them, and he didn't want anything to do with it, and he was ignoring them, going, oh my God, I've lost my mind. I don't know what happened, but something snapped. And now I can see these fairies. I don't know what just happened to me, man. So he ignored them and they kept trying to get his attention. And he was like, oh, God, please, I've lost my mind. What do I do? So then he went to the doctor and he said, I don't know what's going on, but something's wrong. We need to look. But he didn't tell him I'm seeing things. And the doctors went and examined his brain and did x-rays and all the CAT scans and all that. And they're like, you're fine. There's nothing wrong. No tumors, no problems, nothing. You're normal. You're normal. And he was like, okay. And he was like, I'm not normal, man. There's something wrong. Oh, man. And he thought he had lost himself, lost his mind. Eventually, he was like, and they were like talking to him. And he was like, we want. And they're like, relax. It's okay. And he's like, no, you're not real. You're in my head. And they were like, no, I am real. You're just, you're vibrating in a 4-dimensional way now. And your consciousness has moved up into a different realm of consciousness. And you can actually see us now. You have now entered into our realm and we exist here. And he was like, no. And it took him a while, he said, before he, right. Yeah. Sylvia Brown. Yeah, Montel Williams. Thank you, Penny. Thank you for that. Yes, Montel Williams. She was on that show all the time. Sylvia Brown. So, and Montel Williams. She was on his show. So you guys could probably Google that and watch old episodes. Anyway, so he finally said, what's happening? And they said, look, you guys are moving into this realm again. You're going to see dragons. You're going to see us. You're going to see the fairy and all the wee folk. And some of you are already doing this. You need to help them so that when they get here, they don't freak out on this, because our realms are collapsing. Our timelines are coming back together. And one day people are going to wake up, and if they're not ready for it, there's going to be us just like you. So you need to tell people about it. So he wrote a book about it, and then he made his shop, and he would tell everybody the story. Okay. So they exist. You just can't see them in this, in your vibration, unless you move up to a high enough vibration, then you can actually see them. Okay, and communicate with them the same way that you can communicate with nature and talk to a tree or an ant. So that whole thing about like Dr. Doolittle, people used to call me Dr. Doolittle. That's no word of a lie. Okay, I have family members that will tell you that because they talk to animals. Like, did you guys hear me with my cat when he came in? Oh, okay, he's cuckoo. He talks to his cat. His cat understands him. My cat understands me. I'm saying he. I'm talking to you as Kelto now, and I'm talking to you as the Leonard, as the third person. Sorry, when I do that, Brooke laughs at me when I do that. She's like, you just referred to yourself as the third person. I'm like, what? And she's like, you're being Kelto, and you just referred to Leonard as the third person, he. And I'm like, whoops, sorry. Leonard, I can talk to the cat, and the cat understands me, right? Are there humans on this planet who are not from this planet? Yes, my friend. But you're asking, I think the question you're asking is physicality. Are there humans who physically came here in a spaceship? There are not. Well, okay, hold on. There are. There are grays, right, that are here. You guys think they came from the future. They just came from another dimension, some of them. Okay. There are Nordics. They're humanoid. Both of those are humanoid. They're not bipedal, Homo sapiens sapiens. The grays are, they're just taller. I mean, the Nordics are, they're just taller. Okay. So are there people like you and I who got off a spaceship in physical form that are here? No. But the souls, the spirits that are in 86% of all the bodies on this earth didn't come from here. They came from somewhere else. So in a spiritual sense, most of the people on this earth are aliens, not from here. In a physical sense, everybody that's here was born here. Okay. Nobody came from somewhere else in a spaceship and got here. Well, there's a couple of the grays that did, but now they're stranded here. So the quarantine has kept them here. So there's probably the Draconians got here like 2 million years ago. The humans got here about 2 million years ago. You just don't know that. Okay. The humans that are here currently, the Homo sapiens sapien, you guys were something different and then evolved into this. You know that there were 7 different human genomes, not to mention the 7 different DNA codes in the Homo sapiens sapien, right? The Denisovans, the Neanderthal, and a few others. You guys know about that in history, okay? At one time, not too long ago, 100,000 years ago, 200,000 years ago, we now know that there were people that were mingling, that were, 7 different versions of this. However, okay, flying here in a spacecraft, there is nobody here currently. There are people here that have a spacecraft and they can fly around, but they're not from another planet. They belong here. Okay. There's other species besides humans who live here and have technology. Yes. Draconians. There's 3 or 4 of the Draconian. I think 5. There's 5 or 7 Greys, and there's 3 different Nordics, and then there's all of the 7 different humans. Okay, not to mention dolphins and whales, and not to mention the 4 Sasquatch, the 4 Bigfoot, and the big feet are those guys don't have spaceships. They're not flying around. Okay, so but the people that are here physically, your genetic code is from here, and your physical genetic code was not created by some alien species. Okay, it was created by energy beings who were creating that for the creator. So it wasn't someone who flew here in a spaceship and created it, the human race. Ask your spiritual questions, please. Ask them in the comments, right? But most of the souls that are in the bodies of all of us are not from here. You just are unaware of that because of the veiling, right? So of the 86% of the population that's in service to others, you probably have more than half of them are not. Yeah, you do have more than. You probably have more than. It's probably about 75% of the population that are in service to others came here to help from a higher plane of existence. Okay. So the spirits, most of you listening to me, if you don't think I'm cuckoo cuckoo, there's a very good possibility that you actually came from a higher plane down here to help. But it's just as likely that you came from a higher plane down here just to have this experience. Okay? Because we get bored. We're all bored up there. We've done it all. So people volunteer to do this sort of thing. And this planet right here, right now, is one of those times where every single life form on here volunteered to be here in the form that they're in. Okay? Every single one except for about 23% of the population of humans. And like some of these plants and stuff were also that kind of stuff. So some of them that are make up the air we breathe and the plants and the trees and stuff, some of them came down here to go through that experience again, and some of them are brand new and they'll evolve on their own. Okay. So since you are really cuckoo, right? Yeah. It depends. The lower the vibration human hearing me speak, the more crazy I am. The higher the vibration of the human hearing me speak, the more that I'm not. Right? True story. Yeah, so it's relative. How crazy I am is relative to who you are and where your vibration is. However, the good thing is I can say this stuff out loud on this platform. I can say it out loud to you guys on air. 10 years ago, I couldn't tell you this. I couldn't tell you this much. If you listen to my podcast, you'll see that I talk a little bit different when I first started. Welcome, Peter. Welcome, Peter. So yeah, so you'll hear that the genome of the Earth is upgraded enough to where I can give you guys more information on them, even on this platform. I can tell you everything now of what was going on. There was a time when I had to hide that and I couldn't tell anybody. Literally, like back in 2016, I was trying to get the word across, but it was hard. Right? Go back before that. Go back to the 90s. There was 1 or 2 people I could tell this to. Right? That's why when I was a kid, my father was like, "Son, the first rule of Fight Club is you can't talk about Fight Club. Can't tell people that until you're an adult because they'll try to take you from me." Right? Sister Celine, hi, welcome, welcome, welcome. Right? Welcome in. There's Sister Celine. She's one of my students that I gave Reiki 1 to. Right? She's one of the students that has Reiki 1. And Penny, Sister Celine, who's in the audience, at some point, she's talking about getting the Reiki Master because she's already a Reiki 1 and 2. So Penny, who's in the audience, who's friends of ours, who's over in America, she's contemplating when she wants to get her Master attunement. So we're going to be working with Penny and hopefully getting her Master attunement, Brooke and I, soon. So welcome in, welcome in. Ask me your spiritual questions. You're here. Right? So you can ask me any question that you want right now, and even questions that have to do with Reiki, right? so so ask questions, right? So yeah, guys, just type in the stuff, right? Peter, you should become a Reiki practitioner too. One of these days we'll have to get you into the, get you tuned up, brother. Especially because then you could heal yourself when you're not doing well. I know you're still fighting off that bronchitis. You'd be able to heal yourself right now. But Brooke and I will keep sending you Reiki to get you healed, my friend, get you back in normal shape. But you do need an expectorant. Get an expectorant and spit that stuff out when you cough it up. Don't swallow it. That's what's going into your gut and making things worse. Don't swallow that phlegm. Spit it out. You get it in your mouth. Spit it in a napkin. Okay. So let's get back to basics then, right? Unless you guys have some questions, type them in the chat for me. Ask me your spiritual questions. Is what I'm here for. It's getting later in the afternoon, and eventually my wife's going to come home, right? When you're in public, how to know that's a bad guy. When you're in public, see, we teach that in the Defense Against the Dark Arts. Okay, right there's it right there. You can see it says Defense Against the Dark Arts 2-day Zoom course, in person or classes. So if you're not here in New South Wales, Australia, we can teach it to you in a Zoom course. It's a 2-day course. It's 4 hours a day for 2 days, and it's 88 Australian dollars. If you're in America or on the pound sterling or the euro, that $88 is about 65. Okay, so you have the instincts. Let me give you some free stuff. You have the instincts. If you are tuned into nature, your orange chakra, your sacral plexus chakra, is the chakra that you get tuned into nature. That's the gut feeling. I got a gut feeling. That's actually a brain that thinks in our endocrine system. Okay. If you actually balance that chakra properly and you're in tune with nature, you will be able to instinctively, through that chakra, you'll be able to instinctively sense whether someone is dangerous, not dangerous, self-serving, evil, or in service to others. But you have to be able to balance your chakras and become in tune with yourself. Okay. Let's see. We are here to tile the timelines. Yes, we're actually. Some of you are here doing that same work. We're actually putting things back together. This place was fractured. Let me explain that to people who maybe just tuned in. Hit and smash those hearts for me, champions, so we can get some more people in here and share this out. We only have 13,000. We've been on the air for almost 2 hours, and we only have 13,000 hearts. Smash those hearts for me, guys, and share this out. So bad people about 12,000 years ago got the knowledge of how this place works, and they're distracting you away from what you should be doing and kept you stuck here so that you could actually work for them, what they're focusing your attention on. Okay. They fractured the timelines when they did that into different timelines where people work for them and are obedient to them, and they have a lot of riches and money. Okay. So there's overlapping and timelines that are similar, that are right next to one another, that have been fractured, and there's different things happening. Like, for instance, thank you very much for that. Who gave me that? Natalie, thank you for that. Thank you very much. For instance, there was a timeline where the Nazi Germany won the Second World War, and everybody was speaking German. And there were people that were fighting in the resistance against that, trying to undo that dystopian society where Hitler won. There's another one where the Japanese won that war, that they turned against Hitler and worked with the Mexicans, and they turned against Hitler, and eventually they took over the world and turned on the Mexicans as well, and they took over the world. Both of those timelines are already gone. Okay, they're no more. But they collapsed back into this timeline. That's why you have people having the theory that the Nazis won the Second World War and that they're still in charge behind the scenes, because those people still paranoid about that timeline. It's just like the nuclear weapons. The people that were developing the nuclear weapons, like Oppenheimer and the like, they were on Moldeck and Mars, and they blew themselves up on Moldeck because of the nuclear weapons and got themselves stuck on Mars. So when they recycled and came down here to Earth as humans, they wanted to prove to themselves that that they could deal with nuclear weapons and not destroy themselves. So we've been dealing with nuclear weapons and the dichotomy of whether or not we're going to destroy ourselves because of that. Okay. And we're not doing that. And it's pretty much out of everybody's thought process now. Okay, that's why we have that going on here. So there's other timelines that are collapsing into this timeline, and you guys, some of you have memory of it, but you don't realize it. And it's the memory that they call the Mandela effect. Okay, they claim that all these people have this memory that's just wrong, and they have the exact same wrong memory. It's not like there's a million of us and there's like 47,000 different versions of something. It's one thing that's no longer that way. And then they'll have you believe that they did that with CERN or something like that. Okay. So we're actually the people who remember these Mandela effects are people that came from a higher plane of existence, and that's why you remember them, because you were in that timeline. The other people were in that timeline too, but they're so veiled that they don't have that memory, and they just go, "You don't know what you're talking about. That just never happened." For instance, the monocle. Did the Monopoly guy have a monocle on his left eye or one of his eyes, or did he not? In this timeline, they claim, the company who made that claims there was no monocle ever. And there's nothing in history that says that, right? Right, Tina? Monocle. Okay. You have that memory because you were in a timeline that was very, very similar to this one. And there were subtle changes from this timeline. And that timeline merged with this timeline. And you remember that old timeline. You don't know you remember the old timeline until I said that to you. And you have memory of that old timeline, but you also know now they say that he didn't have a monocle and you can't find it anywhere. So in this timeline that you're in currently, that never happened, but you were in a timeline that did happen. Is that timeline still there somewhere and you just shifted into this one? Or did that timeline merge with this timeline? I tell you truly, that timeline merged with this timeline. That one's no longer there. It's eradicated. Okay. So there's other things that they say that to, right? Yes, he has one, right? Right? But he doesn't. If you look it up, he doesn't unless you look one up where somebody actually put it on there. The company says he never had that. Pikachu, right? Pikachu, little yellow guy. Did he have a black tip on his tail? Or is he all yellow? Okay. If you remember that he had a black tip on his tail, that is not currently the timeline that you're in. Okay. The company says he never had a black tip on his tail, right? I did a galactic astrology and found out that I come mostly from the Andromedan constellation. That's very possible. If somebody looked at you and told you that, then yes, then you would be. But that doesn't mean that you're Andromedan unless you associate with an Andromedan, because just like humans, we're all over in every country. Just because I have a European DNA doesn't mean I am European. I mean, my DNA is, but I was born in the United States. Right? I am European, but I was born in the United States. I'm not Irish, but most of my DNA is Irish and Scandinavian, right? So that's where I come from, right? Yeah, can small Mandela effects be happening just in your family? Yes, they could be. You can have something personal, okay, happen to you. I have a scar on this arm right there. You guys probably can't see it because it's on top. It's a knife wound. I got it in a knife fight, okay, and I got a scar right there on my left arm. That did not happen on my left arm. It was on my right arm, and it was there most of my life. Then one day I was looking for it and I thought, well, scars fade over time. Well, that's weird. That scar is gone. I wonder where it went. It must have faded out. And then all of a sudden I looked at my other arm and went, how did it get over here? I have a scar. I have that scar here. That's not where it happened. It happened on this arm. So small things like that happen for us individually as well, which you were in a different timeline. I was working at a place in America called Montgomery Ward. I don't know if you're from America, you'll know what I'm talking about if you're over the age of 35. And I was working for that company when I was like 17, 18 years old, right? I was running around hanging clothes on hangers. And so I was working in rags. I was in the men's department. And at that time, I was wearing this really nice sweater that I got, Italian pullover sweater that cost me in 1987 American dollars. It cost me $140. That would be like a $500 sweater today. I was wearing it. It was, it was the wintertime. It was cold. So I was wearing that and I had a name badge that I put on and on top of it, and it got caught on something and it tore a hole in my sweater and it was on the right side. And so I'd put the name badge over it so nobody saw that there was a hole there because I hadn't sewed it yet. Then one day I put on the sweater and the hole was on the left side, and I thought, am I wearing this inside out? And I was like, maybe I was wearing this inside out all this time and it's been on the wrong side. And then I realized that there was another change because at that time, the Los Angeles Lakers were playing in the championship for their third championship in a row. To three-peat is what they were calling it. And I watched the championship, and on game 7 of that championship, on the third championship in a row to three-peat, they lost the game and did not three-peat. And when I went to work the next day and discovered the hole had moved over to the other side, I also discovered that they had actually won that game, but I watched them lose the night before. So literally, I had shifted into a different timeline, and everyone's like, "You remember remembering that wrong?" And I was like, "Oh, okay, I must have remembered it wrong," and I knew that it was a timeline shift. So you can have things that are personal to you that actually change, and there's nothing else that anyone else notices. But then there's stuff that are big things that people actually notice, right? So let's see what I've actually had stuff that I know I threw out return back to the spot, right? What's up with that? So again, timeline shifts, small things change, and so you have to pay attention to what's going on around you. Then there's big things that change, right? And those big things that change end up with a lot of people remembering them, and that's when it was a big timeline shift. Like Kit Kat, the candy bar by Nestle. Was there a dash in between Kit and Cat, or just the word Kit Kat? Do you have a memory of that? Okay. So literally today, you pick up a Kit Kat bar, there's no dash. The corporation, Nestle, says it never was there, but people remember it. Here's one that Brooke would say if I was here, she'd say, do that one. In Star Wars. Okay. If you've ever watched any of the Star Wars movies, C3PO, does he have a right leg that is silver or his whole body gold? Okay. Disney will tell you, and so will what's his name that made it, that he has in this reality always had one silver leg. And then if you look at the older movies, the ones like 1 and 2 when he was first made, he had one red leg. But they tell you that he has always had one silver leg. He never had a whole thing. Okay. So yeah, he was gold, right, bud? He was gold. And his whole body was gold, right? All gold, right? They tell you in this timeline, he had one silver leg in every movie, except for the older ones when he was brand new and he had one red leg. Okay. And that one was obvious, but you can look it up. It's not gold, it's silver. But there's a timeline that some of you remember when it was gold. It wasn't silver, it was gold. Disney and Lucas say it was never gold. He always had one silver leg. That's a timeline shift. So they call that a Mandela effect, but some of us remember it. Many millions of us remember it. Used to have him as a toy, bud, and I'll bet he didn't have a silver leg, right? But now he does. Random stuff popping up in certain areas that made no sense as well. Like I never would buy it, and I would never buy it, but yet, right? Things change, right? It's weird, right? Still appears, yeah, right? So Penny says, I don't remember the red leg. That's in like episode 1 or 2 when they did the new ones, because the Star Wars A New Hope was episode 4. So the way they released it was episode 4, 5, and 6. Then they went backwards and did episode 1, 2, and 3. In those ones when he had skin, the first one when he was with Annie, he didn't have skin yet. So the second one, he had skin. He had a red leg in the second one. Okay. So let's see. Why would I be the only one in my family who's awake for like 6 years now? How does that happen? Because you've made a choice to wake up before them, and so they're just not evolving the way you're evolving. That's why you're awake and they're not awake. It happens. My family. I have a very big family. I have 4 older sisters and 1 younger brother. Okay. All of my siblings have a minimum of 2 children apiece. Most of those children have 2 or 3 children each. Okay. So I'm an uncle for like 34 children, uncle, great uncle. Okay. Out of all of them, I bet you there's 3 or 4 people that are awake. Okay. The rest of them think I'm cuckoo cuckoo. Okay. So there you have it. One nephew, my youngest sister's firstborn son, remembers being an Aztec warrior. He talks like me. Okay. He remembers being an Aztec warrior and he's awake and he talks like me. My sister, his mother, is now waking up and she's starting to talk like me, but she thought I was cuckoo cuckoo. She thought I was crazy 7 years ago. And now she's like, oh my God, I'm like my brother. And then one day she was like, I'm seeing geometric shapes. I don't understand what's happening. I'm like, you're all right. Just relax. You're okay. She's like, oh my God, what does this mean? I'm like, it just means you're waking up. You're okay. Right? Yeah, the Aztecs were pretty badass. Right? It's good to be cuckoo cuckoo. I know, right? So it's okay if other people in your family are not waking up and you are. It's actually okay. The more you wake up, the smaller your family unit becomes, or the smaller your friends circle and everything becomes, because the majority of the people on the earth are not awake enough yet. They're getting there exponentially, but it can be a little lonely at first until you find the rest of us crazy people, and then we say, come over to the dark side. We have cookies. You know what I mean? I mean, we're not literally the dark side, it's the other way around, but you know what I'm saying. So yeah, it gets a little lonely at first. Then you get angry when you first wake up and you want to yell at everybody, wake up, man, Jesus, you're asleep, and wake up. And then they get mad at you for yelling, and they won't listen to you. And eventually you get past that and you go, I'm not even going to try anymore. That's when you move into that hermit phase, where you go, screw it. It doesn't make any difference what I do. They're not going to listen to me. Right. But you will, you will eventually realize that you need to at least try to give them the tools. Then all you have to do is be who you are. You can't force them. Yeah, you can't, right? I also noticed that some older people just choose not to acknowledge that they are awake. Also, some people, yeah, they don't want the hassle. Some of them, they've gotten to that hermit stage where they are awake, but they just don't want to be bothered by the world, so they're just living their best life, right? That's like what's his name did that. The comedian that was in Dumb and Dumber and used to be on that TV show in Living Color. What is his name? I just said his name. Jim Carrey. I don't know if he's that way now. He was for a long time. People tell me he's coming back out and starting to speak to the world. He went into that hermit phase where he said, you know what, it doesn't matter, because he was saying, I am not Jim Carrey. And he was saying the universe is not, I'm not in the universe is in me. I'm not Jim Carrey. This is just somebody that I play here. So he learned that and he expanded his consciousness to the realization that he was an immortal soul. And then he was someone else. I don't know who his real name is, and I don't think he told anyone. But then he went into the hermit stage and he just started painting and he didn't care about anybody and he just left the world alone, because we all do that, right? We all get to that stage where we go, fuck it, there's nothing I can do. And it doesn't matter, because whatever I do, they're still going to wake up when they're supposed to. So I don't have to do anything. It's true. You don't. But if you do, you actually help them faster. And the way it is that when you do help, you serve as an example for those people who wake up to realize that some of us come back from a higher plane to help. So they'll be more prone to do that. 10% will come back to help the other people. So like we help our animals, right? My cat, we help our animals or our pets by giving them names and talking to them like they're something. We hurry up the process of them becoming self-aware. So we're aiding their evolution. Okay. That happens in all aspects of all the way back to the creator. Someone from a higher plane is constantly coming down to help the ones just below. Okay. And that's the way it works, to help everybody. That was part of it, because of us being lazy. The creator said, I'm lazy. We need to change something. And that was the veiling and chaos. And so bad guys are around and all of that, so that we move faster and we have more adventures and we have more, different ideas happen. So we have more different versions of the same experience. So we all have an organic experience. Then, to keep people moving forward, we have people coming from higher planes at every level helping people, and that serves as an example. When people wake up enough, they realize some people come back. Then 10% of those people who realize that, when they get there, they'll choose to do the same thing. And that continues that process all the way back to the creator. Would you say that our kids are really just us, like ancestors are really just us also, like a branch? Well, we're all actually one. So when you look at that from a high enough level, um, all of us are exactly the same. The only difference in all of us is our individual experience, because everything that I determine my reality by my focus, by um, my collective experiences, is what gives me the decision making skills to discern what's happening moment to moment, and yours do the same. So all of the archetypes that rule me, being a Virgo born in September, and me, the way I balance my chakras and where I am in the dichotomy between ego and conscience, and all of my experiences that I have, that gives me the discernment for every moment. And it's mine personally because it's only mine from my experiences. Yours is as well. Okay. So that's how we learn how to understand what's happening or discern what's happening to us, is that discernment that comes from our education. And our education is our experience and how we experienced it. So that's how we're individuals. So in some sense, we have a DNA memory, to get back to what you're saying. In a very real sense, we have DNA memory. Okay, so the DNA memory plays a factor into our archetypes, just like because of all other factors. I am European. So in the modern day in the United States, I'm the most hated race on the face of the people on the planet by the people who are the same race of me, by the way, who are trying to tell all of you that anybody who looks like me is the evil one who came and took all your stuff. Okay. And they're starting to try and do it in other places around the world as well. And now they're trying to, over in the UK, eradicate anyone that has a history that we didn't exist. There were no Vikings, there were no Celts, there were no actual histories, and that didn't exist at all. They're trying to erase now from history anything that is European, that is non any other color. So because of that, that racism towards us is now going to be recorded in our DNA, the same way that African people who were taken from Africa hundreds of years ago and treated as slaves, that their descendants today have that muscle memory in their DNA. And they don't like the idea of slavery, and they don't like the idea of white people enslaving them. And that's being propagated by other white people as well, to keep them under control, to keep them living in fear, and living in that state of victimhood, so that they can get money from them and lead them the way they want. Right? So they have the knowledge, is my point, of that. So your children are a product or a byproduct of yourself and whoever you bred with, and the two DNA strands, and they're a part of both of that. And then they emulate what they see. Okay. So how you interact with their father, if you're a female, how you interact with their father as you're raising them, is how they're going to believe that relationships are supposed to happen. So that imprints on them at a young age. So if you guys fight all the time, they're going to have broken relationships, and they're going to fight. But if you have a wholesome relationship, they'll think that's the way it's supposed to be. That's how we learn our love languages too. There's a book out there called Love Language. It's the psychology of that. That's you, somewhere in there, whoever imprinted on you, your grandparents, your aunt and uncle, friends of the family, or mom and dad, what kind of average of relationships that you saw, you will develop the love language that will be similar to those, whatever that is. And there's different genomes for that. Some people are visual, some people are touchy-feely, some people are people who are doers, and they have to give you presents and do things. You can read that book. It's a great psychological book to understand, to actually figure out your mate. And if your mate is open, they should read that book as well, so they'll actually understand and identify what your love language is, so they can help, you guys can help each other. Okay. So all of these things play in, and that has to do with environment. It has to do with archetypes. It has to do with all of that. There's a lot of psychology that people that have no clue about that make up our genome that people don't think about. And all of that is there. And so again, that goes back to when I say the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence, because you're an immortal soul that is moving into a plane where your memory is taken from you, and you're trying to make do and have these. So the only thing you have to draw on are these archetypes that make up your personality. So you get base archetypes. What sun sign are you? And that rules you in some ways, right? So, depending on what month and what day of the month that you were born on, you get a grouping of archetypes. And then what you do with them, whether you're in service to self or in service to others, gives you another archetype package. Okay. And then from there, you learn experiences based on who you are, what your DNA is, and what's happening around you environmentally with your parents, your siblings, your relatives, and then the societal structure that you live in. All of that is going to play into factor in who you are and what you become. And then if you just allow all of that to happen to you, you'll become a product of your society. If you're not, and you're stronger than that, you will choose not to be what your society says. So if you live in a society that says, you know, murder people of a certain race, you'll do that unless you choose to not do that because you don't like it. And that's how the chain is changed from generation to generation, because people choose not to do that anymore. And other people just do it because they were taught that. So depending on how strong will you have, and will determine whether you just follow someone or whether you make up your own decisions. And there's where you get to that alpha female, alpha male, beta female, beta male, and the like in the different archetypes. Okay, so there is a lot of that. The factors. I know that was a very long. Probably you didn't want to have that kind of answer to that question if you're even still here, but in some very, yes to everything you said in some very serious ways. The history of our family, the history of our DNA, the history of our country that we live in is going to play a factor into that, who we become. 100%, right? Our language, our race, our creed, all of that, our food that we eat, our education, the way we see it, all of that plays a factor in who we are. But ultimately, we also have to make a decision on our own to become individual. And that's the whole purpose of this place, is for us to do that and organically be able to do that. All right, let me go back. I'm going to read some of your stuff. I apologize if I missed some of your questions, right? Sometimes we inherit many complicated emotions. There's somebody that, yes, I agree from our bloodlines. Yes. Yes, we do a lot. Okay. Defense Against the Dark Arts made me laugh, right? But it is true, right? Cheers, Gandalf. I know, right? But we are actually teaching that. We just called it that because of the reference. More people on this earth will recognize Defense Against the Dark Arts, pardon me, but as the train's on its way to Hogwarts going by out front, more people will understand this reference. But it's true. We're actually teaching what they were talking about teaching in that class, and it should be taught just like that to kids all over the world. That's funny that you said that. Okay, so then we don't know why we're experiencing certain reactions like fear and anxiety. Yeah, and that is DNA. A lot of times that happens in the DNA. Unlocking our ancient wisdom can be the key to that. Yes, yes, absolutely. Ramsey, I love you. Right, very well said. I had a spiritual night once and went for a walk around 2 a.m. and I heard someone walking towards me. That could happen, but I could not see anyone there. That could happen. That you could have a lot of that happening. Whether somebody was there, it could have been somebody that was in on disembodied spirit who was in this plane or just outside of it in that other side, and you were hearing that. Only you can tell the difference between that, right? But yeah, but I guess is it Barha? 100%. We have these things that linger from. I talked about that one time where in America, if you're if you're European and you put on cowboy boots, a cowboy hat, and blue jeans, and then you walk into a place, people are everyone of every race is going to look at you completely different than if you walked in with leather and chains, right? Or if you walked in wearing a tracksuit, or a three-piece suit. The same person dressing in different ways is going to get a different reaction from people who see that person, right? Someone asked, how do you cleanse negative? Oh, I didn't see that. I'm sorry, Penny. How do you cleanse negative energy from gold jewelry? Um, and any race doing the same thing is my point. You know what I mean? Any race doing the same thing is going to change how they dress and appear is going to do that. So how do you cleanse negative energy from gold? Gold absorbs energy. Okay. Gold absorbs it and doesn't give it back. So it makes it a little bit harder. That's why I don't like gold personally. Some people narcissistic people love gold because they absorb energy and don't give it back as well. So they're a lot like gold, so they're drawn to it. But you can cleanse it. You just have to, if you have the ability, you can, otherwise you're going to have to smudge it, right? So you're going to have to use something to smudge it, smoke or sound or water or all of that, all of the above. So you're going to have to clear the energy out of that. So there's different ways. It's hard for me to just tell you like this how to do it. It's part of our class, by the way, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Part of that class to show you all that and teach you all that. So you're going to have to get that negative energy out of it, and then you should either charge it with your own energy or just let it absorb, because it's going to absorb energy anyways. So you have to be careful about when you wear gold, because it's going to steal your energy. That's its luster. It looks beautiful because it attracts you to put it on, to hold on to it. And that's why it does that. And you look at it and you're like, oh, my precious, my precious. And it's absorbing your energy. That's how it stays so beautiful, because it's narcissistic. It's a representation of that. Is silver kind of gay? No, silver is reflective. You can give silver energy and it'll give it back to you. So you can charge silver with energy, and then you could use the energy of that silver. Silver, actually, wherever you find gold, you find silver first. Silver actually encompasses gold naturally in the world. So people, when they look for a gold, they find a silver vein and trace the silver vein until they find gold. So that's why they always sing those songs, silver and gold. You can't find silver without gold unless somebody missed the gold and just took the silver. Okay. So you can't find gold until you get through the silver to find it. That's why silver and gold are that way. And the silver shines in a different way because it reflects light and it reflects energy, and gold reflects the energy that it's trying to get you to give it. So in nature, silver encompasses gold to protect the world from gold taking the energy. And it can't take the energy from silver because silver is not giving it to it. It's reflecting back that negative energy, right? So guy, I know it's kind of guy. I know I saw that and I was laughing, and I thought gay and started to say that, and then I started giggling. Guy, no, is silver in a silver kind of way, I think is what he was trying to say there, in a silver kind of guy, or I'm a silver kind of guy, and it was the N instead of the M. I am as well. I don't like, my wife is too, Brooke and I don't like gold. We don't own anything gold. We like silver because of the same reason, because of the energy. You can't use it. We like crystals better because crystals you can charge with energy as well and tell them to do things, and you can charge them and cast spells on them and with them, right? So just like, hematite, I have a ring that's made of little hematite pieces of rock that were turned into little beads, right? I have a ring that I wear 24 hours a day that's hematite, right? So, and then my wedding ring is, I forgot what it was called. I think it's tungsten. I forgot what it's called. But it has other properties in here, and I forgot what it is. My wife would tell you what it is, but I don't remember. All right, so let me see. I was reading your book, Reality About Reality. Thank you, Celine, for doing that. And the train, reading about dimensions, right? Oh, man. Oh, when you were on the train and then you got off the train. I was reading your book about reality, and the train reading about dimensions, right? Yeah, thank you for that. Reading my book. I love you. Thank you very much. If you guys are interested, I have a book that's called The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways by me, Leonard O'Neill. The link is in the bio if you guys want to buy that. Thank you, Sister Celine, for reading that and mentioning that. Smash those hearts, champions. Let's get them up to 20 grand. We only at 18,000, and we've been on the air for 2 hours and 23 minutes. Let's get this thing up to 20,000. Man, we should be at 100,000 by now. So, yeah, dimensionality. You have to realize that there is a difference. People say 3D and they're talking about third dimension. That's this physical place, third dimensionality. There's another D to every D that you are unaware of, and that's called density. Okay. And it's dense, right? But it's not as dense. Right here, this dimension is dense because it's physicality. Okay. Dimensionality. Your immortal spirit doesn't reside in this dimension, it resides in a density. Okay. And right now, your immortal spirit isn't as dense in the spiritual plane because you think you live here. So this place is dense to you because you live here. So dimensionality is where you think you are. You're not actually here. You're actually in a density. So as you start to expand your consciousness from third dimension into the third density and realize I am, therefore I think I am an immortal spirit, not I have. I have an immortal soul. I have an immortal, and he is that. No, I am. Once you actually are I am, then you start moving into 4D, right? Because you're actually moving into the density. Your light body becomes more dense as you move up in the light body, and your physical body becomes less dense, and you drop out of that, right? That happens sometimes, right? Sister Celine said, I dropped out. Sorry. That happens when I talk about spirituality. Sometimes people get booted and have to come back in. Something happens, and all of a sudden I freeze, or they have to hit, whatever, right? So if we can shift, if we can shift from different times, we can create our own reality. That is absolutely correct. If you listen to Lao Tzu from the Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu, one of his proverbs are, he who can create their own illusion and live in that illusion will find their way to God. Okay. So you have to create your own reality. I'm going to take a drink of my vitamin water, but I'm afraid to show it on camera because last night I showed this on camera and TikTok thought it was alcohol and flagged me. So I'm not going to show it on camera because it's yellow. It is actually like, if you were in America, it's like Gatorade. But for some reason, if I drink clear liquid, they don't care. So I could have vodka or gin and TikTok wouldn't notice it. But this one's not clear. It's just vitamin water. It's Voost, for crying out loud. And they have me thinking that they put a thing up on the screen saying I was drinking alcohol on television. Not happening. Vitamin water, TikTok, vitamin water, not fire water, Tonto, vitamin water. Fire water, Tonto, isn't that what you mean? Fire water. No, vitamin water, Voost. What is the brand? Are you talking about the water? It's Voost. It's called Voost. 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 And I don't know if there's a company that makes it. It's different, but it's called Voost, and it is. There's two different ones that I drop in here. One is the energy, and the other one is electrolytes. So we drop two. They're a little round. They look like Alka-Seltzer, a little round. Looks like a little teeny puck. It's like this, and you take them and you drop it in there, and it dissolves into the water, right? Voost with a V, yeah. Voost with a V, Voost. I don't know if you have them over there. In America, we didn't have Voost, but we did have Gatorade. It's the same thing. It's basically the same thing, only it tastes better. It doesn't have all the sugar in it. Okay, I'm sorry, Penny. You posted or you pinned something, but I didn't get to see what it was. I apologize for that. I missed whatever that comment was. Let's see. Oh, the moon is negative energy. No, the moon is feminine energy. The sun is masculine energy, and it's been that way in all of the religions. Where they talked about that's why they say sister moon, right? Brother wolf, sister moon. The moon is feminine like the earth. The earth is feminine. The earth is Gaia, the feminine energy, and the moon is also feminine energy. The sun is masculine energy, so it's not negative. The negative energy would be the sun because it does scorches, it burns, right? It would be masculine. Masculine is warlike. Masculine is aggressive. The moon is a mirror, yes, very much so. The moon is night, more like God to bed, go to bed. It's heavenly body, same thing, yeah. Feminine energy, the astral plane, nighttime, astral plane, yes, agreed, same thing. What's your thoughts on psychedelics? I can't. I'm not a doctor. All this information, TikTok, that I'm talking about here is for entertainment purposes only. In religions, this is information from religions around the world, TikTok. It's not my personal opinion, and I'm not prescribing this to anybody. In all of the religions around the world, every single one, including Christianity today, at some point, they were taking carcinogens, and all the people were expanding their consciousness by doing so. Different religions in different parts of the world had different things. Like, for instance, over in the East, the Hindus and the like over there would be using the lotus flower. Okay. You go to the Vikings in the North and they were using mushroom, right? They were using different mushrooms. You go to America, mushrooms and peyote and marijuana because of the THC and the DMT and the stuff. So the psilocybin and all that stuff, different things in different parts of the world were part of and still are parts of. Thank you, Brooke. There's my wife. I love you, baby. I love you very much. Thank you for popping in. Are part of religions going back as far. The Santa Claus wearing his suit is red with white, right? And that's the mushroom is the snowcap mushroom, which is red and white. So those were part of every religion on the face of the earth was in the past taking these different things and ingesting them or smoking them or both to expand their consciousness, right? So if you're talking about those things, we don't need to use those anymore. Some people still do. And just like ormus, for instance, I make ormus. My wife and I take that. We also use the blue lotus and drink tea and then eat the blue lotus. You can do other things with that with fire as well. We actually do the ormus, which does the same thing. It raises your vibration, kind of like THC does and these other things. DMT is created in your own brain with Christ oil once a month. So it's the same effect as that you're getting from other outside sources. These days, we can meditate or pray and do the same thing without having to take any foreign matter, okay? So whether or not you want to do that is completely up to you. But if you're going to do it, make sure you learn how to do it properly so you don't hurt yourself. Would you say that that's why they call the fruit of knowledge? Yes. Yes. Because that's exactly what it was. Okay. And if you look back at every single religion, you go back far enough and everybody was ingesting things to expand their consciousness. We still do it. We still do it, right? We have more. Here's a fact you guys can look up. Okay. We have more in common with mushrooms than we do any other species on this earth. Look that up, guys. I didn't make that up. We humans have more in common in our DNA with mushrooms than we do anything else. Even though like a pig, even though pigs, like, our blood is very similar and we have some DNA that's the same, look up how close the humans are related to mushrooms. You would be surprised. Okay. So let's see, what are we saying? But they try to make them illegal. Yes. Yes, Phyllis, they make them illegal because they don't want us expanding our consciousness. They're controlling that. All of the things that they make illegal expand our consciousness, yet they let us drink as much alcohol as we want, don't they? Because alcohol lowers our consciousness, puts us in a state of depression, and puts us in a state of fear. They'll let us drink that all day long, right? But you can't do anything that's going to expand your consciousness, right? What do you think about Leviticus 11? I would have to look that up. I don't know what that quote is. I am half visible and half invisible. That's why I travel between realms. I love you, right? That's old school. That's old school. Absolutely, right? Native Americans would say the same thing. With peyote, they would be in the spirit realm, right? Halfway between worlds, traveling between the worlds. A medium is halfway between worlds, traveling between them. So yeah, right. That's old school. Isn't that Hindu? That's old school Hindu, I think, the way you said it. Clean food laws, right? I'm not sure, but I'm assuming that, Ramsey, that's what it is, right? That's why I suffered my whole life. That is why, brother, because you have a foot in two different realms. It's okay to be there. Allow it, right? I mean, it may not be It may not be accepted in your family or your culture because most of us don't have a family or a culture that accept that. We're lucky if we do, right? You just got to keep it quiet away from them and find the people that it's okay to be around when you talk about that. That's all. It's okay to walk between worlds. There's a function, there's a reason for you to do it, my friend. Don't be afraid of it. Allow it to happen, right? Yeah, you couldn't fit in, right? We don't fit in. When I was young, someone used to feed me some fruits, then disappear of my family and never believe me. Well, that's very possible. Okay, very possible. And then you're like, your family didn't believe you, and you're like, no, really? And they were like, psh, right? So who was that was doing that, and why? And what did it do to you? Did it expand your consciousness? Right? And then don't stop telling them that. My father, when I was a boy, said the first rule in Fight Club is don't talk about Fight Club, although he didn't actually say that because Fight Club didn't come out until years later, but you know what I mean. Right? So, yeah, don't worry about it, brother. Just you be you. And if it helped you in some way, good on to you. You know what I mean? Good on to you. Just don't worry about what your family thinks about you. Be you. You be you. Right? You be you. You don't have to tell them that. It's not your responsibility to tell them, right? The first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. If they don't know and they're still asleep, let them sleep, my friend. You be you. Expand yourself. Find your path. Your path is yours. Don't let anyone tell you that it's not, right? Yeah, as my wife, that's Brooke O'Neill, that's my wife. She said, welcome to your new family. Right? Welcome to your new family, my friend. Let them be where they are. You have to at some point let your family members be where they are and not try to, even the societal structure. You yell at people and say, you got to wake up, you're sleeping. They're just going to look at you like you're crazy, right? Your body will tell you when you had enough, I feel. Yeah, right? Yeah, that's my wife. That's my wife, Brooke. But make sure you follow her too, right? Follow me and follow her. Thank you very much. Who just did that? Nave, right? Nave did that. Thank you very much. So yeah, you have to realize, and just like anything else, even anything that you're planning to do in your life like that, make sure you do it in moderation. Make sure you understand what you're doing before you do that. And remember, TikTok, we're just talking about things. This is all for entertainment purposes only. We're talking about different religions in the past where they actually were taking weird things like mushrooms and other things as a part of their religion, weirdly, right? You guys wouldn't know anything about that in a communist Chinese country because you guys don't get to have a religion. So you wouldn't realize that people used to do that. Okay, so I'm glowing red and my eyes black. Ha ha, right? And Brooke, yeah, right? Brooke's going to be on fire. Look out, she's the Phoenix, my Satori, right? Don't let left hand know what the right hand is doing. That's right, Fat Pat. That's right. Sometimes we have to do that. Sometimes we do have to do that, and that it's unfortunate, right? But it'll work out in the long run because you're going to expand your consciousness. You're going to wake up. You're going to get more downloads. You're going to have better information. You're going to be smarter, and eventually they'll catch up. Because as we fix ourselves, okay, then we fix the people around us. So as we just ascend, by our ascension and us uplifting our vibration, we uplift the collective consciousness vibration by that much, right? So the higher up I go, the higher up the whole consciousness goes a little bit more and more. The more of us that wake up, individuals, even a little bit, that charges the all up to a higher place. That's why the bad guys, who I call the controllers in my book, that's why they're trying to not let us do that. So anything that expands your consciousness is illegal, including religion in some places if you're living in a communist country. Because religion expands your consciousness, and if you believe in a god, you're not going to believe that your people that are in charge are gods, or you're not going to believe them and follow them because you're not afraid of them anymore. Because you expand your consciousness and I'm not afraid of them. Do you see? So they can't have that. They have to control you. The next thing is they don't let you learn things like they do in some cultures with women. Like, for instance, my wife, who tagged that comments right there in the chat, has to type it that way because this communist platform won't allow her to type that and pin it for you to see in regular English. So it has to be written that way in code for her to be able to pin it. Because I didn't turn anything on. They have it turned on that certain words cannot be put on the screen. Like, for instance, when I was trying to put that link for Matt LaCroix from Facebook in the chat, it would not go in the chat for you guys to see, right? So we could put his name in, but not a link that takes you to Facebook, okay, on this platform, right? They're doing everything to stop you. So, yeah, no joke, right? Okay, so that's just that's just what they do. They try to do everything they can to keep you from learning spirituality, no matter what it is. Think about during the time between 20 and 24 when the thing was there and you had to get the thing. You guys remember that? During that time, they had a lockdown in the United States. Don't know about your country, but in the United States, you couldn't go to church because they were locked down and not essential. But every bar and liquor store in the country was wide open for you to go and drink and get alcohol. Also, if you were protesting against Donald Trump, you didn't have to wear a mask or self-distance, and they didn't care. Think about that. Ask your spiritual questions, please, and I will answer them. So there are certain things that they'll allow you to do because it lowers your vibration. But if it raises your vibration and they're trying to control you, they can't have you do it. Okay? So words, communists and socialists, the first thing they do is take words away from you and change words. Not just them, but anyone who's dictating. Okay? Doesn't matter the type of what you think is the government. Everything that is dictated to you. Okay? So Jesus really was unalived and resurrected, but the story is also a metaphor for Christo. Correct. Jesus was a real person and came down here, but the story was another example of that, of the unaliving and the resurrection for the Christ oil. And he played that part for us and even was Christed. Okay, so people think his last name was Christ, and it's not. That was that was the title. That's what he was portraying, was the Christ. Okay, so he came here to be the thing that he was trying to teach you as the example. Live by my example, and my example, I'm so determined to show you this that I'm willing to physically go through the unaliving and resurrecting for you as an example so that this gets left in history. So it was an exclamation point and a highlight by doing what he did physically. A sacrifice so that 2,000 years later, we would still remember it and talk about it. And that's been done everywhere. Shiva did the same thing. Osiris did the same thing. Thor did the same thing. Marduk did the same thing. Moses did the same thing. There was, in every culture you can imagine, there was a story of a savior character who came down into physical form, was unalive, sacrificed themselves, did all kinds of miracles, defeated the serpent, and then resurrected and was made the light of the world and elevated to the God status. Every single culture, no matter what the country that you're in, has a version of that. Okay? Every single religion that is on the face of the earth currently, and every religion that's ever been here, has a form of that. In a storyline or an actual, this guy did this, okay? Or this woman did this. It's a cycle. That is correct. Imagine nothing becomes something and then nothing back to something. Yes. So let's go there, right? So then we have like the stories of there was nothing and then there was something. Thank you for pushing us through that. Jesus and Mary, Samuel and or Samael and Lilith. These dichotomies, right? Thor and Sif, right? These different peoples. Gilgamesh, right? You have Enlil and Enki. You have the story of Gilgamesh. You have these stories in history that are these duels, these dichotomies, right? So there are two kundalinis. There is the kundalini, which is a masculine energy, and there's the kunda buffer, which is the feminine energy that they've tried to eradicate from that religion. So you only think there's one energy. There's two energies, masculine and feminine. One is the lini, and one is the buffer. Lini and buff. Okay. So you can look that up in that religion. So the Kundalini, that's the Celtic knotwork. That's literally the candy cane that you see with the white and the red on the candy cane for Christmas trees. That white and the red candy cane is the Kundalini fire. Okay. So the Kundalini is the masculine, the Kunda buffer is the feminine. Okay. I teach that. It's part of I teach that in Reiki. I teach that in general. We teach that. My wife and I teach that. So let's go to there was nothing and then there was light, right? Let's talk about that. So from nothing became something and then returns to the one and then returns to source that becomes nothing again, right? Thoughts on the Freemasons. People always ask me about that. The Freemasons are just a organization like anybody else. However, and they give you completely, they don't care what religion you are. You can join the Masons being any form of spirituality or none. They don't care. But at the top, it's being controlled like every other corporation. It's being controlled and people are doing things with it. I mean, the Freemasons created the United States, right? George Washington and most of the founding fathers who signed the Declaration of Independence were Freemasons. That's why the Freemasons in France gave the United States the Statue of Liberty, which is a Freemason symbol, right? Count how many points she has on her crown. There's seven chakras. It's that entire thing has. Look up Montesquieu, right? Look up the guy who created the Eiffel Tower. The Eiffel Tower was there because that is where they were creating the pieces for the Statue of Liberty. That was what that was created for, and then they held on to it afterwards because there was another one that was made, but they didn't put it up. If beings live in the middle of the earth, did God not know where they were? Melissa, I love you. No, yes, God knows where everybody is. People living in the middle of the earth doesn't mean anything whatsoever because they're just your energy exists outside of this physical plane, so it doesn't matter where you are. Your energy, like if you were spelunking in a cave and there was a cave in and you become unalived in that cave, your spirit isn't trapped in that cave for all of time. Your bones are. Your physical spirit that is all light will move through all matter because it doesn't exist in this realm, in this third dimension. It exists outside of this dimension in a density, right? But that's a good question to ask. There's nothing wrong with that question. It's a good question. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter where you are, right? It doesn't matter whether you're in the water or out of the water or in a cave or up on the highest mountain. You're still, you know what I mean? I ask because I don't why don't we ever see them, or people see them as, or they, we don't see them because they're more advanced than the people on the top side, and so they're staying there so because they don't want to be interacting with us because most of the time that we've been here we're being kept in a caveman like state, very low vibration into lizard brain. Most humans are just out of that lizard brain right now, so they actually signed a deal with the people topside. Okay, they signed a deal with the people topside so that we will not bother them and they don't bother us. Just a peace treaty. Our governments are dealing with them and know about them and talk to them all the time, but our peoples don't get to go there. The Draconians didn't want to have any part of this because they eat us and they take our energy, right? So they would come and take some of us, and the Nordics and the Greys that are there, they're doing other things, right? So when our spirit leaves the physical body, how and what happens? When your physical body becomes unalive, science actually knows that there is a weight difference, right? And it's not because your blood is moving; it's still there. It's not because of the weight of your oxygen going, because that doesn't weigh that much. There is something that leaves your body that you can look that up. That there is actually weight that disappears out of the body. So you have an immortal spirit. Okay, you are an immortal spirit. You just think this body's yours. You are forever, and you come and go. You leave your body and come back to it all the time. You just leave it usually when you're asleep, but sometimes you can learn to leave it when you're awake and go other places. When you become unalive, okay, you are then collected by what you guys would call the angel of unaliving with the D, right? You are collected by a spirit that takes you to the place of recovery. Okay, takes you to the place of healing and recovery, and then they see if you need some healing, and in that place you transition. You realize and wake up, realize you're not this personality anymore, and you remember who you are. While that's happening to you, it's kind of confusing. So they keep you in that place and they're like, relax, you're okay, you're all right. And then you go, oh, okay, I'm not that person, am I? No, you're okay. And then once you realize that you're your higher self again, then you move into the place of reflection. And then you, with your guides, decide whether or not you learned down here what you were supposed to learn. What did I not learn? I didn't learn this. I didn't learn that. I didn't learn this. Then you start drawing up your next life. This is what I want to learn in the next life. And then you start figuring out who you're going to be and where you're going to be born to. Okay. DMT explained this to me in this. Is this a coincidence? DMT. Well, DMT is a thing in your brain. I'm not sure what you're referring to there. DMT explained this. Oh, when you were on DMT, you figured this out. Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, that can happen. Yeah, that can happen. No, I can't do this again. You do that for like 7 or 10 lifetimes until you wake up enough and you have finished that, sir, right? So I heard you say Israel will fall before I could write to you what was I was at work. That was part of the prophecy that they've been trying to push on to us because they were trying to move us into the reality of destruction. Okay. So let me explain that, right? That was when I was alive before and I was gone before you came back and you were able to type. Thank you for coming back and thank you for asking me that question. So, yeah, so there was a prophecy that was being pushed by, people were able to see the future in different times. I even do it. I just don't tell anybody except for unless they're close to me. Penny could tell you that. Brooke, if she's still here, she could tell you that. I don't talk about that stuff in public. So those of us who were awake got together in think tanks and we decided that prophecy needed to stop being propagated on this earth. That's why you don't hear very many people talking about it. Okay. So in the past, a lot of people looked into the future, including the Native Americans over the Hopi Indians in the United States in the Four Corners, the area that is called the Four Corners between New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, Nevada. Um, or is it Wyoming and Nevada? It's been a while since I looked at that, right? I used to live over there in Arizona. 10,000 years ago, the Hopis on a rock is drawn the Hopi rock legend. And they said, way in the future, there's going to be two realities that are going to happen, two possible realities that they foresaw that the human existence was heading towards. Okay. And those were two timelines. All right. And one timeline was a dystopian society where they believed that artificial intelligence and robots were going to be, and there was going to be great destruction. And the human race was going to be annihilated down to about 600,000 beings. And then another timeline that people had to choose which one they were going to be in. And the other timeline was this beautiful Eden-like timeline where there was like 12 million people in this 12 billion people in this timeline. There was a utopian society, beautiful, and all humans had to choose which one that they were going to go into. That became, over 10,000 years, was turned into this rapture idea and the idea of the destruction, the Kali Yuga, which means a time of trouble, the Revelation, Ragnarok, and all of these ideas of these potential destructions in the future. The reason that all of those were told was not because of the Hopi Rock legend. It was told because of 77,000 years ago, the calamity that destroyed the global empire that was here then, that's no longer here, that people are starting to equate with the Atlanteans as a global society, not just a city. The Younger Dryas, event that annihilated 99% of all humans on this earth. Okay. And the only people who survived were in Norway and Finland at the very top, Madagascar and South Africa in the bottom, and over here in Australia. The entire population of the earth that's currently here came out of those genomes that survived that. Science knows this. So I'm not making this up. Okay. So coming through all of those ideologies, usually the way things work in the societal structure is when a society is ready to graduate en masse, there's a calamity that destroys most of the society, and the souls are collected and they move and they go through the healing process and they move to the next level of existence and they get reborn in that level of existence. So all of the religions that are here on this earth still have the residuals about a time of troubles when there's going to be a calamity, when a lot of people are going to be unalived. So it's natural that those things occurred, and then their genetic memory is in the cultures, because that's normally the way it works. But in this place, at this time, with this group of souls, some of us asked the Creator if we could change that, and the Creator loves change. And we decided, instead of having a calamity happen, let's move everybody into 4D. Creator said, that's a good idea. Let's try that. So we're not going to have a calamity. However, all of those doomsday ideas are still in the genetic memory. So the people who want everyone to go back to sleep, the powers that should not be, that I call the controllers in my book, okay, those people, there's a link in the bio, those people propagated that timeline, and they were, anyone who saw that possible future, they wanted to write that down and get it out to the world. Okay, so if you look at like Nostradamus said, all of these things don't have to come to pass. I hope they don't, but this is what I see in the future. Everyone just throws that out of the way and pretends he didn't say that, and then they start talking about the doomsday stuff. So because of the religions, people quickly jump on that and go, there's this Kali Yuga, time of trouble, time of tribulation. There's this Ragnarok. There's this revelation, and it's going to happen. And then they jump on that and they go, that's right, that's right, that's right. Everybody's going to be unalived, and there's going to be this great reset. And they've been trying to do that because there's too many people like me that are awake. Okay. And they don't want you guys to know about that. So they don't want you to remember it. So they don't want you to wake up. And the quickest thing they can do is cause a calamity and destroy everybody so that we're all unalived and we all have to recycle. And then we're revealed again. Okay. So they started propagating that doomsday. And part of that prophecy, a long story, I know, guys, I apologize. Thank you for staying with me, and thank you for the roses, right, Phyllis? I love you. Thank you for that. The part of that prophecy was the Third World War and how it was going to start. And one of the telltale signs was the fall of Israel because of a calamity in the Middle East that also is the same timeline they're trying to move us into by controlling everybody's process, because that's the same one that has the Antichrist in it. And that's the calamity that will turn into a third world war and destroy at least minimum 25% of the world's population. They are desperate to get that to happen. Desperate. You don't have any idea how hard they're shooting for that. They need it or they lose their power. Okay, so they're absolutely obsessed with finding a way to make everyone unalive themselves or each other. And that is what they're attempting now, because they have no other recourse, because they've lost, and they still won't give up because they can't. Okay. So we said all of that needs to be not talked about, because then they're going to try and turn that into a reality. And I'm only bringing it up because I had mentioned it, and that was my fault for mentioning that. And so now I'm talking about it. So it's not the reality that we're moving into, because we already have shifted the realities where that happened, and those realities are already done, and all the people have been harvested and pulled in. We're changing the realities and pulling everyone into this reality. Okay, so there isn't going to be one, and they're trying to convince you all that there is another one that's not this. So they're trying AI. They're trying, because there's a dystopian society where AI is in charge, and they know that one is out there still. They have psychics who keep looking at the timelines and which one can we shift everybody in that we win. And that's what they're doing. And so they're controlling your focus and they're focusing you. And right now, the only one they have is AI. Okay. So they're trying to make the AI God and they're trying to get you guys to create AI and then envision AI taking over and unaliving all of us. Those are the movies from the last 60 years that they've been showing you. All of the Matrix, all of the movies with Arnold Schwarzenegger, the Terminator, all of those movies are about that. There's another entire, a Battlestar Galactica. There's a whole series from the early 2000s and a bunch of movies, right? But that one, if you watch that one, has a different ending to it. Okay, that one is different. That one was done by people who are coalition friendly to show you what the other people are up to. Okay, so if you watch Battlestar Galactica, they came out in the 2000s, and all the movies attached to that, you should watch that. You should watch those because that one it shows you more about what's actually happening here and why. Okay, and all the other ones they're trying to make you believe either Third World War and everybody gets unalived, or AI becomes aware, self-aware, and like Skynet takes us all out, or AI becomes aware and puts us all in pods to use us as batteries. Whoa, two biggest genres in movie films going all the way back to 1984. Okay, teaching you that about AI so that you believe AI is because they're using we are the tool. Our focus determines our reality. So it's been told in every religion. So if they have you focus on AI and keep telling you, warning you, the very people who created AI are warning you, look out. AI is going to become smarter than us and take over. But we're still working on it and putting it out there for you, aren't we? They're trying to get that fear into you so that you go, oh no, AI, oh no, AI, oh no, AI. And if all of us think that, oh no, AI, it's going to become a reality. Okay. And if not, oh no, doomsday, antichrist, doomsday, then it'll become a reality. Because our focus determines our reality. We create this reality. And they've been focusing on us to get us to create the reality the entire time that they're in charge and that they own everything and that they get all the money. Because we have to continue doing what we're doing. That's the reality that we're creating for ourselves because we recreate it every second. Right? Because we go, well, there's nothing I can do. They're just in charge. That is what they want you to believe. I'm not going to vote because it doesn't matter who I vote to. They're just going to tell me who they're going to put in charge anyway. It's rigged. That is what they want you to believe because then it'll happen. None of those people are going to go to jail because they never arrest each other. That is what they want you to believe so that it won't happen. They're just in charge and we can't do anything about it. Bang! You just gave them their power. Do you see? That's why you need to wake up and realize what's happening because the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. You are in charge, and just like Lao Tzu, right? And just like what's his name said. Well, what is his name? He was just talking a minute ago, right? Ramsey, right? Said, we control our own illusion, and those of us who can create our own illusion, and that came from Lao Tzu, and I mentioned that as well. He or she who can create their own illusion and live in that illusion will find their way back to God. That was written by Lao Tzu in the year 624 or 634 BCE, 2,645 years ago. That was written down by a man. Okay? Your focus determines your reality, and everything that you say yes to, even by proxy, becomes so. Jesus, 2,000 years ago, said, I tell you truly, that if you had but a mustard seed amount of faith, you could look at that mountain and say, move from here to there, and that mountain would move from here to there. Literally move a mountain with faith. Because your focus determines your reality. And that was when he was talking about the as below, so above, that they've turned around to a caste system as above, so below. In Matthew, you can look that up. He said, I tell you truly The Lord in heaven said, what you reap on earth, I shall too reap in heaven. As below, so above. What you sow on earth is the actual quote. What you sow on earth, I shall too sow in heaven. What you reap on earth, I shall too reap in heaven. We are the ones who create reality. The Creator allows us to do that. Okay? As within, so without. As below, so above. Not as above, so below. Not as without, so within. That's a caste system control mechanism to tell you someone else is in charge. But that's not what was said by Jesus when he was talking about the way. Read it. It's in Matthew. Okay? So they're trying to stop us all from moving to 4D. Yes. 100%. It's true. I witnessed my ancestors going out and asking for rain. They kept chanting words over and over. And did it rain? I'll bet it did. Right? Did it rain? I'll bet it did, because they made it. Because enough of them got together. Here's an example. Thank you for saying that. A few hours later, rain came down, right? I wake up tired, have been astral planing. That's very possible. If you're not getting enough sleep, you should look into that. You should also look into whether or not you have like sleep apnea. But otherwise, if you wake up and you know you've slept and it's been good sleep and you shouldn't be tired, and you wake up and you're like, yeah, you were out of body doing stuff for probably most of the time, and then pow, went back in at the right when you woke up, and you're like, whoo, made it. He almost woke up and I was gone. You know what I mean? So literally, if you look at this was done in the United States with prayer. Okay, this was done in the United States. People in the city of Chicago on the weekends, a lot of people get harmed, beat up, unalived, shot, things like that. Okay, traditionally, you can look this up. So a group of people believed that if they went there and they prayed for people, that it wouldn't happen. So science kind of paid attention to that. And they said, what if that's true? Let's see if those things actually happen. Your intention creates your reality. So like a group of like 30 to 60 people went to Chicago at a church and sat there and prayed for people to not be harmed or hurt or be unalived in the city of Chicago. And the entire time that they prayed, no one was harmed in the city of Chicago on that night. What are the odds of that? Scientists said, it could happen. You never know. Let's try it again. So they went to other cities around the world that had high violence at certain times, and they knew this was the peak time of violence. And they had groups of people go there and think, no one gets hurt. Please don't allow anyone to do anything to anyone here. And guess what? Everywhere they went and did that, violence dropped by more than 95% in the times that they were there being positive. So the programming on television where they're telling you people are bad and there's a race war and there's all kinds of stuff going on and those people are coming to get you and they're trying to unalive you and you should be afraid of them and you should do that, is programming your thought process to react that way and manifest it. You need to know that. Your focus determines your reality, and what we manifest en masse becomes reality. So if all of us today say there is no starvation on earth, and we know that, no one will go without food. There is no war on earth, there will be none, because we all say so. And that's why in that Battlestar Galactica movie and series back then, they would say, so say we all. Okay? So if enough of us think a certain way, it will become that way. So if enough of us wake up and are mindful about our thoughts and think in a positive way that the world is getting better, the world is better, bad people are not in charge of the world, we are in charge of the world, it will become that way. Do you see? If it does not rain, they will suffer the rest of the year, so they make it rain. So they think about it. Maybe that's why I'm not watching TV. I can't stand the commercials, and yeah, especially in America, because you're one of 2 countries on the face of the earth that allow pharmaceutical companies to have commercials to brainwash you to take their drugs. It's not allowed over here. It's against the law. It's not allowed in Europe either. If you're in the United States, you're being subject to that, and then there's only one other country, like I don't know who it is, like Moldova or somebody. You're it, because you're the biggest commodity for the people who own those pharmaceutical companies, because they haven't cured anything since 1948 in the United States. They just give you medication for everything. Okay, just think about that, right? Gary, thank you for the rose. I didn't see that you gave me that. Thank you very much for the rose, right? So your focus determines your reality, but our collective consciousness determines our reality. And it was told by ascended masters all over the world, the last of which, let's just say, was Jesus. And he said it to Matthew: what you sow on earth, I shall too sow in heaven. What you reap on earth, I shall too reap in heaven. Your focus determines your reality. Our focus determines our reality, not theirs. So they want us to believe what they tell us. That's why they call it programs on television. I'm going to take another drink of my vitamin water TikTok in case I ended up with it on the live. I'm not drinking alcohol. This is Voost vitamin water. Lord have mercy. I do not drink alcohol. I am a minister, for frick's sake. So for frack's sake, look at that. If you watched Battlestar Galactica, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, what about mental health? What do you want to know about it? Mental health depends on what you want to know. Most of what's going on mentally, the issues that most people have to do with us being stuck here. Let's talk about like schizophrenia and things like that. Most of the voices that you hear in your head are you. All of them, mostly, are you. You just are unaware of it. Because you've been here so long, you're getting a little frazzled, and you have voices in your head that's either, there's usually 4 anyway, because you have the ego, that's one voice. You have the conscience, that's the opposite voice. So you may have given them names, and one of your names of the people is aggressive and evil. The other one is the opposite and is timid. Don't do that. Then you have the thinking mind, which just does what it's told. Then you have your own thoughts. So going on in your head normally, there's 4 different thought processes. Those are you. If you name them, you're going to think they're other people. Your ego will take on that personification in a half second to make sure you have conversations with yourself. Okay. So you could have 4 energies, 4 different in distinct personalities in your head, because you are 4 distinct personalities. There is that part of you that is egoic and evil and narcissistic and self-serving. There's a part of you that is the conscience, which is the opposite in service to others and kind and loving and caring. There's the part that does the narration for you. That's your thinking mind. It narrates everything, turns it into words that vocalize in your head. And then there's the person who controls everything with the concepts. That's you actually. That's normal. If you name those things and believe that they're entities, they'll become stronger because you'll interact with them as if they're a character of a person, just like a cat or a dog that you name. Some of the other things, if you have more than that going on, could be, and a lot of times are, not those characters, but they're actually you in a different life, in a past life, and you're arguing with yourself because that person in that life was also bleeding over like a squelch on one channel to another, and that person also thought they were cuckoo and had voices in their head. And it's just you guys talking to each other across time in different realities. Frack's sake, right, Penny? Frack's sake, for frack's sake. So a lot of that's what's going on, and different things. So if there's any other questions you have about that, let me know, right? I went to Iran summer when I was 15, and they cut all the commercials out of the program, right? Yeah, they don't, because commercials are there to program you, right? Buy this product. Our product's the best product on the face of the earth. And they put it right in front of your face, right? Let me do a commercial for my book, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. They put it in front of your face, so you have to look at it. That's their product placement. They do that in movies too. In the background, somebody will be talking and there'll be a picture in the background, right? There'll be a car There'll be furniture. There'll be, and you see it, whether you know it or not, through osmosis, it gets into your head. You watch a television program, and the stars are all driving a Chevrolet. And every car you see, there's different cars on the road, but if you actually look, they're all owned by General Motors. Corporations pay money to get their vehicles put in programs. Placement of products that people eat and drink. Okay, and brands of booze are put in there because the company paid money to have that commercial in front of you in the program. Movies as well. It's a running commercial that makes you think that it's reality, and your favorite star and your favorite characters drinking Pepsi or Coca-Cola or whatever. Ask your spiritual questions. Thank you very much, Lily, for for those roses. I didn't see those smash into me. There's 12 roses there. Thank you very much for that. Right? What is that, Lily Lisa Rem? Lily Lisa, thank you for that. Smash those hearts so we can get some more hearts. We only have 41K hearts, and we've been on the air for 3 hours and 14 minutes. Smash those hearts, champions, and share this out. Ask your spiritual questions. What do you guys want to know about? Right? Thank you very much for that. So you have to realize that they're programming you in everything you do. Okay? Everything they show you in a movie, everything they show you on television has been paid for. Commercials during the Super Bowl, if you're American, biggest sporting event in the United States, the 15 and 30-second slots are worth millions, maybe even hundreds of millions of dollars. You know why? Hundreds of millions of people watch that. Okay? So they want to have their commercial remembered by you. So they make it something zany, something funny, so that you all talk about it. Did you guys see that commercial? Oh my God, it was so hilarious. Dunkin' Donuts, last Super Bowl, not this one that we just had, the year before that and the year before that, right? Dunkin' Donuts had Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, J-Lo. It was funny, right? I'm still remembering it, aren't I? So are you. Do you know why? They paid a lot of money for it. Paid a lot of money to have the actors and actresses in it. They paid a lot of money to keep your memory and to have you do it. And they had a couple of different versions of it, and everybody went out and bought Dunkin' Donuts, didn't they? They paid millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to have them all in there, right? Anytime I learn so much with you guys, it's what we're here to do. We're trying to get you guys to think for yourselves, trying to educate you guys and get you to think for yourselves so you can wake up. Because the more people that wake up, the faster we're all going to change our society. When we're all tired of it, all of these people won't be in charge anymore. As soon as everybody gets tired of it, it changes. Think about that during that thing between 2020 and 2024 where you had to get the thing during the thing. Remember that time? They were having everybody locked down. They were having everybody, they were taking control. And then one day people went, no. And they were like, if you don't do what we tell you to do, and people went, no. And they went, okay, it's cool. And some countries overthrew their governments over it. And maybe you don't know about that. Okay. Some countries overthrew their governments. So they stopped it because they were concerned that that was going to catch on around the world. So everybody went, okay, you're cool. It's just a flu. Have a nice day. Okay. Then, because they told everybody, like in America, to stay home and we'll pay you, no one wanted to go back to work. I don't know how it was in all the other countries, but in America, people were like, I'm not coming back. And they were like, no, you need to. You have to. No, why? I just spent 4 years sitting on my butt and you guys paid me. Well, what's my motivation? And they were like, crap, we need to get these people back to work because we can't have them just taking all our money now. They were trying to give it to you before because they wanted control and they didn't get control. Now they couldn't have you sitting around. Wrote about the pineal gland and how to access it. Your pineal gland, you can access it normally, but the first thing you need to do is get the fluoride out of your diet. Okay. Stop drinking water with fluoride and stop taking toothpaste with fluoride. Get that out of there. You need to clear that up. It's calcified. You need to do the Christ oil. Pay attention to the Christ oil because that will expand your consciousness naturally with your natural DMT that your body makes. Okay. I talk about that in this book. You can Google it. You don't have to get this book, but here, this book, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways, okay, by me, Leonard O'Neill. There's a link in the bio. You can link it. You can get it there. You can get it on ebook for like $4 American. Okay, so by raising your consciousness, you actually will open up your hippocampus, your optic thalamus, the pineal gland, all of that, and will open up. There's different things that you can take. You can look them up, like turmeric and a few other things to help clear out your detox your body from heavy metals and from calcium and from the aluminum and different things that could get collected in your body. Get that stuff out. Eat right. Don't eat processed foods. Don't eat junk food. Don't eat foods that are high in sugar. You got to get control of your diet. If you're in a country like America, really pay attention and go organic. I was over there my whole life. They're poisoning you. I left that country, came to this country and dropped like 45 pounds in the first 2 months of just not eating the food from over there and just eating everything I wanted to eat. Okay. I was type 2 diabetic and they were trying to get me on medication until I went organic. And then guess what? All of a sudden I stopped eating sugar and I went organic and I was no longer for 4 years now. Next month, March 2nd, from that point on, 4 years ago, I have never tested positive to being diabetic and I just eat whatever I want to eat. Okay, not because I don't go get tested, but because every time I test, I'm fine. So I stopped eating the food that was packed full of sugar and started eating organically, and I can eat whatever I want. Then I came out of that country over to Australia, where all the food from America is illegal and you can't have it over here. And the companies who make food from over there make it differently to give to the people over here. Same food, different label, right? Like Frito-Lay potato chips, and over here it's called Smith's, and it's owned by Pepsi, just like Frito-Lay is owned by PepsiCo. It's the same potato chips over here, and they only have like 4 ingredients in them. Okay, so pay attention to the food you're eating and stop eating low vibrational food and eat high vibrational food, ascension food, and that will unlock your pineal gland. It'll unlock your optic thalamus. It'll unlock your brain. Do the Christ oil. It's only 2.5 days, 60 hours. You pay attention to that and chart plot your course of when your sun sign has that happen to you. Ormus is good. I haven't done the Ormus gold yet because they're using real gold, and my wife and I are both like, nah, so I just make Ormus. So I don't know about that. I know that Eddie Hinesley swears by the Ormus Gold, and he takes it. And he says it's really good. I make my own Ormus, so I don't have to have the Ormus Gold. The stuff that I make is actually really good stuff. It's the ancient Egyptian method of making Ormus that Cleopatra used to actually bathe in. So I just ingest that, but I hear it's catching on because they're using nanoparticles for everything. So I don't know if it's really as good as they say because I've never tried it because I don't want to put gold in my body because gold absorbs your energy. But Eddie swears by it, right? Eddie Hinesley swears by it. So I don't know. Each individual will have to figure it out. But I make my own Ormus, so I don't have to worry about paying people money. I make my own stuff. It costs me about. I have a batch that's this big around right now, this thick of Ormus cake, which will probably once I get it finished washing it, it'll probably take us, more than a month or two to eat. Brooke and I drinking it every single day, taking like a spoonful of it, like a tablespoon of it. Probably take us a month, maybe 2 months to get through all of that, and that whole thing cost me maybe I don't know, maybe $3-4 to make. Yeah, that's why I make my own. So yeah, you need to, Penny. I can teach you how to do it. It's actually very easy, but I can't tell you on air because I would have to charge you money. Because when you're good at something, never do it for free, right? But Penny, off air, I can teach you how to do it. Okay, we'll have to have a conference call, right? Because you're a coalition, so I can tell you how to do it. It just takes a little bit of time. You just have to. You have to be diligent, cast a spell. You're going to have to cast a circle, use some crystals, and then store it properly. But I can teach you what you need to buy and what you need to have, and how to do it. Okay, and we can do that, but we have to do that off of live air. Okay, because it is alchemy. So I'll teach you that alchemy that goes back to Cleopatra and before that. But yeah, I can teach. I've even given that formula to some of the guys that are Freemasons, 33rd degree Freemasons who are like, wait a minute, how do I do this? How do I do that? Writing those things down. They know about it. because they talked about it on that show on Gaia with the Knights Templars. The very first episode, they were talking about making mana, which I haven't done yet, but I'm about to, because I'm pretty sure that I know the alchemy to do that, to make the mana from God. And I've always thought that it how I've figured out which I think is how it works. And when I was watching the guys, the Templar Knights on that show on Gaia, they were talking about making mana, and the head of the Templar Knights was there talking to one of the other Templar Knights that they have in the entire program, which we haven't watched all of that series yet, but I watched the first one with Brooke about a month ago. And as he was talking, I understood what he was saying because he wasn't giving the formulas, but he was telling what everything was with the words that he was saying. And those of us who are alchemists could understand what he was saying, the formula was, and they were actually showing that part of making mana was making ormus, the ancient way. When that was happening, I was like, that's the way I make that. And Brooke was like, you know what he's saying? And I'm like, yeah, I know the chemical reaction that he's talking about, and I have a theory about that. I just never have done it, but it looks like I know how to make mana. So I haven't done it yet, but if I ever do it, I'll let you guys know, but I'll never tell you how I did it. Because that's very dangerous. Because if it is something that people are doing, that's why he didn't tell anybody about how to make it. Because if people do start making it, I mean, they were using it to go to war with everybody in the world, all right? Because it's the way that the pyramids were built, right? With mana, because that makes everything weightless, gives you all kinds of power over things. So I won't tell anybody about that, and that's why I never write anything down because of that, right? The language of Shambhala. Yeah, I see. I knew. Ramsey, make sure that you follow me because I'm going to follow you back. Okay. The language of Shambhala, the language of light, it's been spoken a long time ago. Yes, my friend. Make sure you follow me. Make sure you follow Merlin and Maeve, my friend, because I will follow you back. Okay. Because we could probably have some good conversations not on live that the whole world could hear and TikTok, right? But yes, you are absolutely correct. Thank you for that. Okay, good. So I will make sure that I follow you because you were, yeah. And I'll make sure that I follow you back. So maybe we can DM. But yes, so the people were asking about that, and I didn't mention the name when they were saying about if there's people living in the earth and blah blah blah, and you know what I mean, right? Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly it. Because I am as well. Everything that I say is. I even had psychics tell me that. Do you know that you have like 4 governments following everything you say and like 3 alien races? I was like, yeah, yeah, I do. They were like, no, I mean that's for real. I'm like, yeah, no, I know that, right? Yeah, it should be a part of a Zoom call, absolutely, right? Agreed. What we're doing is you should send us an email or a DM, my friend, because we're putting together. You see what Penny said. We're putting together Zoom calls, right? So we can encrypt it, or we can go on another platform and encrypt it. But we're putting together Zoom calls for people that are a little bit more awake than we can speak on this platform about, so that we can have adult conversations around the world. Okay. So we actually had some scheduled, but we didn't throw anybody into them yet. But we already have a bunch of people saying, I want in, I want in, I want in. And we're setting up, we need to know where you are in the world so we can put you in a timeline because we're in New South Wales, Australia. So we're like GMT plus 11 right now. So we're way ahead of the rest of the world. So we have to do things at different times of our day so that it's morning for you guys. And I don't know where you are in the world. So I wouldn't know, and so we need to know that information so we can figure out what Zoom call to put you in, and then we'll talk before to find out what level of your awakeness and whether you're part of a coalition and whether you're part of a council and whether you know who your higher self is, right? And where you are in that respect, and to find out exactly what conversation to put you in as well. Okay, because we're organizing everybody around the world. We're now starting to get into that phase of because it's time to make sure that everybody's waking up the lions so that we can change the focus of the human condition here away from the controllers and back to the utopia and knowledge and awakeness. So we have to make sure that everybody's on that point. Instead of just saying, wake up, wake up, wake up, we need to say, your focus determines your reality, and this is where we need to have our focus, not on what they're focusing you on. You need to be aware that that's what they're doing, and they want your focus, so you need to make sure your focus is this way. And we need to get everybody on that point doing that. The second that we all polarize that way will be the end of the reign of the people that think they own this place. Okay? The more lions we wake up, the more we have that. And even if you're here by yourself, my friend, if you're here and you're just the only person you know that's awake, you still have a voice. Okay? Know that. Okay? And we're never going to ask you questions like, so how many people do you have and where are they? Because that would be something that obviously people that would want to know where that all of that is would ask. So we'll never ask you that, and we'll never divulge that to you. But we will talk about what are we doing in the world to get the focus back on that and let you do what you're doing. Okay. We just want to make sure that people are aware of that. They already told me in real life what we are all watching you. Yeah, right. I know. They tried to recruit me at 11 years of age. I've told this story before. The government came to my school and pulled me out of class and had me put on, and we call it the GATE program in America, and put on headsets and sit in these cubicles and do these things to be assessed. Then the next day there was a knock at my door in school, and this time there was Air Force personnel there, and they escorted me to the principal's office where there was generals and colonels and my father, and they were offering me a job at 11 years of age to go to work for the deep state of the United States of America at 11. And I said no, and they got really mad about that. Okay. Because I was awake as I am now then, right? And I said no. Aware and awake, I would say, are different. Agreed. Agreed. Just to be aware of something is good, because the first step of avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. But someone who's just aware that there's bad guys doing stuff doesn't mean that they're awake enough to know what's actually happening and why. Agreed. 100%. Okay. Awareness is a good start, though. Right. Becoming aware of something allows you to then start realizing that there's a trap. So the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. Right. So what's this? Send an email with your screen name. Listen to what Penny says here. Send an email with your screen name and that you want to be a part of a Zoom. Okay. Also tell us what country you're in, just so that we know the timeline, so that we can figure out which one. Because, like I said, we're GMT plus 11, so like 5 p.m. my time is 6 a.m. European time, right? UK time. Do you see my point? Like right now, it's 8:39 p.m. on the west coast of the United States. It's 3:39 p.m. Tomorrow, right? It's the 26th in the United States. It's the 27th in Australia. Okay, so it's literally 3:39 p.m. on the 27th in Australia right now. Okay. So ask me your spiritual questions and smash those hearts for me, people, so we can get some more people in here. Thank you for getting us up to 51,000 hearts. Smash those hearts, get some more, share this out, and ask your spiritual questions, okay? Let me know what you guys want to talk about, what you want to know. How do you get out of here? I wrote a book about it, right? I've been telling you about it. I have a podcast called Orion Rising. Orion Rising, Orion Rising. You can listen to that anywhere you listen to a podcast worldwide on MP3 for free. I have 561 or 2 episodes on there for you to listen to. They date back to at least 5 years ago, because that was when I was deplatformed before, right? Yeah, you're in the East Coast of America, Penny, so it's 11:39 p.m. So you're almost on today. In 20 minutes, you will be in today on the 27th, because you'll cross over the midnight, right? Mountain time, Skinny. Okay. Mountain time. You're in mountain time, 9:40. There you go. So I'm in New South Wales, Australia. I used to live in California, and before that, I was living in Arizona. I was born in the San Francisco Bay Area. So yeah, 11 years of age, knock on the door. Teacher goes over, and there's a woman with a lab coat on, long black hair, right? Kind of brownish black hair. She's got a clipboard with my name on it. Teacher comes over and says, "You're one of the lucky ones. You get to go with this woman. Go with her, and she's going to take you to go and be tested." So I walk with her, and she doesn't say much to me other than, "We're going to go out here and then listen to what the man says, and you're going to be tested, okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, don't worry. You're not in trouble. It's okay. Okay? It's okay that you're doing this and you're not in trouble. It's important that you know that." So we get over there, and there's about 20 or 30 kids lining up. And I walk up, and this military guy pokes his head out of this Winnebago that's now parked there that they drove in there. Caravan, for those of you guys around the world. Pokes his head out wearing Air Force, United States Air Force clothing, uniform. Tells us what we're going to do, what's the what. Don't talk to anybody. Don't look at anybody. Don't say anything out loud. There's a person that's standing behind you. That is the only person that you communicate with. You're going to come into this Winnebago. There's going to be a cubicle. He even used that word, cubicle, for you to sit down in the chair and put the headset on. The headset's going to start talking to you. It's going to tell you to do something. You're going to listen to that headset, and you're going to look in front of you, and you're going to do it. If you don't understand what's going on, you talk to the woman behind you, only the person that is behind you, and you whisper to that person, and then they will whisper back to you, and you do not look around. You do not talk to anybody else. You do not do anything else. Am I understood? Do you understand me? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I understand you. Okay. Line up. I was the third one in. Okay. And there was cubicle after cubicle after cubicle after cubicle all the way around and all the way back. And out the door I went. And they tested us for everything you can imagine. All kinds of stuff. They even had us making a pipe bomb. Think about that. We had lead pipe, and we were literally taking the tool and turning it to make the threads so that we could put a cap on both ends. Okay. They were having us see if we could do that by listening to and other things, many other things, reverse engineering, psychic things, depth perception, mental perception, you name it, and we were doing it. And then I went back to class. Then the next day there was a knock at the door, and this time there was military personnel. Took me to the principal's office. Principal is outside the office with all the people who work there and the staff looking at me like, okay. And I went in, and there's general and colonels and my dad. Okay. Ask your spiritual questions, please. You can see the Penny put that in the chat there for you, and tap the hearts for us. Get some more hearts in here for me, please. And you can see right here, win a voucher. Okay, I haven't talked about this much for about an hour. Win a voucher. You see it right there, win a voucher. If you have paid for any services by March 5th, our time in New South Wales, Australia, 9 p.m., by that time, if you have paid for anything, we have a whole entire list that's up on the page of all the things that we do. Okay, life coaching, spiritual life coaching, Reiki healing, medium, tarot, oracle card reads. We also teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts, psychic abilities. You can see all the clairs, channeling, mediumship, exorcism, chakras, meridians, and auras, and tarot card readings, oracle readings, Reiki. We're Reiki master teachers. We'll teach you about that. Okay, if you're interested in any of that stuff, email us at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. If you pay for anything, Defense Against the Dark Arts is good, Reiki is good, even if it's just Reiki healing, you pay for any of that stuff and have it paid for before the 5th of March, you will get entered into the contest to win one of these 3 vouchers. We're giving away one voucher at $90, one voucher at $60, and one voucher at $30 Australian dollars to be used on future services, and that will be done on March 6th, our March 6th at 10 a.m. It'll be your March 5th if you're in America. 10 a.m. New South Wales time, live on this channel. Also, anytime that you pay for anything or book us for anything or buy anything from us, you become a wayfarer, and we put you in our list, and you get 5% off of everything for the rest of your life that we sell. Okay, so not only do you get the discount if you're on American dollars, because the money that you pay, like say for the Defense Against the Dark Arts, which is a 2-day Zoom call that everybody in the world should be freaking taught by the time they're 10. Okay, that's it's 4 hours a day, 2-day call, right, on Zoom. So it's not here on this, for 88 Australian dollars. If you're in America and you're on the American dollar, that $88 will only cost you about $65 because your money's better. Pound sterling is a little bit better, and the euro also. Okay, so if you're on the pound, or if you're on American dollar or on the euro, that $88 would be about 65 or a little bit less. Okay. So you can book us for anything. If you're interested in that, send an email to Merlin and Maeve, you see it right here on the screen, at gmail.com, and put your handle from here on TikTok and say, I'm interested in learning this, or I need more information because Leo was talking too fast about your price points. And myself or Brooke will send you an email back with all the information that you need. Okay. What about flat Earth or the ice wall? Ice wall doesn't exist. Okay, the Earth is not flat. The ice wall is a lie. They're telling you that because that came from all of the stories of all of the religions, that there was this big giant and the giant was unalived and you're living inside the skull of the giant, because that's in every religion that doesn't tell you about the Big Bang Theory. The one that doesn't tell you about let there be light tells you about the creation. The Japanese, God created the waters, and then God put dirt on top of the water, and it was floating there. And then a big giant laid down because the giant was helping God. And the giant went to sleep and had to be unalived. And we took the skull of the giant and made the dome of the sky. That's the same story that Marduk defeats Tiamat, the dragon, and Tiamat is unalived, but not unalive. She's actually sleeping. But we took her skull and we're living in it. That's the dome of the sky, and her teeth are the mountains, and her bones are the land, and her blood is the waters. That's the same story about the frost giants over by the Vikings said. We are living in the head of a giant being. That was a metaphor trying to explain to people tens of thousands of years ago with a very small education that all of this is happening in the mind of the Creator. So because of that, people believed the earth was flat because they were inside the dome of a brain, and therefore the land is the brain inside there, and the mountains and the valleys, and we're running around inside the little brain case, is what they were being told, because all of this is happening in the mind of the Creator. But they didn't understand that. So make that 50,000 years old, then come forward in time where people don't understand that. Hold on, I have to now put the puzzle piece in here because I'm talking about religion, and TikTok wants to make sure that I'm not in fact a robot. Okay, so come forward in time to them destroying all of the knowledge of what was going on. Thank you for that. Thank you very much for that, She Devil. So when they destroyed everything, now we're talking about a couple thousand years ago, when Julius Caesar burned everything in Alexandria, and all of the people around the world were burning all the knowledge and controlling all the knowledge 4,000 years ago till now. All the knowledge of what that all meant was taken away from you. So all of the people for the last 2,000 years had no idea what those metaphors were referring to. So guess what? Everyone said the earth is flat because of it. They've never flown in their lives, so they've never seen it from anywhere other than on top of a mountaintop. So no human had been floating around in the air. Then we started flying, changed everything. No one had ever been sailing across the ocean either, so they believed that you were going to fall off the edge. So the earth being flat wasn't an ice wall for all of time. It was, there's an edge you can fall over. Okay. And that's the way it was until the 1700s, when the man who was trying to prove the earth was in fact flat told everyone that there was an ice wall there, and it was the firmament that wouldn't let you find it. And that man who was trying to prove the world was flat came back and said he was immune to the firmament, and so was his entire crew, who never corroborated his story, and that he found the firmament, and there's this big ice wall that's all the way around the world. That was when that was invented in the 1700s by a man who was getting rich off saying, I proved that the earth is flat. Now the flat earthers claim the earth is flat, but none of them will go and film the ice walls and bring it back. Pretty soon AI is going to create it for us, though. No one's going to go there and film it because it's not there. Okay. But no, it is there. You just can't get to it. How do you know that then? This is what I love to tell people. How do you know that? How do you know that the flights are turning sideways to the right? Where did that theory come from? Who witnesses that happening? No one. But they do it all the time. No, they don't. Only flat earthers say that. Okay. And if that's true, how do you know that? Who witnessed it? Well, I was there and I saw the wall and I saw them turn and they couldn't see it. No one says that because you can't prove that, because it doesn't happen, bro. This planet is round. It's not a ball. It's a torus. There's a hole in the top and a hole in the bottom, and it goes into the center like this, okay? So torus, a toroidal field. That's what this planet is, not flat. You can believe that it's flat, though. You can believe whatever you want. How come flights are only allowed to travel east and west and not north to south? That's not true. They travel north to south all the time. I am south from California. I flew from the San Francisco or from Los Angeles to Australia. That is 7,000 miles southwest. Okay. I don't know where you're getting that idea. You can go online and look at the flight patterns of planes. They go up over the North Pole all the time. They go right up around it, but they don't go all the way up to the top because they don't want you seeing what's up there, and they don't let you go over Antarctica either because they don't want you seeing what's there. Okay. And the compasses get all weird. You know why? Because there's no point that north goes to. It gets to a certain point and it starts going. You know why it does that? And south does the same thing. You know why it does that? Because there's a hole there that goes to the center. But the planes fly up over the north, down around the south, around this way. They don't just fly left and right. Because if that were the case, they would have to fly you all the way up to Alaska to go across to Russia. They fly up that way because that part of the planet's smaller than the other part of the planet, my friend. Okay. So yes, southeast, southwest, not dead south. No, they do it all the time. They do it all the time. Planes fly. I flew from Sacramento, dead south, all the way straight down to Los Angeles, which is like 900 miles away. Straight down. Okay. We didn't fly at an angle. We got on a plane in Sacramento, got up, turned around, and headed south and flew straight to Los Angeles and landed. They do it all the time, bro. Right? No, right over Canada. Well, how would we fly from Sacramento right over Canada? Or is that something that you said before, right? Oh, you're saying, yeah, over Canada. So, yeah, even over Canada, they go left to right. So they go north and south. How do you think we would get to Canada with a plane? Are you telling me that people go this way across the United States and back over to get up there? Come on, bro. They just fly over there. Look, you can see the stuff. They try to control things, but come on, that would be like saying you can't drive north and south. You can. There's nothing that stops them from doing that. I don't know where you see that. I don't know where you see that at all. I'll be honest with you, because I one time was talking to a guy on a chat live, and he was saying that I literally went to the site and pulled up the flight patterns of the Earth and showed them to him, and he just went, "Those are a lie." And I was like, "No, they're not, bro. That's the way people fly." That's like telling me if I got you a map of the San Francisco that you could just say that's a lie, and that's actually a map, a topical map of the actual city and all the streets, man, and the directions that they go. I've been there. I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area, and I've looked at the streets and drove on them. Right? You can get in your car and GPS it. No, that's all fake too, just like NASA. And you can say everything's fake. And if you want to go down that road, you can say that everything. Pretty soon, people are going to do that anyways because of AI. Right? People are already saying I might be AI. Okay, so that's going to happen going forward. More confusion because it's the only way that people can now get everyone to not trust each other. So they're having AI make everything, and then they're going to go, nothing's real. It's all fake. They're already saying non-player characters. They're already doing that. They're programming you with video games, and now they're telling you non-player characters that some humans are not even real. Soon they're going to start saying it's okay to unalive them. You should be doing that and getting rid of them. And people are going to start going, he was a non-player character. I had to let him go. I had to get rid of him. Because you've been playing Fortnite and other video games where they have NPCs. And people are already starting to say that. That's the next evolution. So they want you to do that because they need people like me. You're going to be saying, that guy's an NPC. Someone go get him, because they need to shut me up. So they're going to have somebody try and threaten my life at some point. They're going to try that. It's just not going to work. That's what they need to do. Yeah, NPCs. No, they really are, bro. You're she-devil. You're like laughing about it. I have people every day. I had one today and one yesterday. So what do you think about NPCs? And I'm like, are you thinking humans are non-player characters? Yeah, no, that's just not true. Everyone has a soul. There isn't humans walking around without a soul. Everyone has a soul, right? So that's crazy, right? I prefer NPCs. They mind their own business, right? And go about their day, right? The only things that are NPCs that are right now are the cars that are driving themselves, and and the little delivery robots. Those are NPCs. There is nobody in a human body yet. I mean, they have people that they're trying to make you pretend they got, AI in a robot that's hello, my name is, and they're trying to get those things to interact as fast as possible because they want us all to manifest them a soul, because they want us to manifest them taking over and unaliving us. They've been programming us since the 1960s, especially the 70s and 80s, right? What's that, DT? What's to shut down Canada flying to the US if they can fly over Canada, it costs them more. Okay, you're just looking at now you're looking at flying, zones that people fly in and people charge money for. Okay, that's all you're doing now. Because if I were the Canadian government and I wanted to make more money off of the American government, I would make it more expensive to fly in my airspace. Okay, has nothing to do with anything except for Canada wants more money, right? Or the other way around. The Americans making the Canadians pay more money to fly over their airspace. They own the airspace. You have to pay the country. You have to have permission from the country to fly there. So companies that fly people around the world have to have permission and deals with the country they fly you to, so that the country that they fly you to gets paid by those people to fly you in there, because they also have to make sure that you are vetted and you come in there and you're not a group of people with guns to invade the country, or say fly a plane into the Twin Towers. Okay, so you have to pay that company pays the countries to be in their countries, and some countries charge you more money. So some companies won't fly through some countries because they don't want to pay that money. It has nothing to do with them hiding something from the world, like a ice wall or something, right? If they can fly over Canada, it costs them more. Yes, that's my point. So they're not going to go up over the poles because they don't want you looking out the window and seeing that the poles aren't what they want you to believe they are. They're not going to have you looking at the poles and as you fly over it and go, there's a big hole there and there's people down there. They can't have you doing that. So they don't go over the poles. They're off limits. Okay, because they don't want you to expand your consciousness to that idea. Because if you go there and you know who's there in those countries, you're going to expand your consciousness to the idea that we're not the only people here. Therefore, maybe that thing about God's true. Maybe that thing about me having a soul is true, right? So you're gonna see they can't have you do that, right? All right, I have to hold on a second because I have to use the restroom. I'm going to pause the live for a second just so you guys aren't just staring at anything. I'm going to go pee and then I'm going to unpause the live. Okay, I'll be right back. Whew, okay, I'm back. Hopefully I didn't lose a bunch of you. Hope you didn't all take off, right? Who had to go do number one, guys. All right, smash those hearts, champions. Let's get some more people in here. I apologize for that, right? Yeah, no, you can understand the cost of fuel to go around, right? Again, you have to realize that the top part of the Earth is actually smaller than the bottom and going around the middle. So there is some stuff where they go up and over and people trip on that and they're like, why are they doing that? Why don't I go straight across? Because it's a longer distance to go straight across than it is to go up and over. You just don't realize that. So when people are like, the earth's flat, I don't understand why they don't go straight. That's why they don't go straight. The earth is not actually flat. And it takes less time to go around than it does to go straight in some cases. Flying from LA to Australia, they go straight across the water. I was on the flight. We went 14 hours from Los Angeles all the way to Sydney. Got to see Hawaii out the window. Okay. Went straight across the water, right over to here. And people say they don't do that either. No, sometimes because somebody was going from somewhere to like Los Angeles and they had an emergency landing because a woman was pregnant and was going into labor. And they went and they landed in Hawaii. And someone said, why were they going from like Dubai and had to stop in Hawaii when they were going to LA? Because the distance from where they were, I don't know if it was Dubai, I just used that. The distance from where they were on landmass, I'm putting my hand over here and you can't see it because it's behind the things. The distance in the landmass of the actual planet, because it's not flat, the distance on the top part of the globe is smaller than the bottom part of the globe. Okay, so the distance going from where they were straight over to Los Angeles across the ocean was longer distance than to go around the top and down. Okay. And that's really hard for someone to understand who thinks the earth is flat. And there's no reason why they couldn't just go straight across. Okay. Because it was round, but it's smaller at the top than it is at the bottom. Okay. We're not a ball. It's not a ball. It's like egg shaped. Okay. So so going up around like this was cheaper than going like that in some places of the earth. Okay. But you only understand that if you realize that the earth is actually round. Okay, so some people get really confused and angry about that. And they're like, no, there's no reason they should have done that. They could have gone straight like this. It's a longer distance, 14 hours from Los Angeles to Sydney, and we were going fast. Okay, 14 hours in a straight line. 7,000 miles. It's a long distance. Okay, that's a long ways. It used to take from people going from New York on a sailing vessel to go to England used to take almost a month. It took a long time. And that's like 5,000 miles or 4,000 miles. Okay. So 14 hours to fly 7,000 miles. If we tried to walk that, pretend there was no water there, or pretend there's land there. The average human walks at less than 1 mile per hour. So 7,000 miles would take like 7,000 hours, 24 hours in a day. Divide 7,000 by 24, and that's a person who's walking. That's like, first of all, you have to go, how many miles can a person walk in a day? I did a walkathon when I was a kid, and it was a 20-mile walkathon, and it took me 8 hours to do it, to walk 20 miles. Okay, I was a younger kid, but it took me 8 hours to walk 20 miles. Okay, so you don't think about this stuff when you're driving and it takes you 10 minutes to walk 20 miles or to drive 20 miles. You don't think about that. We'll go back in time when people had to, horse and buggy. It could take them to go from, say, Texas to California, could take them 6 months to do that because they had to stop and feed their animals. They had to stop and eat food. They had to camp for the night, build camp, put it down, go from water hole to water hole. Okay, so we have so much travel that's so different now. We don't realize that what took us a month to do before we can drive in a few hours. Okay, going from Los Angeles or San Diego to Sacramento. I used to go from Queen Creek, Arizona to the San Francisco Bay Area. It's a 15-hour drive. Okay, it took us 15 hours to go there. Okay, the amount of time that it would have taken me to do that exact thing on horseback or a covered wagon would have been about a month. Okay, and if I flew it, that 15 hours would have taken me about 3. Do you see? So things are relative in a weird way that you guys have to become aware of. And people don't know that, and so they're like, the earth is flat. You can believe that if you want. It's just not flat, dude. It's nothing flat like that in the universe. The universe doesn't work that way. You're inside of a cell, a single cell, in the brain of the creator. There is nothing inside of a cellular structure that is a flat dome or a flat plate with life on it. Doesn't work in this universe that way. No matter what cellular structure that you have, even the subatomic particles, everything in the universe is ball shaped, right? What are the archons? The archons and the nomads. The archons are that comes from the story of Adapa, and the nomads aren't even in that story. That's from a later on story. But the archon in that ancient language, in your language today, would translate as archangel. And the Ajiji that were in that original story of Adapa, which became the story of Adama, where the nomads are, which became the story of the Adam and Eve. The story of Adapa was the archons and the Ajiji. The story of Adama, which came later in a different society, the archons had the nomads. And that was, I believe, the nomads were what the people think is the Anunnaki in that story. In that story, the story is being taken literal in a third dimensional sense, and it's not supposed to be that way. The archons, there was a creation. The creator created things. The creator created the archons. That's the archangels in the Christian terms and in the modern day religious terms. And they had the ability to create, and they were managing this place, these realities. They created the Ajiji, nomads, the Gigi, and I think unless the nomads in your story are the ones who are down on Earth, and if so, that's with the ones that they call the Anunnaki, who they try to say came here and made us, they're actually us. Okay, so the ones that went down on Earth in whatever story you're talking about, if it's the nomads, right, or the monad, if it's the monad, if otherwise the monad is the creator, and the archons were created by the monad. So it depends on which scroll you're talking about, whether you're talking about the Mesopotamian or the one that is older than that, or if you're talking about the one that they had after that, right? So I apologize for that because it can get confusing because people change the name. That's why the story of Adam and Eve is completely different than the story of Adama, and the oldest scroll on the face of the earth is currently the story of Adapa. Okay, so you had either called monad or nothingness, Sophia in one version of the story. Lilith. Enlil and Enki is the same as the story of Cain and Abel. So the archons are archangels. The Gigi, beneath them were the angels, and then they created the new ones. That's where you get the word that Zecharia Sitchin thought was the god Anu coming to earth, and Giorgio Tsoukalos said those from the heavens came, and now it's the Anunnaki. The word was Anunna, second word ki, and Anunna meant new ones, right? So the Anunnaki are you, me, and everybody that's on earth, by the way, not a third dimensional construct. Okay, so I hope I'm answering that right for you. I hope that's what you were asking. So that story is, I think, the one of Adama, because you're talking about the monad. And if the monad was the ether bed, then it was when the monad was the nothing that created the creator. And that would be the story of when they said, let there be light. That's the story of the feminine egg before the spermiation, right? People are going to start realizing that on this earth, that the Big Bang Theory was just spermiation, and that the creator being nothingness and then being created, the Big Bang Theory, is the same as the creation, the spermiation. So if you actually watch that video, you'll see that when a sperm goes into a female egg, when it penetrates, there's a burst of light in there, and then everything turns on and starts functioning. And then it starts separating into cells and expands out from it the same way that our universe is reacting. Science is starting to figure that out, but it's taken them a millennia to figure it out. Just wanted to know the truth of humanity. The truth of humanity is, let's see, what level, right? The truth of humanity is that all the stories in every religion, some of us know this because we've read them all of our lives, and some of us are awake enough to know this. All the stories in every religion was a metaphor for you to expand your consciousness to the realization that you are the creator of the universe and that all of this is happening in your mind and you're dreaming this. You're imagining this. None of this is real. You're not in the universe is in you. That's the truth of humanity. Okay. You don't know that because you're veiled and you're trying to figure that out. You're supposed to wake up from the veiling and remember who you are so that you can move up into the next level of consciousness so that you can have organic experiences because the creator who was created during the Big Bang from nothing and then became something during spermiation is trying to figure out what it is and what it's becoming. So the creator is creating scenarios for us to live through to try and figure out what it's happening. So the creator of the universe is becoming conscious of itself in this place in third dimension through us. And we're becoming conscious of ourselves in this place at the same time that the creator is through us at the same time. I don't know if that's way too much. That's the true, that's the what is true. What is true, right? Who's going to bed? Whoever's going to bed, good night, have a good night. Penny, I think is saying that. Good night, Penny. Looks like my wife just got home. I thought maybe she was on her way. She probably tuned in when I had paused the, the live to run in to go to the restroom, going, why is his live paused? I had to use the restroom. So I hope that I don't know if that's too much. Tyler, I hope that's not too much. If you have any other questions, please ask. I hope that I'm answering it properly, but there's the truth. The truth of what is happening here is that none of this is actually happening. We're just, I'm not going to bed, so I'll stay here and talk, but soon we'll be probably wanting to get off because my wife will be wanting to hopefully spend time with her husband. I don't know if she can hear me. I don't know if she's still watching. I know she's unloading things and putting them away because she, I hope, brought groceries home, right? Yeah, that's what she's doing. I know, baby. I love you. So, how are we all interconnected as humans then? We are all down here. You're not supposed to know this, but you're learning this. That's why I'm able to tell you this, because you're learning this. You're veiled and you don't remember who you are. Okay. And this is it's for the organic experience that you're having this so that you can have your own individual experience. This is being recorded by you, by me, by this place, and the creator is living vicariously through us. So we're all connected, pardon me, because we are actually all one. Okay? Physically, we believe in this place that we're separated and that we're individuals. And then bad people in this place want to keep you into that thought process because they're making money off of you not knowing who you are. Okay? Our focus determines our reality. So bad people are keeping your focus on their reality, and their reality is this place is owned by them. They own everything. You need money, and you owe your allegiance to them, and you have to work for a living and pay for everything, and you're in a place of doing, so you owe them your life to live in their land, and they have you believing that, and we've all bought into that. That's why we have money. That's why we have to pay for everything. And until we stop thinking that, they're going to continue controlling that. So they're keeping us away from us realizing that our focus determines our reality. And if all of us say, excuse me for one moment, hi baby, and if all of us say no, then they'll stop because they have no choice, because we create this reality. Okay. And you hear that being told to you by different people in different religions around the world at different times. Okay. For instance, Jesus said it in Christianity. Okay. He said it then when people were he was talking about manifestation. And you can, like, say, put your mind to it, you can do anything. And he was trying to tell his followers about creating and their focus determining their reality. And they said, I don't understand, how do we do that? And he said in Matthew, I tell you truly that if you had but a mustard seed amount of faith, you could say to that mountain over there, move from here to there, and that mountain would move. Okay. Trying to explain to them that their focus determines their reality, and if they believe it, they can make it so. Then when they asked him, when will the enlightenment happen? When will the illumination happen? And he said, again, I tell you truly that our Lord said that I will come as a thief in the night. He was explaining to them that their awakeness and their illumination cannot be predicted, and that the Creator said, I will come as a thief in the night, meaning you don't know when that's going to happen. It's just going to happen. And then Constantine at the Council of Nicaea in 325 to 329 AD, then took that information and went with the whole, we have to make Jesus God because this is going to be the religion of Rome, and we want to control people. So the way Jesus was teaching you to look within yourself, to find the Christ within you, not him. The way to heaven is through me, meant through the way I'm teaching you. Okay? Not you have to follow me and be a Christian. He turned the way to ascend to heaven into Christianity, and then he taught everybody the book of Romans, and he edited a few things. And then 50 years later, at another council, they edited even more stuff out, and they made it a war machine that it is today. And they told you that Jesus was the Word, and Jesus. And when they created the earth, it says that God created the earth with the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Well, Jesus is the Word, therefore He's God. And then they told you your Trinity: in nomine Patri et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Okay, in the name of the Father and of the Son and the Holy Spirit became one. So Jesus is now elevated to God status. And then they told you that line I just told you, and Jesus said, I will come back for you. Wait here. Jesus never said that. They said, well, here's where he said that, and God will come as a thief in the night. He was talking about the illumination, the awakening, not I will come back. He never said, wait here, I'll come back. So they're teaching you that now. That's the control mechanism that was put in place, and they turned it into a war machine. Do you see? So the truth about humanity is that we are all connected because we are all one. Because the truth is, when you look at my eyes, you see the eyes of the Creator. And when I see your eyes, I see the eyes of the Creator. When you look in the mirror, you see the eyes of the Creator. You know why? Because we are the Creator. None of this is actually happening. I am not an individual, neither are you. I am not in the universe. The universe is in me. You are not in the universe is in you. None of this is happening, it just thinks it is. None of this is happening to you. All of this is happening for you. Okay? That's what's happening. What about the Trinity? The Trinity is supposed to be the balance of mother, father, masculine and feminine, with man. That was what they referred to as the entire human species. Okay? So it's supposed to be the mother, father, masculine, feminine balance within us. And people took that and turned it into get rid of the woman to shut her up so that nobody learns the spiritual aspect and being in service to others, being loving, caring, nurturing. Remove that side of everything and just keep the masculine, the warlike aggression, so that we can control people with fear. So the feminine was pulled away and thrown in the garbage, and shut up, woman, and get in the kitchen and cook me food and stay about 5 feet behind me and put on a mask and put on a burqa so that nobody can see you with a hijab, and that's it, and do what I tell you to do, and you don't get an education. You shut up, and if you start thinking for yourself. They made a book called The Witch's Hammer, and that book taught people the Inquisition and taught people the Salem witch trials, that anytime a woman started thinking for herself, you called her a witch and you unalived her. And that has worked for a couple thousand years to keep the entire population living in fear. I tell you truly, we are now in the time that the great feminine is coming back into existence, because the time that the devil will rule the earth is over. And now this bellicosity is no longer in charge. And the feminine is now moving back to where it's supposed to be, and the pendulum is swinging back, and the balance is going to happen in this society, and those people who are evil are no longer in charge. They just haven't given up trying to keep it. Okay, so the Trinity was supposed to be teaching you the balance between masculine and feminine, the balance between that aggression, warlike ego, male energy, kundalini, and the feminine, astral, spiritual, loving, caring, nurturing side of the kunda buffer that you don't even know exists, most of you, because they took that word out of that religion because they didn't want you learning the feminine. The feminine is coming back, and people are starting to realize that Mary Magdalene was in fact supposed to run the church. She was also in fact married to Jesus, because empirically she had to have been, because Jesus could not be a rabbi in that religion at the time unless he was married. You can look that up. Santa Claus, right? What about Santa or demonic forces? The story of Santa Claus is the story of Jesus. It's the story of Christ. It wasn't about Jesus. It was the story about the Christ oil within you, which I wrote about in this book, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways, okay, by me, Leonard O'Neill. There's a link in the bio if you want it. There's another book called God, Man, the Bible Made Flesh, which came out in 1948, where they also talk about it. There's videos online on YouTube. Type in Christ oil within. You'll see some videos where there's other doctors talking about that, about the Christ oil. The story of Santa Claus goes like this. You know the story of Santa Claus is coming to town, right? And be good. He knows when you were sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows when you've been good or bad, so be good for goodness sake. See how it rhymes? It's a nursery rhyme for children. What does Santa Claus do? Santa Claus comes on Christmas at the solstice, and he goes down the chimney. And if you're good, for goodness sake, he leaves you a present when he goes back up the chimney. If you're bad, and when he comes down the chimney, he leaves you a lump of coal. What does that have to do with anything? Okay. That has to do with the Kundalini fire. Let's look at Santa Claus. Santa Claus, his name, Santa is not the word saint from the Latin language. It's actually Norwegian Viking word. They have a word today for grandma or auntie in three different languages, and that word is tanta with a T. The word for grandfather or uncle in the middle Viking language is Santa. Claus comes from the word claustrum. The claustrum is the hole in your brain stem that goes from your nervous system to your hippocampus in your brain, that goes to your optic thalamus, your third eye. That Christ oil actually goes down your body through the claustrum, where we get the claws from. The word claws is a Norwegian Viking word that meant chimney. It also means the grommet hole that the sails were held down by with a rope. Okay, the hole, the chimney, the hole in your brain. So the word Santa Claus means wise one who goes through the chimney. Okay, so Santa is talking about the Christ oil that happens inside your body every single month. The story of Jesus was talking about that same Christ oil. The story of Marduk from the ancient Mesopotamians was also that same story. And the story of Thor coming down into human form and going back across Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge, is the same story. Inside of you, me, and every single person, every single month, there is two oils that are secreted from two places in your brain that go down, the two nerves that go down your spinal column, and then they go back up. Okay, and I'll explain this to you. Okay, so Santa Claus, really, no, it's not Satan. That's something that they're telling you. It's a lie. They're going Santa, Satan. See how they both have an S and a T and an A? They're the same person. It's not that at all. It's an actual Viking word. It's not Satan, right? It's Santa. And let me tell you why, right? Stay with me here. Inside your body, secreted from your pineal gland and your optic thalamus, is two different oils that every single month, and you can be tracked. And I'll show you. I wrote about it in my book. Other people have talked about it. Okay. There's two oils. One is a milk-like substance, and the other one is a honey-like substance. Remember the land of milk and honey that you've always heard about in all the different religions? Okay. One of those oils is charged with electricity, and the other one is magnetism. Okay. Those oils go down the Inga and the Pingala nerve, which goes through the claustrum down your spinal column, 33 runs, 33 vertebrae in your spine, 33 years of Jesus's life, 33 runs on Jacob's ladder. It goes down your spinal column to the 5 vertebrae. You can look this up. I'm not the only one saying this. I didn't make this up. This is physiology that every religion on the earth knew about. until they didn't get to tell you about it anymore about 10,000 years ago when evil people took this out of the knowledge, but it's all still there. Okay, it's the story of Jesus and the story of Moses and the story of Shiva and the story of Thor and Marduk, if you know who those people are. So the oils go down to the 5 vertebrae at the base of your spine, just above the base of your spine, just above where your tailbone is. Those 5 vertebrae in the ancient times were called Bethlehem. Okay. And those 2 oils were called Joseph and Mary, masculine and feminine. And those 2 oils go together and they mix together. And Bethlehem. Sound familiar? Jesus being born in Bethlehem. Then that oil goes back up your spinal column and it goes across Bifrost, the rainbow bridge, your chakras. And it gets charged with the Kundalini energy and the Kunda buffer energy of the masculine and feminine as it goes up your spinal column for the 33 runs of your spinal column, 33 years of Jesus's life, Santa Claus going down and coming back up. And if you're good, when that oil comes back up, it goes back up to your hippocampus and it sits there dormant for 2.5 days. That is the unaliving, and because I can't say that other word on this platform, and the resurrection. The unaliving of Jesus was 2.5 days, and then he was resurrected and became the light of the world. Same thing happened to Thor. Same thing happened to Marduk. Same thing happened to Moses. Same thing happened to, they changed those stories slightly, but they're still telling you that story. Okay, so this is called Christed of John, the story of Jesus being baptized by John. It sits there, and this happens to you, whatever your sun sign is, okay? Whatever your zodiac sign is, the moon moves into your zodiac sign and out of your zodiac sign and everyone else's zodiac sign in and out of it in a 28-day time period, okay? And it does that, and you can plot that like on this calendar that you can get that's called a moon calendar, okay? Moon calendar, all right? And on the moon calendar, you can look, here's the current month, and on that, you can buy these in the store. It has all of your zodiac signs at the top. And the reason that they're there is because if you look at the calendar, it shows you when the sun goes into a zodiac sign. That's Virgo. On the 8th of February, it went into Virgo. And then when I come over here to the other side, you see that the 9th, 10th, and then where is that at? The 10th, it goes out of Virgo at 60 hours later, 2.5 days later, it goes out of Virgo. And at every single sun sign it goes in and out of all year long. You can buy these calendars anywhere online or anywhere where you see calendars. Or you can go online and you can Google it and it'll tell you that. I'm a Virgo. That's why I pointed that out. Okay, I'm a Virgo. So on the 8th at 6:12 a.m., as a matter of fact, because it has the time, 6:12 a.m. on February 8th, the moon moved into Virgo. And if I, during that time period, pay that 10% tithing and I don't have sex, because the hormone that's released into the brain that is endorphins that are released if I have sexual contact and I ejaculate in any way, that actually destroys the oil that's in your brain, and that oil turns to a coal-like substance. Science has proven this. So Santa Claus, if you're good, be good for goodness sake, leaves you a present unless you're on the naughty list and you eat from the tree of life and you're mean and nasty or you have sex, then he leaves you coal, and the coal-like substance lowers your vibration and solidifies you more into third dimension. But if during that time period you don't eat of the tree of life by drinking alcohol and doing drugs and having sex and eat crap food, and you actually say pray or meditate in that time period and take care of yourself and sleep right, at the end of that 2.5 days, that oil goes into your optic thalamus, your third eye, and it explodes and illuminates all of your brain cells and raises your vibration. This is actual fact. You can look up and doctors will tell you that. It's in every single religion, and it's the story of the Savior character descending down to earth because God sent him here to be unalived for us, sacrifice himself after doing all kinds of miracles, and then rising up and going across to Bifrost or 33 runs of Jacob's ladder, and then going back up and illuminating and becoming a light of the world and cracking the sky with lightning and illuminating. And that raises your vibration. This is true. You can look it up. Okay. So there's videos. I talk about it in my book. There's other books that talk about it. There's even a video with Jim Carrey talking about it, talking about sexual right alchemy. And he didn't understand it fully back then, but he talked about it on a talk show, and they actually film it and put it on these videos as well. People put it there and go, look, Jim Carrey knew about this. Every religion knew this, and every story of every character was about that. Okay, it was about that doing, and you're supposed to know this, and they used to teach it to everyone. The Egyptian Book of the Dead talks about you going across in a boat when you are unalived. You have to have the spell tucked into your shirt, or you have to know this knowledge before you get there. And you go in the boat, and the boat takes you to the first gate, and there's 7 gates, 7 chakras. And you have to know the secret of the name of that person who runs the gate. First chakra, first gate. And you have to know the riddle. And the riddle is what I have to do to get to heaven. And I have to have all 7 names of all 7 people, and all 7 of them will let me go by if I know the riddle of how to balance that chakra. It's in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. They don't call it a chakra, though. They call it a gateway to go to the heaven. If you know all of the answers, you get to heaven. Okay? It's balancing your chakras. If you balance your chakras and you live right and you be good for goodness sake, and you choose to be in service to others, not in service to self, that's the 7 plagues of God on Egypt by Moses. There were originally 7 plagues, and the Hebrews added 3 more to make it 10. The original first 7 plagues are how to balance the chakras. And the Hebrews did what God told them to do. So the Hebrews balanced their chakras. The Egyptians did not, and they suffered the wrath of God. The Hebrews get to go into the land of milk and honey because they did what God told them to do. The entire story of Moses was an allegory how to balance your chakras to get into the kingdom of heaven. Okay? Same story told slightly different in every single country. I'm a theologian. I've spent my entire life learning and studying every religion. I have 4 religious titles. 2 Christian, was knighted by the Holy Roman Catholic See, the church. And I'm a Reiki master, which gives me one more spiritual title. Okay? And I wrote a book about that, and I'm here to teach you that that's what all these religions, that's why the subtitle to this book is Returning to the Old Ways. Every single spiritual practice on this earth used to be teaching you the way to ascend to heaven. And then evil people took control of that, and they taught you the way to sit down in the chairs and pay a tithing to them. And that's what they're teaching you now. If you go to a Christian church, if you read that Bible, the way is in there. If you go sit in a church and wait for the priest to tell you, he's going to say, wait here for Jesus who's coming back for you. And he's not going to teach you anything about ascension. Okay? Because they're not allowed to. It's not his fault. They're to have a curriculum from the top. I used to have a Bible. I wish I still had it here. I used to pull it out and show everybody. I'm a Christian minister. I just don't minister and try to sell you Christianity. Okay? There's a Bible that tells you everything that they're selling you when they're up at the pulpit and they're reading to you. I have one of those. The Bibles that they teach you from have a 2-year, a 3-year, or a 5-year curriculum. And none of those teach you anything about the ascension. They all teach you about how to have a personal relationship with God by coming to church, obeying authorities, and waiting for Jesus to come back. He's coming for you. Be ready. God said he was coming like a thief in the night. And they elevated Jesus to God status and de-escalated femininity and told women that they were nothing to keep people from moving into their spiritual plane of existence, right? Yes, the Ethiopian Bible. Okay, the Ethiopian Bible has all the books still in it that they took out at the councils of Nicaea, and the one after that, I think it was Gibraltar was the one after that. In a 50-year time period, they took out like 80 books or something. They took out a whole bunch of books. The Ethiopian Bible and all of the scrolls that they have back that up. And the Eastern Orthodox Church, I hear, also has a Bible because they both walked away from the Council of Nicaea when Constantine, the emperor in Rome, was changing the religion to make it fit Roman, because they were making the Rome the Catholic Church at that point. They made Christianity the Church of Rome. Okay, and that was in the year 325 to 329 A.D. Okay, so that was when they changed that. And they've been teaching you the Book of Romans ever since then. All right. So the Ethiopian Bible, I haven't read it yet, but I'm going to buy a copy of it. I've seen people talking about it, and I've talked to people who have seen it. And the books that they have in there that we don't have in our book coincide with all of the books that were taken out and found in the Dead Sea area that everyone claims is all a bunch of crap and is not real. And the Ethiopians say when they were editing the Bible, we walked away from that conference and this is the Bible. To back that up, the Eastern Orthodox Church, when they walked away from it, they showed up when the Ethiopians said that a few years back and said, here's our Bible too. And guess what? They had the same books in it. Those books told you about ascension. Those books that were taken out told you about the Christ oil within you. Those books talked about the duality of the Creator being non-masculine or feminine, not being male or female, but being an androgynous, neither male nor female, yet both individuals at the same time as one. So you were supposed to learn the Trinity of balancing masculine and feminine energies into yourself, moving into the upper three chakras, which is spiritual femininity, away from the bottom three chakras, which is masculine, male, this third dimensional place. Unaliving, proverbially, the same way they did, from the masculine, from the physical, from the beast, and moving into the feminine, which is the spiritual. Okay, they even changed that in the storyline of the number of the beast being 666 to the word Satan, right? So that you wouldn't realize what they were telling you in that story too. Okay, in that it said, and here's those things that they tell you in the Bible that says what you're saying, what you're reading here, or what you just read is a highlight. Let him who hath understanding reckon. Let him who has the ears to hear, let him who has the eyes to see. Those were highlights that said, whatever you're reading right here, there's more to it than the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay? And I'll show you that as well. This will be first part, and I'll show you the second part. First part is, let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast. And here's how you recognize it now. For it is a human number, and its number is 666. So it's the number of the devil. The number of the beast, 666, means the devil. That's a wrongful translation of changing one word. And let me explain to you, okay? The actual translation is supposed to be, let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast, for it is the number of man. And its number is 666. The number of the human condition. What does that mean, 666? What does that mean? What is that about? Okay, this human body, if you know anything about what's going on in the universe, this human body, this physical beingness here in third dimension is a construction of 6 neutrons, 6 protons, and 6 electrons. I am a carbon-based unit. This is a carbon-based reality that is made up of 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, and 6 protons, 666. Okay, so the Bible was, Fat Pat says, bingo! The Bible was trying to tell you that the beast is reality, third dimensionality. We are the beast. This is the beast. Okay, and that spirituality was the God plane, the feminine plane, the spiritual plane. Okay, 3, 6, and 9. 3, physicality. 6, heart chakra. 9, spirituality, crown chakra. Okay, we're copper top batteries. Fat Pat, we are. We're polarized. We're copper top batteries. Okay. So literally changing a couple of words over 2,000 years, 3,000 years in translation going, well, we're translating that into a better way for you to understand. So we now have the new international version, NIV version of the Bible for you, and it's translated into a more modern English for you to understand better. And we translate the word from it is the number of man, meaning the human condition. Man was all of humanity, not a single person that has a penis. Okay? A number. So now it's just a mathematical equation. It's a math number that we humans know. They tell us, and its number is 666. They don't want you to know that you are a creation that is made up of something that is science, because they don't want you to expand your consciousness. So you can't know that knowledge because you're just supposed to think it's the devil, and therefore the beast is bad and it's the devil, and sit here in the church and wait for Jesus to come back and get you. Praise Jesus. He's going for a truck. And that's what they do. Okay. The spiritual, actual, here's the other one. Remember, I was telling you I was going to give you another example. Let him who hath understanding, let him who has ears to hear. In Revelation, there are 7 letters to the churches. There's that number 7 again. 7 letters to the churches. Why was it so important for Christianity to keep that letter to those 7 churches that no longer exist with no explanation for anyone as to why those letters were left in the Bible for 2,000 years? Well, at the end and beginning of every one of those letters, there's this highlight again that says, let him who hath understanding, let him who has the ears to hear, let him who has the eyes to see. Okay? Take the letters to the churches, okay, from Patmos, pen to the churches, open up your computer or your phone and get the chakras. 7 chakras, 7 letters to the churches. Okay? Take the first letter to the first church and look at the red ray root chakra and what that chakra represents and what you do to balance that chakra. And if that chakra is out of balance, what happens? You can read all that online. Okay. Then you look up the word for the very first church, not the place, because they'll be like, well, Philadelphia was a church in the first century and it existed, we think, over here in Turkey. Not that. What did that word mean? What was the etymology of that word at the time, not the place? What does that word mean? You're going to find that the definition of what that word means is going to coincide with the definition of the red ray root chakra. And God says, if you do this, you will get into heaven. But if you do not, I hate you. I don't like you, and I won't let you into heaven. Read the second letter to the second churches and move up all 7 of those letters to the churches, and you will find it was a secret code being penned from prison and given to all of the churches on how to balance the chakras so that all of the people that were at those churches could then turn around to their constituents and say, here is how you get to heaven. This is the way that Jesus was teaching. And that knowledge was taken away from you. But here's the thing. It was left in the Bible because the people editing it didn't understand it, because they weren't balancing their chakra and they were self-serving. So they did not have the eyes to see, or the ears to hear, or the mind to know what those words meant. And then they wrote things down and said, lock this up in your memory. You will not understand this because only people in the far future will understand this. This is not for you to understand. Okay? And those people 2,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago, their education level was about this big compared to yours. Their understanding about spirituality was about this big compared to yours today. And I'm here to tell you, I tell you truly, that is what those words are saying to you in that passage in the Bible. Okay? So you guys need to pay attention to the stuff that's being said. People get you so upset with, my religion's is the best one and all the other ones are not real. They're all identical. I tell you, they are identical, and there are millions of people out there that are now starting to tell you that. I'm not the only one. I didn't make this up. This is an information that you gain when you wake yourself up and become unveiled. Okay? It is in every single religion telling you how to get to heaven. Every spiritual way on this earth that has existed for more than one day, that has been on this earth forever, is telling you how to get there. All you have to do is see it. All you have to do is look at it. If you go to the churches, they're going to teach you how to sit down and pay them a tithing and wait here. We'll teach you how to have a relationship with your Savior. And that's it. They will never teach you how to get there. Well, you have to have water chucked on your head, and I have to wave my hand here and say, "In nomine Patri, Filii, Spiritus Sancti," and say something in Latin that you don't even understand. Okay? Why? To control us. Because they know this that I know. Your focus determines your reality. The collective consciousness of this earth determines the reality of this place. And if I can control the entire consciousness of the earth, I control the creation that happens on this earth. So there are certain groups of people that I call the controllers in my book, okay? The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways, you guys can look that up. They know about this, and they're keeping your focus on them owning everything, them having power over you, them owning you, and all of your money filters up to them. Your focus determines your reality. The politicians use religion to divide us. Yes, they do. They say we need a separation in church and state. We can't have religion telling us what to do, but they tell religion what to do. You know why? Because politics is the religion of evil. Okay? Narcissistic, evil people who are self-serving seek power 100% of the time and control. Always. Okay? And you can, what's that? Sorry, my wife's talking, Brooke's talking. Yeah, right? Okay. She's saying the Pope and the royal families. Okay. It's not just politicians. You have to realize, okay, here's an example. Over in the United States, and you can look this up because you can watch this. I'm going to tell you this. Over in the United States, there was a girl that was, that's the orange pumpkin. The orange pumpkin is part of those families. There was a girl in the United States when Barack Obama was the president. She was doing her lineage and finding out who her family was. She said, I wonder who Barack Obama is related to. So she started doing Barack Obama's lineage. And you know what she found out? This was all over television at the time. Barack Obama is related to every single president of the United States except one. And that's not Donald Trump, because he's related to them all too. And they showed that to television. Everyone was like, wow, look at this little girl discovered that every single president of the United States is actually related to each other except for one in the history of the United States. So the guys over at the Ancient Aliens people looked at that and said, wait a minute, if all the presidents of the United States are all related, we also know that all the monarchs in Europe are also all related. You can Google that. I said that one time and somebody Googled it while I was live and they came back and went, dude, I just looked this up. He's right. So all the presidents of the United States are all cousins. All the monarchs of the kings and queens and people that are in charge in all of Europe are also all cousins. So the people at Ancient Aliens, when they made this documentary called Above Majestic, said, hold on a second. If all the presidents of the United States have all been related to one another, and all the presidents and kings and monarchs of Europe have all been related to one another, are they related? And if they are, how far does this go? So they made a documentary called Above Majestic, which talks about those families. And it's possible that they have a breakaway society and technology that we have no idea about. And they're far more advanced than we think we are. And they're keeping us with our focus in this reality as long as they can. And they actually have all this other technology that we're unaware of. And oh, by the way, they looked into it and found out that not only are all the people in the United States actually related, not only are all the people in Europe actually related, but all of the kings of America and all the kings of Europe have all been related to one another. And wait a minute, they're also all related to every monarch in every country in the world. They're all family. I'm hearing crickets, right? All of them. So they've been making sure that their own family members stay in charge of every country on the earth for thousands of years. They are keeping your focus away from that knowledge and your focus on their societal structure, and that they're in charge and all of your money goes to them because they own it all. Okay. And if you don't believe that, look at this, for instance, another little tidbit for you. Why you should be looking at spirituality and not reality, not the beast. Okay. There are corporations out there like, say, BlackRock, Vanguard, the Orion Group, a couple others you guys might know the names of. Individually, they buy up every single stock they can buy off of the stock markets around the world. Each one of those companies owns between 10 and 12% of every stock they can buy from every company around the world. Independently, they don't own a lot of stuff. But if the people on the boards or owners of those companies happen to be working together or related, together they all own, just four corporations, own 51% controlling interest in every company traded on every stock market. I'm just saying. Tell them about the royal family now claiming. Here's the other thing, okay? So, do you see what my wife just pinned in the thing? Tell them about the royal family. So, forever, the Queen of England, you guys know this if you're in the UK, the Queen of England and the people in that monarchy claimed that they were related to Thor, a god they don't say exists. They say they were related to Thor. Okay? So then come forward in time to people like Dan Brown, who read a bunch of books that I read as a theologian. And those books and history says, do you know Jesus had to have been married to become a rabbi in that religion at the time? And if you're Jewish, you know that I'm telling the truth and you can back me up. So for Jesus in that time period, 2,000 years ago, had to be married by the age of 30 because it was part of their religion. So Mary and Jesus were married. And here's how you know that this was true. You can look this up in history. Jesus had to be married, or he could not call himself a rabbi, which means teacher. He had to be married. He had to have a wife. She had to have children or pregnant. Otherwise, he would not have been able to have students, followers. He would not have been able to teach in the synagogue because you cannot give advice to people about children or marriage if you are not in fact married or have a child. So it was a requirement by law. No one ever said Jesus was not a rabbi because he wasn't married and because he didn't have children. They acknowledged him as a rabbi and allowed him to read in the synagogues. They never questioned that. They questioned whether he did it on the right day and other things. Wait, that's just a coincidence, Leo. At that time in the Hebrew religion, women didn't put a hood on unless they were married. Mary Magdalene, in every depiction, is wearing a hood. So she was married to someone. Who was she married to? Oh, she was married to John the Baptist. She never met John the Baptist. There's nowhere in any Bible that said she did. There's nowhere in any Bible that says she spent time with him in any way. However, she did hang out with John, James's brother. So, well, maybe she was married to John. Okay, so now let's look at some empirical laws of the Romans at the time. You can look these up in history, people. At that time, 2,000 years ago, when the Romans were in charge, if they were torturing somebody, whipping them because they were held accountable for something in judgment by someone, if they then became wounded and bled on the ground, the Romans weren't cleaning it up. You have to clean it up. Well, the person who's taking the damage is not going to be able to clean it up. So by Roman law, the family members of the person who was beaten or injured have to clean the blood up off the ground. So let's look at the Bible. When Jesus was beaten by the Romans and bled all over the ground, and they drug him back in front of the Roman prefect at the time, or mayor at the time, who cleaned up the blood off of the ground? Mary, Jesus' mother, Mary Magdalene, and John, who neither one of those two were supposed to be related to Jesus. No other apostles, because they couldn't. But the Romans let Mary and John help Mary wash the blood off the ground. Why? Because they had to be related to Jesus. That's law. You can look that up. Mary was married to Jesus. John was Jesus's brother, and so was James. Okay? Mary wasn't married to John. John wasn't Jesus's cousin, because John the Baptist was Jesus's cousin. They tell you that John and James were related to each other, but not related to Jesus. And neither was Mary. Why was John and Mary able to be there? Okay? So here's the scary part, right? If Jesus was married to Mary, they had children. Is there any empirical evidence? Dan Brown read the same history that I read, and he based his book on it, called The Da Vinci Code, that became a movie. And you can look this up too. If you're French, you know what I'm telling you. Mary, after Jesus was gone, Mary went to the south of France, because that was the next biggest Jewish community on the planet at the time. And Mary started teaching what Jesus was teaching. And over in the south of France today, they have a skull that they say belongs to Mary Magdalene. And she came there and started the way that Jesus was teaching. That turned into a religion about the way Jesus was teaching. When Mary showed up in the south of France, she had a girl with her. And they said, "Who is this girl that has come with you?" And she says, "Oh, this is my servant. Her name is Sarah." At the time, in Aramaic, Sarah meant princess. This servant girl of Mary had the ability to talk to animals and heal with her hands. That little girl married a prince, a slave, married a prince and became the princess, a queen of the south of France. And their children had the ability to talk to animals and heal people with their hands. So the theory was, and still is, that Jesus was married to Mary and they had children. Dan Brown said, if that's true, the church in Rome can't have any descendants of Jesus be alive today. Because say if I said, I'm Jesus's descendant and I can prove it with my DNA, who are 2.7 billion Christians going to listen to if I prove my DNA? Me or the church in Rome? Okay, so if that's true, and they say, well, it's not true, but Dan Brown read the same 4 books that I read and wrote the Da Vinci Code and said, what if that's true? It looks like in history, there is a group of people in history that have been trying to keep and safeguard some certain knowledge away from what's going on. How do we know this? Well, because about 1,000 years after Jesus's demise, in the south of France, the church there that was taught by Mary, and they still venerate her to this day and parade her skull around every year, they said the people in Rome, that church has been usurped, and it is wrong, and it is evil, and it is not teaching what Jesus was teaching. We are still teaching what Jesus is teaching, and they are not. So the Pope in Rome sent his knights to the south of France and unalived over 2 million people to shut them up. We know this story because 3 knights, do you remember the story of the 3 knights protecting the Holy Grail? 3 knights protecting the Holy Grail escaped with their lives and went inland into France with some knowledge. We don't know what that was. However, in 1948, in Rendlesham, no, what was it? It was, I can't remember the name of the church. Give me a second. Rennes-le-Château in the south of France, there was a priest who was very poor and he was working on the church trying to renovate it. And he had to do it himself because he didn't have much money. He accidentally knocks on one of the pillars and part of the pillar breaks open and there's something in there that was a knowledge of some kind because he grabbed it and he got on a horse and he rode to Rome as fast as he could. And when he came back from Rome, he had more money than he knew what to do with. So whatever information was in there made him rich. And he created an entirely new wing on the church with all of his money. And he said he learned something and had so many riches hidden under the church underground that nobody, all the people in this city would be rich and they don't know it because he had an information. And before he died, said he was going to give the information. And this nun came and he said, "Come quick, I have to tell you this information because you need to know it." And he was unalived before she got there, so he never learned that knowledge. However, people looked into that and said it's very possible that there was something that came with those nights because that's where they seem to be going to there. Dan Brown said, what if that knowledge was the knowledge that Mary was in fact married to Jesus and they had children? Because it's beginning to look like that in history. If that were the case, the church would have to try and find the descendants of Jesus and unalive them. So Dan Brown posed that in a book, which became a movie, which became very popular, and people researched that. And the more people researched, because he talked about it, the more people that researched it, they said it's very possible that Jesus was married to Mary because empirically he had to have been for everything to happen the way it did. He had to be married. And it looks like he was married to Mary. And he had to have had children. And she showed up with at least one kid. And what if that was actually what happened? That means that in the bloodline of the royals, there's probably the DNA that belongs to Jesus. Now I'm told that since the king is now in charge in England, the royal family is claiming that they're descendants of Jesus and Mary. Wait, what? Okay, haven't vetted that, but I'm being told that that's what they're doing now. We're related. That's why we're in charge, because we're not only related to Thor, we're actually descendants of Jesus and Mary. So for thousands of years now, they were telling us that none of that happened. And the second that something became popular that people like me started looking into, they went, yeah, and we're their descendant, and that's why we're in charge. Do you see that? Right? Indigo says, let's read what Indigo says. Ancient texts found in Egypt suggest he was married to Mary Magdalene, but it's widely accepted, right? So, okay. That's another thing too. In Egypt, I can't prove this because I had a cease and desist from a few governments. But back in 2016, there's a group of people currently excavating an ancient, oldest church ever found, a Christian church, and it's 7 kilometers outside of Cairo. And they found it, and I was told by people who were excavating it, and they sent me photos. Okay. And they wanted to get this information out to the world as soon as possible. And I was trying to get that information out by going to people and saying, this is what I know. We need to get this out to the world. Somehow the government found out about it. The Egyptian government found out about it, showed up, seized the site, and forbid any of them from sending the stuff, confiscated their stuff, found out they sent it to me, called the American government, and the American government took all of my information off of my devices and gave me a cease and desist that I cannot do anything about that. I can talk about it because I'm not afraid of them. Okay. But I can't prove it to you. So I had photographs of a church that was buried under the sand that they found and they've been excavating, and the Egyptian government got a hold of it and they're not letting anyone know about it. And it's the oldest church that dates back further than any other Christian church in the history of the world. And it's there, 7 clicks outside of Cairo, and they won't let anybody near it. And it's perfectly intact. It was beautiful. I saw pictures of the inside. It was beautiful. Colors and everything. Someday they're going to allow people to see it. And when you hear that, you're going to remember this crazy guy that was talking from Merlin and Maeve, and his name was Leonard O'Neill. And you're going to say, that dude told me he saw pictures of it, and I didn't think he was telling the truth. And there the place is, and people are going to be eventually they're going to have people going there for tourist attraction once like things start changing the way they are. Right. But yeah, now the royals claim they're related to Jesus because, yep, Mary and he were married and we're descendants because she came to France with a daughter and married into the royal bloodlines. And that's our bloodline. And we're part of the team. Yay. Okay. So the only thing that we can do is, if that is true, then the bloodline is being protected by people who know about it and they're not allowing anyone to find it. Or the church already found it and eradicated it. I'm telling you truly, they did not, and they have not. Okay. You'll find that out in history and as time goes on. But quickly, the royals are jumping on the bandwagon of that's right, and we're related to. Okay. They've been telling you for 1,000 years that never existed and didn't happen, and now the same people are going, yeah, you're right, it did, and we're related to them. It's in our DNA, man. No empirical proof that Jesus even existed until people started finding empirical proof, with the Shroud of Turin, when they took another look at it and saw that they were trying to cover that up. You should look at those documentaries that are out in there right now that are floating around the internet from guys, they're on YouTube, from like scientists who looked into it. Okay. You should look into that. You'll find out that there's no way we could have created that the way it was created. Okay. Read Romans caps. Oh, okay. Hold on. Fat Pat, what does Romans say that? Is that what you're saying? Read Romans. Somebody capitalized something that I missed, or is that something you were saying? No, it was something else. Okay. I thought I missed something, right? So the best thing you can do, here's how it's going to be uncovered, okay? Everybody always wants to go into the third dimension and cause problems. That's not what we're going to do here. Remember this, your focus determines your reality. Our collective consciousness, our collective focus determines the reality of this place. Remember what I was teaching you just a few minutes ago. Okay, in Matthew, read Matthew. In the Christian Bible, in Matthew, Jesus says, I tell you truly that God said, what you sow on earth, I shall too sow in heaven. What you reap on earth, I shall too reap in heaven. As below, so above. What we create here, we will create the new heaven and the new earth. What we create here, God will allow in heaven. So how we protect them is by changing our focus. Instead of our focus creating the reality that they're in charge and they own everything and we owe them money and they own us, we create the focus that all people are free, that all people can be whatever religion they want, whatever practice they want, and that no one is in control of us, no one owns us, and we don't need money and we don't need to have starvation, we don't need to have war. None of that is real and none of that is going to happen because we have free energy. That means we have free food. That means we have free housing. That means we do not need to pay for it because evil people are not in charge. They do not own everything. They do not own me. They do not own you. We are awake. We determine the reality of this place. And we say, we have come and their time is over. Simple as that. How do we protect them? They can do nothing. Learn to protect yourself from all this negative stuff surrounding you. How do you do that? The first step of avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. We teach a course right here called the Defense Against the Dark Arts. Okay? Email us right here at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. Defense Against the Dark Arts. We have like 3 or 4 of them scheduled for March. I don't have the numbers in front of me where I tell you the dates. Okay? It'll cost you 88 Australian dollars. So if you're on the American dollar, the pound sterling, or the euro, that's about 65. Okay? 2 days, 4 hours a day, unless you ask me a bunch of questions, then I'll go on and make it 5 or 6 hours in the day, whatever you want. Okay? And you will learn everything that you need to know to defend yourself and your family and your house and your car and everything in your entire life from all negative energy, propaganda, energy vampires, hexes, evil people, all of that. I swear to you. Okay? All of this information should be free and it should be taught to everybody in the entire world before they're 10. But right now, we live in a place of doing where I need money and you need money and we need to eat. Okay. And you also have this belief that you get what you paid for. I want to tell you all of this stuff for free. Okay. But I need to eat. I have rent to pay and I have to do. And so I can't give you all of this information for free. I would love to. But if I give it all to you for free, then I starve, but you get a knowledge that will protect you for the rest of your life. Okay. Or there's a way you can get it all for free. I have a podcast that is free. It's called Orion Rising. And it's on everywhere you listen to a podcast, on MP3 broadcast or on MP4. You just have to look it up. It's on the internet and it's listened to in 70 countries. And on that Orion Rising, I have over 560 episodes of me talking like this. And in that, if you do your due diligence, each episode is about 3 to 3.5 hours long. I talk about everything. And you can get it for free, but you're going to have to sift through listening to me talk, just like I'm doing here. And I'm giving you the secrets to the universe. I have even said it here today 3 times in the last 3 hours. Okay? Or you can pay 88 Australian dollars, which will cost you, if you're American, about 65, 2 days, Zoom call, and you can ask me questions personally because you'll be on a Zoom call and I'll be teaching you this. Okay? If you want to wake up and you want to get out of here, learn this and I will get you out of here. Then you also get your name into a contest that you can see right here on the screen. Okay? By doing that, you get your name into a contest. Okay? And you get personal one-on-one training with me for that 88 Australian dollars, 65 American. Okay? Personal training from me in that Zoom course, and it'll be and normally it costs you $150 an hour to book me and talk to me. You're going to get me for 4 hours for 2 days, 8 hours for 2 days, total 8 hours in a 2-day time period for 65 American dollars. Or if you want to talk to me and ask me questions, $150 an hour, and I'll sit around and answer every question that you have. Okay? So you're lucky. Right now, I'm answering your questions for free. Do you see? So if you want to know how to defend yourself against everything that's happening to you, Defense Against the Dark Arts right here. Or like I said, you can listen to my podcast and find it out for free. It'll take you time though. You'll have to spend hours and hours listening. Rewind this and listen to this. Or you can pick my brain cheapy for 65 American for 2 days. Okay. And then you get entered into this contest for a possibility to win a voucher for $90, $60, or $30 Australian that you can use on other stuff for us later. And if you pay for something from us and buy one of the products from us or book us for something, you get a 5% discount on all of the prices for the rest of your life, as long as we're actually doing this. So it's a win-win. Or you could buy this book right here, The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways, by me, Leonard O'Neill. Online, there's a link in the bio, and it'll tell you the same thing. Won't tell you all the stuff you need to protect yourself, but most of it will. It'll tell you the Christ oil and how to use that. You can get that online all over the world. Or if you want, you can get it on an ebook for like $4. It's all over the world. Your choice of what you want to do. How do you want to get out of here? How fast do you want to learn knowledge? How much do you want to ask me questions? Because I'm on here almost every day for hours, and you could have asked me questions all day long while I'm sitting here. Okay? All right. I love you guys. I'm going to go. Dinner's almost ready, and I've been on here now for 5 hours the second time, and I was on here for 2.5 or almost 3 hours the first time, today only. So I've been here for 8 hours talking about this. Okay? I love you guys. Lily, thank you for all those things that you sent me, right? Thank you for those things, right? I see there's a bunch of stuff that you sent me, right? I love you for that. Follow me. Hit that bell so you know when I go live. Smash those hearts for me before I get out of here, right? If you guys want to know how to get out of here, I can tell you, I can teach you. It's not very hard. It's right in front of you. I just want to help changing the world to that loving, caring. That's all we have to do. Change ourselves. Change yourself and you change the people around you. Learn how, and get yourself out of this mess. Live in that and you can teach other people if they're willing to listen. Okay. Good morning from Paris. It is evening. It is 5:12 in the evening on the 27th in New South Wales, Australia. It's morning for you on the 27th in Paris. I've never been there, but I will be coming there. Just so you guys know that in the next 5 years, Brooke and I will be touring the world so that I can come and sit in front of you and actually answer your questions in person. Okay, so we'll be traveling around so that you guys can book me and actually see me in person and ask questions. Okay, 7:15 in the morning for me. All right. Okay, guys, I love you. Have a great day. Have a great morning. Have a great evening. Have a great afternoon. Have a great night. Have a great morrow, wherever you are in the world tuning in. Follow Merlin and Maeve. Follow me on Leonard O'Neill. Here, let me pop my name in and say hello to you guys in the chat. Right. I'm actually, there we go. Right. There's me. That's Leonard O'Neill. That's me. Follow me. Brooke is right there in the chat as well. Brooke O'Neill, that's my wife. She's in the kitchen cooking dinner. Follow her. Follow me. Follow Merlin and Maeve. Hit those bells so you know when we're going live. And come on here. Come in. Smash those hearts for us, champions. We're almost at 60,000. Let's get these hearts to 60,000 before I go, just because. All right. I'm going to smash the hearts over here on my cell phone. You guys smash the hearts. Let's get this thing up to heal the world. Heal yourself. Let's get this up to 60K, guys. Okay, let's get this up. Let's get this to 60K before I go. Smash those hearts, champions. We're at 59,000. It hits 60K, and then I love you guys. As soon as it hits 60K, we'll end for the day, and you guys can see us next time, right? Let's get that. Yeah, bingo. Thank you for that. Let's get this up to 60K. We're almost there. Well, I don't know how many we are exactly, but let's get it up to 60K. I'm watching it. Okay, let's smash those hearts, champions. Let's get this thing up to 60K, right? Let's go, champions. Let's go. Even if it's only 1,000, that means all of us have to hit 100 or 200 apiece. How many people are in here? Smash those hearts for me. Let's get me up to 60,000, and I'll say good day for you guys for the day, right? Thank you for those roses. Thank you for the cake. Phyllis, that was good. 60K. Bingo. Bang. Right there. 60K. All right, guys. I love you guys. Have a great day. I'll see you the next time. Pokemon Go Battle Raid. Right? Pikachu had a black tail. It's not just a Mandela effect, man. I was in the reality where Pikachu had a black tail. He doesn't now because that reality doesn't exist, but I was there. All right, guys. I love you guys. Right? Have a good night. I'll see you guys next time, okay?